like I was dead for 10 minutes. Test 1, 2. That's a good way to start the sale. I said I was dead for 10 minutes. All righty. Here we go. Here comes Ed. And I'm about to start filling out that sheet.
Did you forget the sheet?
I hadn't filled it out yet. I'm going to do it right now during the sale. As soon as Tanner hands me one of those great ink pens. Okay. So folks, we are live. We are live, in case you didn't know. We are crunching numbers. We're having meetings. We are having meetings. We're crunching numbers, folks. That's what we've been doing. We're having meetings and crunching numbers. We're organizing. We're
yelling at each other.
Me and Tanner just got into an argument about chips and V8s. I can't imagine what Addison has to put up with. But, you know, we're here and we're doing things. I'm here. I'm always trying to do something. There's just a lot going on. I need to know. I'm typing in numbers to a calculator as we speak.
Charging us $20 a month for trash.
They did.
Per container.
Yeah, they've went up. The city council voted on that last night. They did. Our trash bills just went up by 300%. Sounds like they need me to get in there and start managing stuff. Do they need me to take over Lebanon city government? I'm running for mayor. I'm making my announcement right now. Folks, I would like to announce my candidacy for Lebanon city mayor. I'm on the ballot. And we will do nothing but win. Anybody local want to support? We're doing a new policy for the city of Lebanon, $8 in limited shipping, nightly live streams of every government meeting. Travis Wade said, my slogan will be, Chad will take the trash out. That would be a heck of a slogan right now. You could get a lot of votes. I do live here in Lebanon now. Do I live in the city? Yeah, I live in the city limits. I do live here now. Registered to vote and everything. Now, if I happen to get that job, though, y'all would see a lot less of me here because I'd have a lot of people be like, that Chad, he never runs the city right. He's always at his shop selling stuff on Facebook. And then if I was mayor, every time I'd be live, everybody'd be on the stream complaining about their taxes and their garbage pickup. And then we'd have to filter through all that. It's going to be a while before I run for office again. That was a stressful time. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're in public office, they'd be watching you like a hawk. There'd be people on here being like, I'm sure Chad's cutting deals to get all these records because he's mayor. The show would start even later. Dang it, Mike came in with a punch right to my gut. Mike said the show would start even later. Yeah, Tanner told me the other day, he's like, you need to start getting here more on time. And I was like, what? I don't know. I get up in plenty of time to get here. I'll start, opening Facebook and then I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 4 o'clock. And then I'll get ready and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 5 o'clock. And then we just blame Seth. This is all your fault, Seth. Okay. Here we go. I got the Christmas song stuck in my head. Saint Nick, up from the chimney. Oh, Saint Nick. Dun, da, da, da. Do, 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 do. Can we get those lyrics, Craig? Something about a chimney came old Saint Nick. But there is a saying, it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. All right, I just hit share link. I just hit copied. And now we're going to share it in the group and over here. We're on Wednesday night. How many actual crates of new vinyl came in? Gosh, I see a bunch of empty boxes. Holy moly, is that all new vinyl? 7 crates of new vinyl? Jerry Stone just fell out of his recliner. He just went, oh my gosh. Holy good Moses. Up on the housetop, click, click, click. Yeah, that's it. It's been stuck in my head all morning. Some people just had a small heart attack. Okay. Up on the housetop, reindeer paws. Out jumps good old Santa Claus. Down through the chimney with lots of toys. All for the little ones' Christmas joys. Ho, ho, ho. Who wouldn't go? Ho, ho, ho. Who wouldn't know? Up on the housetop, click, click, click. Down through the chimney with good Saint Nick. There it is. That's a classic. That's a classic. Who wrote that? Paul McCartney? Mick Jagger? I would love to hear a Mick Jagger Christmas album. All through the house. Not even a sound, not even a mouse. Ed's going to come recite the night before Christmas. Do you need this other sheet? Okay, here it is. I've got all the Analog Productions and MoFi titles priced. A delicious Papa John's pizza tonight. Dang. Must be nice. What did everybody else have for dinner? While I'm doing this, that'll be our last discussion question before I share these final links. Tanner, what'd you have for dinner? Tanner hadn't had dinner yet. Ed, what'd you have for dinner? Tanner's going to have spaghetti.
I'll have grilled pork chops.
Grilled pork chops. Sounds like Neva is taking care of you. Laura? Laura sneak in later with some kind of delicious Chipotle and she'll walk by with it and then I'll get very angry. I'll be like, whoa, 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 Laura, you got enough for everybody? And then I'll completely disrupt the show and I'll have to go order a pizza. Or Todd Saw deliver one to us. I had a sirloin steak from Demos, a salad, and steamed broccoli. Power Tees Power Beats Pro. Your Power Beats just connected. My phone. Carol had wings and beer. Pork chop, salad, steak fajita. Pizza tonight, Demos tomorrow night. Demos. Delicious. I think I got everything shared. Is soup a meal? Well, it depends if you crumble any crackers in it. Did you crumble any crackers in it? I haven't been to Logan's in a while. My friend Moose owes me a free Logan's meal. I hadn't forgot about that either. I got to cash in on that. He's a school teacher, so he's out for summer. And I really need to cash in on that Logan's meal. He also owes me money for a signed Corey Taylor Stone Sour that he keeps avoiding. I've seen it move around in the store 100 times. I told him, I said, it's going to get lost, broken, misplaced, mixed in with the dollar records accidentally. Someone's going to show up Thursday and find a signed Corey Taylor. Ed, I've been thinking about like posting like 10 incredible good records. And I'm saying I'm going to randomly mix them in on Friday's dollar sale, like Easter eggs. And I think that's going to completely blow some people's minds. Yeah, there's going to be a signed. I'm going to tell Moose, I'm like, Moose, if you don't have this thing paid for, I'm putting it out for $1. It's a signed So Sour by Corey Taylor. Somebody's going to get it Friday morning for $1. Okay. Cody, I seen that. Let me see what that said. I will let Ed know here in just a second. Okay. Comments are ready. I think we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and start with the first crate of stuff here. Mindy's. Can we go to Mindy's? 2 Mindy's. Carol wants to know if I want to sell anytime soon. Yes, the show is beginning right now. Sorry for the pander, the pit patter. I was sharing links. It's always nice to get started with a nice warm-up discussion, though. And Ed, Cody got an Alan Jackson greatest hits that wasn't his. Cody Gray. That's what I'm over here talking about. I think he messaged me, so he may have messaged store page too, but just so you know. All right. Need an empty crate, and we're ready. And I got one right here. All righty. So big night tonight. Laura's done a great job getting all the auctions ready. It's really just her tonight marking stuff. So I actually told her earlier, I said, the masses are counting on you. They are probably demanding some Laura crates tonight. So she'll be marking some new arrivals. And we got 7 crates of new vinyl. And we already have a backlog of 2, 4, 6, 8, at least 10 Ed crates I still haven't got through. And I got these flip crates over here. So, all right, we got Bullet Boys, Sex Pistols, Iron Maiden, Beck, Lead Belly, St. Vincent Queen, Ministry, Motorhead, Ministry, Motorhead, Tool, Kicks, Def Leppard, Savatage, both, Repulsion, Perfect Circle, and John Michael Montgomery. So we also have another shipment of Japanese stuff, David Johnson, and then that just caused David Johnson to fall out of his recliner. I've got 2 more full crates of Japanese stuff, and David Johnson just fell out of his recliner. Potato chips all over the floor. We have Eric Clapton at his best, which is a great 2 LP compilation. This is a Japanese pressing. It's a gatefold with lyrics, and it's a $35 start. Rain is falling through the mist of sorrow that surrounded me. The sun could never follow rain. Let it rain. $35 start. Eric Clapton at his best. That's one of my favorites there. Speaking of something that gets stuck in my head, Clapton's Let It Rain will just get randomly stuck in my head, and then I'll just have to pause my mic and I start singing it. So sometimes when I pause my mic, y'all don't know it, but I'm literally just getting some stuff out of my system. I'm like singing really loud. Next is Asia, and this is Alpha. It's near mint minus and pristine. It wouldn't be a Japanese night without some incredible Japanese Asia. Japanese Asia. That has the sticker sheet with it. It's in shrink. It has the insert, and that's also going up for a $35 start, okay? So the first thing I have here is I got Gorillas, and Gorillas is self-titled. It's a 2 LP, the one with the camouflage Jeep there. I guess they're all kind of camouflaged. $39.99 Gorillas. That is a 2 LP. It's self-titled, $39.99. And we have Bullet Boys here. Now, this one I didn't have last week. This one's called Acid Monkey. Has everybody hit the like button? Quick reminder, go hit the like button on Facebook and go hit the like button on YouTube. We got Bullet Boys Acid Monkey. This is sold to David Polkey. These are $34.99 on red and vinyl. One went to David Polkey. One went to David Polkey. Bullet Boys, Bullet Boys, Bullet Boys. And I've got 3 left. Now, also, Dr. Zebo just commented, Bullet Boys. Did you want one of these? That was a little early. Want to make sure you want one before I tag you for it. It is Acid Monkey. It's on red vinyl, $34.99. We have the Whiplash soundtrack. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. The Whiplash soundtrack. And we have Johnny Blue Skies. And this is Passage du Désir, something of that nature. That's $33.99. And we have Lizzie Borden, the best of orange vinyl, $44.99. Lizzie Borden, orange vinyl, $44.99. And I have some stuff over here. I've been waiting to get done with all the hardcore stuff. And I've also been waiting for Cheryl to pop back on. But Cheryl has went MIA. I don't know what happened to Miss Cheryl, the Kiss Singles lady. I made sure everything was still good. Her account's still accessible. She just disappeared. Have you heard from her, Ed? I haven't heard from them. Just kind of disappeared. So I've got some Kiss singles. I've been waiting for it. They've been sitting right here next to him. I've been waiting for it to pop on and say Kiss singles, and here they are. Kiss Rocket Ride. This is a single from Kiss Alive 2, Tomorrow and Tonight, and Rocket Ride. Kiss is going to go up for just a $5 start. It's in about VG Plus condition, and it's in the original Casablanca sleeve. Kiss is a $5 start. Dr. Zebo does want a Bullet Boys. Thank you, Dr. Zebo. That is so to you. Also, we have another Bullet Boys, and this one's called Behind the Orange Curtain. I have one of those left. It's $38.99. And I've got 2 copies of the Goonies soundtrack. The Goonies is $29.99. That's new and sealed. The Goonies, $29.99. The Goonies, $29.99. Goonies is available. And then Collect a Soul, self-titled. This is $33.99. This is the self-titled album, and we got Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid, $33.99. $33.99 on that. Over here, we got Eric Clapton at his best. No bid yet. Final call for $35. And Asia's a final call for $35 on that. Yeah, Paul told me he was watching. I think Paul was doing a sale one night, and I don't think he really know who she was, and I think there for a while he thought maybe it was some kind of spam almost, but so they might have even temporarily muted her, but it wasn't like a block or anything. But I made sure it was still, her account was still active, and you know where she could comment, she has. So yeah, she might have not liked that though. But I think Paul was unaware of how maybe persistent she was about asking for Kiss singles. So Paul was trying to do the sale, and I think he was probably like, what is going on? And so I think Jake helped him out, maybe temporarily muted her, but I made sure she could still comment. But I think, I don't know, she was like, well, I don't know. So we have Kicks. This is $39.99 white vinyl. I don't mind you asking for something, but when something's asked for 100 times every hour, that could be disruptive almost. Robert Matthews on Kicks. Thank you, Robert Matthews. This is on Go Vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's one Kicks left, cool kids. And we have the Sacred Mushroom. Sacred Mushroom is $33.99. Sacred Mushroom, $33.99. Paul has Eric Clapton at $35. Speaking of Kiss, so this is from Kiss Alive 2. I don't see this one as much. Tomorrow and Tonight and Rocket Ride, that's at $11. And we have Asia. And Asia's a no bid. You can go ahead and pick that up for $35. Alpha, Shrink, Obi, Hype, Insert, and it's near mint minus and pristine. So this is a $35 start. $35 star. This is a buy it now, and that is available. Now, Kiss over here is at 13. Paul, you have Clapton. I'm about to sell it to you. Ministry, Psalm 69. So the ministry that sold, we sold several ministry. One was Psalm to Tony Riddle. Thank you, Tony Riddle. That's so to you. Thank you, Tony Riddle. And we have John Michael Montgomery. And this is a first time on vinyl from Vinyl Me Please. And this is so to Derek Bowman, $34.99. And this is the first ever release. It's mastered by Barry Grant, and it's on red vinyl. Derek Bowman, thank you. And that leaves one, John Michael Montgomery. John Michael Montgomery on that. The Casablanca sleeve on this one's okay. It's maybe, it's just got a couple fray marks, but it's in the, I like matching these up with the original company sleeve. Paul Brothers, I'm going to go ahead and officially sell you the first auction of the night, which is Eric Clapton here. And this is so to Paul Brothers. And thank you, Paul. That's so to you for $35. Still got Asia over here, only for just days a couple times an hour. Yeah, that's fine. That's within reason, David. Okay, there's that. Now, we have Ministry. This is live in Chicago and Detroit. I think both of these did sell. So we got one for John Durden. Thank you, John Durden. And we got one for Randy Klein. Thank you, Mr. Randy Klein. If anybody else wants those, let me know. Sherry Darnell wants the other John Michael Montgomery. That's so to Sherry Darnell. And then Kiss, the final call on this was Jeff Brindley at $13. And I have about this many Kiss singles, which looks like, what, about 5 or 6 maybe? So we'll be hitting those in just a second. First, I'm going to go ahead and put up Neil Young Trans. Now, we get this album, it seems like probably every night, but this is a little bit different pressing. This is the Quiex vinyl with a gold stamp promo. It's a limited edition Quiex audiophile grade vinyl, and it's a misprint. The track, If You Got Love, is listed on the jacket and inner sleeve, but that track is not actually on the LP. Weird. I didn't know that about that variant. So, a gold stamp promo, Quiex vinyl, VG Plus, Neil Young's a $15 start. Asia's a buy it now for $35. Asia's a buy it now for $35. And then we did sell both John Michael Montgomery's. Kiss is at $14. And then Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $33.99. And these both are still available. I'd like to welcome everybody to our Wednesday night sale. This is the third sale of the week, technically the fourth if you count Paul's Sunday sale. We've got tons of new arrivals as usual. We've got a few bins of new vinyl here from you last night that you may have not noticed or not watching when we went through them. And we have a great show lined up for tomorrow for Thursday Night Metal Night. Tonight will be lots of surprises. I've got different kinds of stuff I'm going to be auctioning that I really hadn't said anything about or posted about, along with all the advertised stuff as well. We have Ghostbusters. Who you going to call? Ghostbusters. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert, and there's the cover and obi. Ghostbusters is a $35 start. And then Robert, yeah, the Asia was a $35 buy it now. Kiss is now at $15, and Neil Young's a $15 start. We have Tenacious D, their self-titled album. Tenacious D is $38.99. That is available if anybody wants that. Tenacious D. And then here is that new Motorhead, which we had a huge pre-order. It got pushed back almost 2 months. We sold almost 20 copies. I think I had 24 copies show up yesterday. So we've sold 22, and there's 2 left. And let's see if anybody got one in the video. Michael Snared got one in the video. Thank you, Michael Snared and Richard Bradshaw. So those are officially sold out. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. That's a 50th anniversary of their self-titled album. Looks like really nice packaging with that one. Brad's out on the Kiss single. So Jeff Brindley, final call on the VG Plus, Rocket Ride, and Tomorrow Tonight, which are live cuts from Kiss Alive 2. And that's a final call in the Casablanca sleeve. And we're going to be putting up more stuff like that in just a second. Okay? And Ghostbusters is $35, and we're about to make Neil a buy it now. So here's what's left in here. Very quickly, Gorillaz was $39, 2 LP gatefold. Bullet Boys, Acid Monkey, 2 left for $34. We have Whiplash for $44. Also, Johnny Blue Skies for $33. The Best of Lizzie Borden, Orange Vinyl 2 LP, $44. Another Bullet Boys, Behind the Orange Curtain, Red Marble, that's $38. Goonies is $29. We got Collective Soul for $33. Collective Soul for $33. Hence Allegations and Self-Titled. Kicks Cool Kids on Go Vinyl for $39. Sacred Mushroom, a reissue of a rare psych album for $33. Iron Maiden's $33. And Tenacious D is $38. And typically, Paul's here on Wednesdays. John's always off. And he is out on a buying trip right now. He went somewhere about 2 hours. It's here in Tennessee. It's about a 2-hour drive, and he is out buying a collection right now. Robert Matthews picks up the Asia for $15. Let's go ahead and sell the Kiss single. The Kiss single is sold to Jeff Brindley for $15, and then Neil Young's a buy it now for $15. A gold stamp promo, misprint, Quiet audiophile vinyl, $15 buy it now, and this is a final call to get a bid in on Ghostbusters. We got a bunch of Japanese stuff tonight, a bunch. So maybe Paul's went out and bought some good records. I really don't know. He kind of told me what the stuff is. Paul always kind of tells me what it is, and quantity and cost and quality and all that kind of stuff. And I usually give him the green light. He knows what he's doing. He's done a great job so far. And I haven't went out and bought a collection myself basically since Paul's worked here. And that's what's really helped our business grow. So Paul sometimes hits the road. Sometimes it's local. Sometimes him and Tyler go out for like a week buying records, as y'all know. So we got to constantly be buying stuff, even though this place is plumb full. If you're not buying, you're falling behind. Chris Ridling's, this is sold to you for $15. And let's go ahead and show some stuff in here. Queen is a sealed half-speed master. I priced a few things last night, kind of just on the fly. I went back there and flipped through some bins, and I found some stuff sealed and reissues that I knew the price of, and I was like, I know how much that is. Queen is $24.99, and we have Warrant, Dog Eat Dog, and this is on blue and red marble vinyl, and Warrant is a presumed new. It's in a resealable bag, but I don't think it's ever been opened. $29.99 on that. Here's our next Kiss single, and this is Mr. Speed, and this is Hard Luck Woman. And those are singles from Rock and Roll Over. Here's another one. It's in probably closer to VG condition. It's been played, but it is in the Casablanca sleeve. And Kiss is going to go up for a $5 start. We got St. Vincent, and this is sealed. It's my only copy, and it's the only one I can get. It's sold to Natasha Pickett. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. And also over here, and Mike just took the words out of my mouth. Mike Bartley got Queen Jazz. Yes, thank you, Mike Bartley. You got Queen Jazz. Sorry about that. I'm always over here double checking and looking through them. About every time I scroll through the entire comment list. Thank you, Mike Bartley. You did get that. And if anybody wants Ghostbusters soundtrack, classic, that's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. That's Ghostbusters, okay? So, sorry, Jazz. Yeah, Jazz was already claimed by Mike Bartlett. Not only did he comment on the video, but he got his comment in on the feed first, too. And then here was St. Vincent. This is also sold to Natasha Pickett. Some of these are just singles, and then some of these I'll have duplicates of. A Perfect Circle. This was sold to Ben Diger. This one's opened and pre-owned, actually. That's why it was at such a great price. And then over here is Leadbelly, king of the 12-string guitar. And Leadbelly was sealed for just $19.99. That was my only copy of that. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. And Natasha did get both St. Vincent's. And then here was Slow Thrust. And this is gold vinyl, the OG press. $29.99 Go Vinyl. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, 2018 Go Vinyl. That was the OG for that. And then the Sex Pistols is new and sealed, and it's $29.99. Never mind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols, and that was sold to Jared Inc. Okay, so those all got sold. I'm still looking for Iron Maiden, Beck. I'm still looking for a Ministry, a Tool, a Def Leppard, 2 Sabotage, Repulsion, and we hadn't even got started really with the new stuff. And first, I'm going to go ahead and introduce another auction over here. Should be a Japanese pressing up about all night, David. I'm going to try my best. We got a bunch to get through. Here is a Kiss OG record. Whoop, let me not do that. My bad. There's a single up. Hold the phone. No Kiss right now. Let's go ahead and actually go back here to AC/DC. AC/DC is OG, but it's VG minus. It is VG minus. It's an 81 specialty OG. For those about the rock, fire. That's a $5 start on that. $5 start on AC/DC. Kiss is at 11. And we also have Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. And this one is sold to Tony Riddle. And I do have extra copies. This is a Music on Vinyl, $39.99. $39.99 is No One Took It. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is sold to you. You can have it, Jason Thomas, for $35. Thank you. The Kiss single is in VG condition with a Casablanca sleeve. Jeff Brindley has it 11, AC/DC 5, now 10. I've got 3 Ministries, and then Tenacious D. Here's one that I haven't had. We've had Pick of Destiny self-titled. This one's Post-Apocalypto, and Tenacious D is $38.99. This also went unclaimed, so this is available. And Laura has already delivered a Laura Crate sticker. Wow. I said a Laura Crate sticker. I'm more excited to see the stickers than the records. There it is. Well, that's a cool one. One of these one day I'm just going to have to keep myself. I'm going to be like, you know what? Nah, I'll have to just keep that sticker. No one else can have it. We have Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. That's $39.99. Kiss and AC/DC still getting bids. Let's put up a Japanese pressing tonight. Another one, and this is Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. Japanese vinyl, since we're going to be selling it probably for the next 6 hours, let me give you a quick rundown. Japanese vinyl, if I say Japanese, these were pressed in Japan. There's a couple things that help Japanese pressings carry a premium and make them very desirable to collectors and people who enjoy high-quality listening experiences. First thing, the vinyl. Japanese vinyl is always made from a higher substance. Typically, they use high-grade virgin vinyl. Nothing low quality over there. Very, very nice. The second thing, condition. Of course, condition can vary, but 95%, maybe 95% of these we get, they are all just beautiful. Everything over there, I feel like the culture over there, they just have took better care of their stuff. And so that's why all these just look like they were just made. A lot of times people thought 2 things. Let me debunk 2 things that some people are unsure of. One, these aren't new. These are typically OG or vintage reissues. The second thing is this is in English. Some people have been maybe a little shy to ask. Yes, Clapton is singing in English. It's the original versions. Nothing different. And then what I like about them are the jackets and the obies. The jackets are typically thicker, higher quality, better inking, better colors. I mean, everything looks brighter, crisper, clearer. And I like this. I like the obie. I mean, it looks like a foreign language. To me, it looks like, you know, art almost. The Japanese lettering, it looks like art. So they have really cool obies, and just everything over there is better. There's not much that can be said bad about them. They typically say the mastering could be mastered more on the high end with less bass. Man, I've listened to thousands of these. I've never really noticed that. So if you're kind of new to buying these, you will see a Japanese pressing sell for sometimes 10 times more than maybe a U.S. pressing. But when you see the quality and see what it is, it's really high. Now, it's really high quality stuff. And then also, just here being able to buy them from us and get combined shipping. If you go to buy one pressing over in Japan, typically shipping on one LP is $18 or $22. Like if you want to go buy one, you know, Eric Clapton, whatever, sometimes they'll charge as much as 18 or 22. So what I've also told everybody is the prices sometimes carry a premium, but also buying them from us, you got to think shipping's pretty much included, it's unlimited. So for those that collect it, I have a lot of people who show up just to buy these for that reason. So there is the rundown on Japanese, and I figured I better do that now since we're going to be selling them probably for the next 6 hours. Kiss is at 10, Kiss is at 11, AC/DC 5, AC/DC 10, AC/DC 5, Kiss 14, AC/DC 5, AC/DC 10, AC/DC 8, AC/DC 12, AC/DC 12, AC/DC 15, AC/DC 15, AC/DC 13, and then Darren, I saw that message. I'll later tonight, if you're still on, ask me and I'll go pull that off. And then over here, we are good to go. AC/DC 18. So this is an OG VG minus. It's an OG VG minus AC/DC. High bid's $18 with Robert Matthews. This VG Kiss single, the last bid on that came in was Brad Waits at 14, and that's Mr. Speed and Hard Luck Woman. It's in the Casablanca sleeve, and Eric Clapton's a $35 start. Here it is, the Thin Lizzy. This is $34.99. This is Vinyl Me Please, orange vinyl, and I don't think anybody claimed one from the video. I think I finally have convinced everybody that wants one, has hopefully bought one by now. I'm just glad to have them in stock, but if anybody does decide you want one, there they are. AC/DC, or excuse me, Thin Lizzy Jailbreak, $34.99. If you don't have that by now, I hope you consider it. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan live in Norfolk, Virginia. It's an unofficial live concert. This is $29.99. I still got 2 copies of that. And this is Iron Maiden live in New York. And this is sold to Nick Galletti. Thank you, Nick Galletti. This is yellow vinyl. He claimed one from the video, and it looks like there's going to be one left. Highly consider buying that Thin Lizzy. I think by now I've lost count of how many we sold, but you probably want to consider it. It's a really high quality recording there. Here's another Vinyl Me Please. We have Townes Van Zandt, For the Sake of the Song. Vinyl Me Please. I don't think I'd had this one before. Townes Van Zandt is $34.99. And we got one Tom Petty box set, Fillmore, 6 LPs, and that is $174.99. And I have one Jim Sullivan UFO. And I meant to ask Ed if he knew where this came from. It might have been something Paul wanted, but it's still available. $24.99. And I have one Run DMC left. $34.99. $34.99. Eddie Pacero, one of those Vinyl Me Please. Thank you, Eddie Pacero. I'm surprised I hadn't sold out of those by now. Brad Waits, you get the next Kiss single for $14. And let's go ahead and roll right into the other one. Dun 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 dun. I was made for loving you. Dun 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 dun. I'm not going to start trying to sing like Paul Stanley. This is closer to VG Plus, but we'll still call it VG Plus. I was made for loving you and Hard Times. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. And next is Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is $29.99. And that is live in New York. Yellow vinyl, Iron Maiden live in New York, $29.99. So Eric Clapton is a buy now for $35. The Rainbow Concert, if anybody wants to pick that up, it's available for $35 on the Eric Clapton Rainbow Concert. That is available, $35. And over here, we got Sherry Darnell with Stevie Ray Vaughan. Thank you. And then Kiss is at $5. And I think we were done on AC/DC. I want to make sure the high bid is Robert Matthews at $21. So Tony Kepler, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. The Iron Maiden in New York is $29. Sherry Darnell got a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. Appreciate that. And we have over here, and then Kiss is at $5. I think we're good to go. So anybody else on anything in here? Run DMC 34, Jim Sullivan, Tom Petty, Townes Van Zandt, Iron Maiden, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Thin Lizzy, Ministry, Tenacious D, Ministry, Slow Thrust, and Warrant. And that crate's going to go right back over here. And I want to remind everybody, here in our private group on Whole Lot of Records, these videos, the new vinyl stuff is posted at 6 a.m. every morning. This is Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey, a music on vinyl pressing for $39. And Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. It's $39.99. I just want to remind everybody that those videos are posted every morning at 6 a.m., barring some unforeseen accident or my forgetful memory. Then I'm like, oh, dang, it's been a long time since I've left and been like, man, I didn't post a video or I forgot. But that's what's going on there. Kiss is now at $12. Those are available, and I got one more here to run through, which has some really good stuff in it. And speaking of one that, kind of like Thin Lizzy, I feel like we've sold dozens and dozens and dozens of. Here's another prime example. The Black Sabbath self-titled All Analog Kevin Gray. That's $44.99. Rush Caress of Steel. That's new and sealed for $36. And so is Rush Clockwork Angels. Rush is $44.99. The Ministry lives are sold out. That's a waiting list. We got Jimmy Page at the Black Crowes live at the Greek. I'm about to go over the waiting list in just a second. Jimmy Page is $36.99 with the Black Crowes, and then Beck is $33, and that's Hyperspace. And this is sold to John Howard. Thank you, John Howard. I got one Hyperspace left if anybody wants it for $33. Brad Waits has Kiss for $14. Jorge has it for $15. And now this AC/DC is sold to Robert Matthews for $21. There's only one no bid right now. It's Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert for a $35 buy now. Our next Japanese pressing, a classic. This is REO Speedwagon's High Infidelity. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. REO Speedwagon's High Infidelity, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert and a very nice cover and Obi. $35 start on that. Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow, that's $36.99. Another Black Crowes concert. This is live at the Greek Theater, 1991. That's $29.99. And then Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah, that's yellow and orange splatter, $33.99 on that. And then Bauhaus, the Bella Session, red and black vinyl with poster. Bauhaus is $33.99. I've got a couple of those available. Next auction is going to be John Lee Hooker. That's where it's at. John Lee Hooker is a 1969 OG Monarch pressing. This is OG for John Lee Hooker on the Stax label. Very cool, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Next is Gary Moore. That's from the Baloo's Sessions. Blue vinyl, $39.99. And I know somebody did claim a Repulsion. Horrified. Repulsion's on green vinyl. This was my last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to you. And then over here, I got two Alanis Morissettes. Those are $33.99 for Jagged Little Pill. This Kiss single is sold to Jorge Enriquez for $15. And then I've got two Soundgardens live in Boston, $19.90. Soundgarden is $29.99. That's live in Boston, $19.90. Papa Roach and Fest. Papa Roach is $33.99. That is available. John Lee Hooker has bids for $15.15. Final call on REO Speedwagon. Final call on that for a $35 bid lock in. And then let's go ahead and put up another Kiss single. And let's do an older Casablanca label. And this is, or actually, let's do a newer Kiss single. Let's do one on the Mercury label. This is from, this is from Hot in the Shade. This one's so far the better condition of any of them. This is EX or better, Forever, and The Street Giveth and The Street Taketh Away. And that's from Hot in the Shade. It's on Mercury, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Also, we have Beastie Boys, Kawasaki, 1992. Those are $29.99. And then Silverchair, Frog Stomp. Silverchair is a 2 LP. Music on vinyl press for $46.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp. I feel like the camera could be tilted up just a little. And we have Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. Extreme is $38.99. I still got 2 copies of that. And Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture. That's on blue vinyl, $64.99 on that. Jorge wants a Beastie Boys live in Kawasaki. Everybody says that's a great sounding record. Make sure that goes in for $29.99. Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits is $34.99. And Flotsam and Jetsam, my God, a limited edition of green, a limited edition of 100 on green splatter. I'm down to 2 left for $44.99. And then Iron Maiden live in Wembley, red vinyl, $29.99. And I'm going to pause right here with Nirvana's Nevermind. Smells Like Teen Spirit. So REO did get a bid with Brad Waits, and we're going to go ahead and sell that for $35. Let me scroll through here and check on a few comments right quick. I see some questions and concerns, and maybe can you check on this? Can I check on that? And I'm going to check on those as soon as I check on the comments. And that's sold to Brad for $35. Kiss from Made in the Shade, or from Hot in the Shade, and that is a $5 start. No bid yet. The first comment, and if I've missed something, just remind me again. Cody wanted to know what was the Mayhem. The Mayhem is the Mysterious Dom Sonatus, and that is $38.99. That's their very popular album. That's for Cody Gray if he wants it. And then the next comment was, do you have any Dolly 9 to 5 and Odd Jobs? That was a Vinyl Me Please exclusive for $34.99. I will check if you give me a second. I'm going to be flipping through quite a bit of new vinyl tonight to figure out what we have left. Jorge got a Beastie Boys. Kiss has bids for 5, 5, and 6, and 10. John Lee Hooker's at 18. Next is Portishead. This is $39.99. And then Def Leppard Hysteria. And Def Leppard is sold to Robert Matthews. Thank you, Robert Matthews. That's sold to you. That was my last copy. Mastodon, Emperor of Sand is $44. Limp Bizkit Live 2001 is $38.99. And both of these Savages are sold. Dead Winter's Dead is $49.99. And Streets of Rock Opera is $49.99. And those are also both sold to Robert Matthews. Thank you on that. And then the last record in the crate also sold, Tool Undertow, and that's sold to Brian D. Leon. Thank you on that. And I think that took care of everybody's comments here. And I don't think there was any wait list from the videos. We got Bullet Boys, Sex Pistols, Iron Maiden, Beck, Leadbelly, both St. Vincent, Queen Jazz, Ministry, Motorhead, Ministry. We got Motorhead, Tool, Kicks, Def Leppard, Sabotage, Repulsion, Perfect Circle, and John Michael. Yeah, we got everything pulled there. Now, let me remind you of a few waiting lists because there was some stuff we sold out of that are pretty dang popular titles. And let me show you what some of those are right quick. First is the Vinyl Me Please, John Michael Montgomery. $34.99. That's from Vinyl Me Please. We have a waiting list going for Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. That can be bought on a waiting list for $29.99. The waiting list, you're not billed until the week they come in. So if they don't come in until next Monday or Tuesday, you're not billed until that next Monday. Motorhead self-titled, that's new for Friday, $39.99. We officially are sold out of those. And then I think the only other thing we are, quote, sold out of were some of those last titles I just showed. These were down to single copies left in stock. Def Leppard, Sabotage, and Tool. And that's always stuff I ordered. But if you do want on a waiting list, we can take care of you. John Lee Hooker's at $20 of Rod Bryan. And now the Kiss single, Jeff Brindley has it for $10. And we are ready for our next crate, which is going to be as soon as I put up another Asia. You got to have the Asia self-titled. We already sold Alpha. Here is, it was the heat of the moment, $35 start. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Extremely nice. There is the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Soul Survivor, only time will tell. Susie Breelove says she wants Sabotage Streets, a rock opera. Put down Susie on a waiting list for Streets, a rock opera. And we slowly but surely always sell out of all those Sabotage titles. I don't think I have any left. I don't think there's any around here. Final call on the Kiss single. I'm about to hammer it. $10 with Jeff Brindley. John Lee Hooker has a new bid. That's a 69 Monarch in VG condition. And then Asia's a Japanese pressing. And we are good to go. All right, so the only thing left in there was Limp Bizkit, Mastodon, Portishead, Nirvana, Iron Maiden, Flotsam and Jetsam, Three Doors Down, Susie and the Banshees, Extreme, Silverchair, Beastie Boys, Papa Roach, Soundgarden, Alanis Morissette, Gary Moore, Bauhaus, Stone Temple Pilots, Black Crowes, Blackberry Smoke, Beck, Jimmy Page and Black Crowes, Rush, and Black Sabbath. There we have it. That's last stray Black Sabbath is just lingering around right back there. If somebody would buy it, I'd probably go ahead and order another 10 copies. I'll get down to one of something I've sold a lot of, and I'll go ahead and say, we'll go ahead and sell that one. I'll be like, all right, let's order another 10 because we're probably are going to sell them. Now, there was one other video that was posted, and these are posted every morning at 9 a.m., and that was the vintage discount flip video. And I've got great news. Almost everything in here sold. And we don't have to run through it because Tanner's already got them all tagged. And the first thing I have here are these. I need the other titles that I can get tonight. So put Robert Matthews on Sabotage, not Dead Winter's Dead, and not Streets of Rock Opera. And Robert, I actually may have one other stray one around here somewhere. If I do, I'll pull it for you. But great flip video this morning. Probably the biggest quantity-wise I've ever posted. And I took a lot of time going through crates and making sure. The way I do this is I pull stuff from up front. I pull stuff from new arrivals. And everything you're seeing me pull out of this crate is stuff that sold at the 9 o'clock flip. And I'm going to go ahead and put them over here. And that has filled up our crate. I still got some to pull here, but I've ran out of room in our crate. So let me go ahead and say our first crate is officially full. Our first crate is officially full. Now I need another new empty crate, and we're going to show what's left in the video as soon as I grab this empty crate. Tanner's over here watching last night's sale. Tanner is watching last night's sale. He's tagging and sorting and this and that. And let's go ahead and pull out the rest of these. I listened to this. I actually put that on and listened to it. Squeeze, Tempted by the Fruit of Another. I had never listened to that full album before. I just know that one song by them. And here's what's left. We'll start from the back. There's only one 1999 record left, and that's Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find. And this is a 1976 U.S. Winchester. It was $29.99. Looks like something Laura marked and cleaned. She said there's no condition notes, and we went ahead and marked that down to $19.99. That was the last and only $19.99 record left. Now we have just $14.99 stuff, and $14.99 stuff is Hall & Oates. And this is Abandoned Luncheonette, a really clean copy of this. It has the original under sleeve. Check out the song When the Morning Comes, $14.99. And Chicago is $14.99. This is a 2 LP Chicago, and that is $14.99. It's technically their first album, just as Chicago. The one before this was Chicago Transit Authority, and then they dropped that Transit Authority and just went by Chicago. So it's their first self-titled album, but technically their second album. This does have 25 or 624. No condition notes. It's only $14.99. And then Don McLean, a nice German pressing. I went ahead and knocked $10 off this. Everybody's always looking for American Pie. And here's a pressing to have, a German press for $14.99. I did like Squeeze. It's probably not something I'll revisit listening to the full album. But I'm glad to check stuff off like that I've never listened to, just to make sure I have listened to it at some point in my life. Some of these albums I sell over and over and over, and I'll be up front and I'll see one in the bin. I'm like, man, I got to go listen to this. I probably have sold 1,000 copies of Squeeze, and I don't know if I've ever listened to one of their albums before, and I just know tempted by the fruit of another. So I'm like, I got to listen to this at some point. So I always put on stuff that I like, and every once in a while I'll grab some kind of vintage LP that I've never, listened to before, that could be something very common, but we sell hundreds of them. So the Kiss single, that's a great question. I think we're done bidding. Jeff Brindley's had it for $10. It's The Street Giveth and The Street Giveth Taketh Away. It's on a final call. I probably should have already hammered it. John Mincemoyer, it's Kiss, but I don't think I've ever said the final call on that one, because I have been changing crates and talking. But Jeff Brindley has it for $10. It's Forever and The Street Giveth, and that's from Hot in the Shade, and that's a final call for $10. We're about to sell that. And then over here is John Lee Hooker, and this is sold to Rod Bryan for $22. Rod Bryan had it. Well, let me make sure on that. Dr. Zebo, let me make sure Dr. Zebo didn't go out. I never did call out that $22 bid. Dr. Zebo, just so you know, you got outbid. Rod Bryan has that for $22. And this is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. I got more Kiss singles over here. And then Asia was a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. Asia was a buy it now for $35. I did enjoy I used to keep albums like that too, like in my collection, like Squeeze, and I think I have, and when I say I used to, I've kept stuff like that. Like, I know I've got a copy of that album somewhere in one of these crates that I hadn't gone back through in my collection, because I know I love that song, and I'm just like, at some point I'm going to put this on and listen to it, and then I end up listening to one that's here in the store, and I don't even know where my own copy is. It's somewhere in a crate, still at my mom's house, my new house, somewhere here in the store. About a third of my collection is now stored inside of this building, kind of all over the place. There's some around the corner. I've got some over here in what used to be my office. And as y'all know, I thinned out a bunch of stuff not too long ago, and I still got a bunch more thinning out to do. Don Nicole on Asia for $35. The Squeeze album's already sold. It was pre-sold in the video. And then over here, we sold Chicago to Robin Glenn. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Dr. Zebo, you're second. The only thing left is Fleetwood Mac for $19.99, Hall & Oates for $14.99, and American Pie for $14.99. Paul Brothers wants on that Motorhead waiting list, and then he's out. So Rod Bryan, John Lee Hooker sold to you for $21. Now we're ready for all new auctions, and I'm going to take a pause on the Kiss single so I can put up a Kiss album. So quick pause on the Kiss single so I can put up Kiss Lick It Up. Lick It Up is OG. It's with the original under sleeve. It has a feeler on side B, noisy but didn't skip. Laura has test played it, and this is in VG condition, and it's a $15 start. Lick It Up. Well, there's the original under sleeve, and this is an OG retail copy from Hot Pog. $15 start on Kiss Lick It Up. Chicago's already sold. We're going through the remaining leftovers from this morning's flip video. Make sure you check those out every morning at 9 a.m. We almost sold an entire crate already. Elvis Costello, Get Happy, Shrink, Hop sticker, has the original Turtles tag. Very nice, near mint minus with inner sleeve, $14.99 on that. And then Deep Purple, made in Japan. Half off, a classic live Deep Purple, one of their best live recordings, made in Japan. No condition notes on the vinyl, a little bit of cover wear, just $14.99. And then Zappa, The Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch. It's in Shrink VG Plus vinyl. That's $14.99. Now we're ready for a new Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is one I have never seen before. Hey, man, it must have been something divine. I started the show singing Christmas music, and look what we have. Something divine was in the air. Santa Claus the Movie soundtrack. I've never seen this soundtrack, and I've definitely never seen it on Japanese vinyl. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Santa Claus the Movie. $35 start. I've accidentally smacked the camera with Santa Claus. There's the insert. What do we have here? Some kind of... What the heck is this? Toshiba? Some kind of Toshiba catalog insert. Wow, look at all those cool ads. Some of that I recognize, and some of it looks like Japanese artists. Wow, look. Kiss or Iron Maiden, Scorpions. Santa Claus, $35 start. I've never seen that before. That's now for bid. Perfect timing. It's only what time? It's only June. Christmas is right around the corner, folks. If you hadn't started shopping, you need to. I've been singing Christmas music tonight. Here we go. So that's what's left in the $14.99 stuff. And then over here, Michael Butler said, I received a Coletco package today. The package was done very professionally. Always get excited when the package shows at the front door. Kudos to Chad and the Coletco crew. Those are great positive reviews I love to hear in the chat, especially for somebody new that might be watching the feed right now and they're watching for the first time and they hadn't made their purchase yet and they're ready to make their purchase, but they don't know when they want to make their purchase. That is a great thing for them to see in the comments. So they say, all right, I know this place. I can trust this place. I'm going to buy from this place. And thank you for the positive remark. Now, over here, the other night, I found the missing disc for this. This has been laying on, I don't know if Laura wasn't here. I hadn't told Paul either. This has been laying on a rack. There's a metal rack kind of over here in the back between Paul, where Paul and Laura work. And there's been a Who box set sitting back there on a shelf for about 2 years that said Missing Disc 3. Where I was going through the CDs the other night and I found the Missing Disc 3. And I almost sold it to somebody. Then I started looking at it. I was like, wait a minute, this is part of a box set and I know where it goes to. So this loose disc got mixed in separately from a collection we bought 2 years ago where the box set was missing. And now we have a complete box set. This is the Who 30 years of maximum R&B, a great CD box set. It's complete. Everything's nice with the book, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. The Who 30 years of maximum R&B, that is a $10 start. There's a few $9.99 records left. The Beach Boys Surfs Up. This is in VG Plus condition. It's a UK EMI pressing. That's $9.99. The Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful. This was half off on this really nice Atco two-tone label. No condition notes on that. It was $9.99. And then Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. It was just $9.99. A little bit of writing on the jacket, but that's on the orange, or no, was this the original label? This was on the orange Capitol label for just $9.99. Also, there's one $6.99 record left, and that was Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. Just $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. So that was the only thing left from this 9 o'clock morning flip video. These are posted every morning in Whole Lot of Records. You can go to that group at 9 o'clock and refresh. And as long as Facebook done its job, the video automatically posts at 9 a.m. This was full of discount vintage, and that's all that's left. And I'm going to read through them one more time. And I have been compiling all the leftovers so we can try to go through them one night, buy it now, best offer, because everything that I've put in these videos I think are pretty good titles and they've been left behind. The last bids I put up was Kiss, which was 20 and 20. Santa Claus opened at 35 with Paul Brothers. Edmund Estrada also bid 35. Kiss got a bid for 21 and then 25. And then Kiss got another bid for 25. Santa Claus got a bid for 37. The Who box set opened at $30 with Michael Butler. Michael's already threw out $30. Santa Claus, $38. And then Sherry Darnell wants Steve Miller Band, and that's $9.99. And now, here's what's left. Fleetwood Mac, the only $19.99 record. Hall & Oates, $14. Don McLean, American Pie. Ironically, American Pie is a German copy, $14.99. Costello, beautiful copy, top copy, $14.99. Deep Purple's $14.99. Zappa was $14.99. Shrink, VG Plus. And then the $9.99 was Beach Boys Surfs Up, Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, and just one $6.99 record. That's weird. Always the $6.99 stuff gets grabbed. Al Stewart is such a great album. Lord Greenville's on here. Year of the Cat, $6.99. That's a classic album. GenCast wants DM, and DM was for Don McLean, and that was $14.99. I listened to that song all the way through the other night. It came on shuffle on my laptop when I was ordering new vinyl, and I forget, just like, I looked up one day all the references that song made. I think I seen an ad or some kind of Facebook article where they were talking about all the references that's in that song, all the pop culture and historical references. And I was like, wow, I never really had paid attention to all that. So, very cool. I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. Now, at this time of the night, we do one more thing. We do one more vintage discount bin that has not been shown before. One more vintage discount bin that has not been shown. We take offers or do it half off, depending on how old it is. And then for the rest of the night, we've got an unlimited supply of new vinyl. It's going to take us hours to go through the new vinyl. We'll probably be doing back-to-back crates. We'll be going through the Laura stuff. We'll do new vinyl, Laura. We'll do whatever John's got marked up here from older. But after we do this next crate, it's pretty much going to be nothing but new arrivals for the rest of the night. And I have a bin over here that I think is pretty recent of check condition stuff or new arrivals. And it's only really been gone through once. It's like a half of a crate. So I feel like that would be pretty good since it's recent to go ahead and knock out buy it now or best offer. And let's go ahead and go through those right now. And let's do it. I also got, Paul had brought up crates a few nights ago. Y'all remember that crate we went through and everything was marked $9.99. Everything was marked $9. And I've got like 5 more crates like that, but those are like on reserve for when we desperately need them. I keep a backlog now with all these crates. I hadn't really been trying to push them because some nights it may be a bad time and we're missing John, Paul, and Laura, and we'll need new arrivals to go through. But they keep this backlog going. So we got all this great stuff still. All right, a lot of activity going on the auctions. Let's move these on, but let's figure out who has the high bid. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. Michael Butler had the Who for $40. Santa Claus got a bid for $40. Jen Cass got DM, and that was for Don McLean. Mike Bartlett went out on the Who. Santa Claus got a bid for $42. And Whiskey Todd, are you a first-time buyer, Whiskey Todd? Al Stewart for $6.99. Or are you somebody else under a different YouTube name? But if you are new, just say yes, first-time buyer, or no, I've bought from you before. And Whiskey Todd, you get Al Stewart for $6.99. And then Dan Moran put EC. And EC for Dan Moran was Elvis Costello. That sold to Dan Moran for $14.99. Marshall Bassett, you were second on Al Stewart. And then we have Brad Faust, third on Al Stewart. James Allen's going to get the Beach Boys. James Allen's going to get the Beach Boys for $9.99. And then Dr. Zebo is going to get the Deep Purple for $14.99. Wow, we might sell everything in here. This is sold to Dr. Zebo, $14.99. And we are good to go. So final call across the board. Final call on the Japanese pressing of the Santa Claus soundtrack. I'm showing autumn bets at $42. And that means, Paul, you're out because Edmund has said done. So it's between Paul and Autumn. High bid's $42. And then Kiss was an OG Lick It Up in VG condition. OG Lick It Up in VG condition. And the last bid that came in on Kiss, the hammer's up. It's been up for a while. Brad waits at 25, but you tied Jeremy, and then Brad went out. So Jeremy Rourke has it for $25. And then the Who box set is a final call on that. Okay, so now over here we have Whiskey Todd was a first-time buyer on Sunday with Paul. Okay, that's probably why I didn't recognize you. Thank you and welcome back. So anything you bought Sunday, that you bought tonight, and then anything else tonight, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday, awesome. And I've actually already got the hot post for Thursday night posted. The hot post for Thursday night is actually active. There'll be more posted tomorrow along with those images again. Give me 1 second here. All right. Kiss has a new bid for 26. Santa Claus 47. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Botman Turner Overdrive head on. BTO is $14.99. And the best of the Mamas and Papas, which is a 2 LP. This is $27.99. Chad's about to sneeze. No, it went away. No, it didn't. Okay, so, and also we can blow the air horn and have a great celebration if anybody wants to claim these last 4 records. Fleetwood Mac, Hall & Oates, Zappa, and Bee Gees. Those are the only 4 that didn't sell. Who got the Who CDs? You did. I'm selling them right now. They were technically still live. but they are now sold to you for $40. Thank you. That is sold to you. And welcome, CJ Shooter and other first-time buyers. Welcome to Coletco. Kiss is still getting bids. Santa Claus is still getting bids. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Temptations puzzle people. Temptations is $19.99. That looks nice. And Boz Skaggs down to then left. Mr. Boz is $19.99. Alabama, the closer you get with Dixieland Delight. That is $14.99 for Alabama. Seals and Croft, Year of Sunday. That's $9.99. Brad Waits wants Hall & Oates. Nice. So now we're only 3 records away from selling out of that flip video, and I'll blow the air horn, but we got to get somebody in on Zappa, Bee Gees, and the Fleetwood Mac. Hall & Oates is sold to Brad for $14.99. Next is Greg Herman, said he would do 23 on the Mamas and Papas. That's sold to Greg for 23. Santa Claus is now at 52. Alabama on T for 15. And Temptations is sold for 15. And Jeremy Rourke on Alabama. Make sure that one goes in for $14.99, please. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke. I'm surprised no one bought that the first time around. And then Kiss. New bids 27. And who bumped him? Michael Peveler. Michael, you're back out on Kiss. Chad, I've already sold Alabama. And now Santa Claus is at 52. Next thing we have is another Kiss single. I've still got about 3 or 4 more over here. The next one is Come On and Love Me. And this one is Getaway. Now, I noticed something odd that I don't know what's going on here. Maybe somebody can tell me. This says 2012 and 1975. I guess they reissued this in 2012. I've never seen a 2012 Kiss single with that label, though. But there's so much Kiss stuff out there, who knows? So Come On and Love Me and Getaway from Dress to Kill, but it's stamped 2012. And that's going to go up for a $5 star. It is near mint. Robin wants Fleetwood Mac and Bee Gees. Wow. So now we're just down to Zappa. And we're going to blow the air horn. So Bee Gees is sold to Robin for $9.99. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Robin for $19.99. And then we have Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch. 1 record away from an air horn, folks. VG Plus, $14.99. The Judo Sabotage and TT Quick. Steven, I think you were looking at Thursday night's hot pictures. Those are for Thursday night's metal night. Jackie Ray gets Zappa. It is time to bring out the air horn. That entire flip video has now sold out with a little help from my friends. You know what Ringo said? I sell out crates with a little help from my friends. That was actually a line that they were going to put in that song. And John and Paul said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that, Ringo. So he put in some other words instead. It was going to say, I sell out crates with a little help from my friends. And John was like, no, I don't really like that. We can't do that, Ringo. We can't do that. Here comes Ed. Ed, I forgot Ed was still here. He just ran out from the back. I must have woke him up. And Tanner is also turned around the corner. I didn't give anybody a fair warning, really. Sorry. We just lost some hearing there. Yeah, Ringo, he was the original line, Tanner. I don't know if you know this. It was, I sell out crates with a little help from my friends. And Paul and John was like, Ringo, that just don't sound too good. We got to check. We got to come up with something else. All right. Next thing we have, this is Guitar Country. Chet Atkins, $9.99. Also, Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, $12.99. And Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. These are all bought now, best offer. Thanks, everybody. That was pretty epic. The Pasadena's Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. After these live streams, when my brain is completely like dead, and sometimes I could probably just go home and crash, I'm like, no, I got to make these flip videos. And I told Tanner, I was like, I'm putting about an extra hour probably doing all this, but it's paying off because about everything we're posting is selling, because a lot of people don't get to watch these every night. And that little 8-minute video, we're selling like a whole crate of records. So plus a little help here extra live. Next thing we have is Pointer Sisters Breakout. That's $9.99. And Peter Tosh, Equal Rights. And Peter Tosh is a white label promo, $36.99. Now let's update some auctions. Wow, some of these have been up for a long time. Santa Claus was at $50. Santa Claus at $52. And Santa Claus is out. And then I guess there was no other bids on Kiss. He said out, let's sell these, and we got to get back now. I got to make up some time with some auctions. Holy moly, these have been up for a long time. Jeremy Rourke has Kiss for $27. Thank you, Jeremy Rourke. And now Santa Claus is sold. Paul was at 50, Autumn 52, Paul out. This sold Autumn for $52. Now we got to make up. Yeah, hardly anything from the post has been put up for auction. There's two sets of pictures that have been posted in the last 24 hours. One of them was for Thursday Night Metal Night. One of them's for Thursday Night Metal Night, and the other was posted about an hour before the show started, and that's the featured auction for tonight. So there's that. Let me jump over here. And then we had Kiss at $5. We sold Zappa, Kiss at $7. And then over here, we have next. We got Jimi Hendrix, Kiss the Sky, a 1984 Columbia Club copy for $39.99, and Elton John's Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Elton John's Breaking Hearts. The next thing we have here is the Top Gun soundtrack, and this thing is OG. This is a 1986 original pressing of the Top Gun soundtrack. Danger Zone, Kenny Loggins. This is in VG Plus condition. Top Gun is going to be a $25 start. That is OG. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Up close or close up, the Beach Boys. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. $29.99. And the Crusaders, those Southern Nights. Crusaders is $12.99. And we have Ryan Adams, a 2010 pressing. And this is $79.99. Excuse me, it's Norah Jones. And it's called Featuring. And I want to say Ryan Adams because it's the first name here, but it's Norah Jones, and that is $79.99. Brett Thies got Peter Tosh for $27. Thank you, Brett. That's so to you. Top Gun's a $25 start. And our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. I haven't had this one in a while. It's got a few humidity spots here on the cover, but the vinyl's superb, and that's Eagles on the Border. Eagles is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It does have the insert. Here is the textured cover. It has some of the humidity spots on it, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Jimi Hendrix for $24. That is sold to Dr. Zebo. Man, I'm just making deals. Y'all throwing out fair prices. I'm selling them. The Beatles, 67 to 70. That's on the Apple label. I still got to figure out which one Scott Markheim wants, but the Eagles are $49.99, or excuse me, the Beatles, that's the Eagles, and Top Gun's a $25 start. Nobody else bid on Kiss, so this is officially sold to Tony Kepler for $7. Tony, that is sold to you. Norah Jones is $79.99. $79.99. Our next Kiss single is Paul Stanley. And Paul Stanley, from his solo album, is Hold Me, Touch Me, and Goodbye. And this one's like VG Plus condition. Paul Stanley, from his solo album, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Kiss is a $7 start. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, that's $9.99. Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section, that is $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, that's in Shrink with Hype, $9.99. And the fabulous Mae West, you asked to go upstairs like your Mae West, $14.99. That's a Seinfeld reference. Also, we have Dean Martin, My Woman, My Woman, My Wife. Dean is $9.99. Also, Nat King Cole, Unforgettable. Nat was $9.99. The Platters, Encore of Broadway, Golden Hits. The Platters is $9.99. And The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, Back on the Chain Gang, $24.99. Everything in there is best offer. OG Top Gun, VG Plus, original inner sleeve. You know you want to crank up some Danger Zone. Final call for a $25 start. And then Eagles, final call for a $35 start on those. Paul Stanley does have a bid for $7. It will sell. David V wants the Beatles. That's a great decision. Jetstream on the Crusaders. Thank you, Jetstream. Jorge Enriquez on Nat King Cole. Thank you on that. And Marsha Collins was next. And here's what's left in this bin. Very quickly, we have Top Gun at $25, final call. Josie, I've already sold Nat King Cole. I've got Bachman Turner Overdrive. I've got Boz Skaggs. I got Seals and Croft. I got Chet Atkins. I got Pearl Harbor. I got Robert Palmer. I got the Pasadenas. I've got the Pointer Sisters. I've got Elton John. I've got the Beach Boys. I got Norah Jones. I've got Leo Sayer. I have Atlanta Rhythm Section and Linda Ronstadt. I've got Mae West and Dean Martin. I got the Platters and the Pretenders. That's what's left in there. Linda and Dean for $15 with Joris and Perez. There's Linda and there's Dean, and we're going to sell those for $7.50 and $7.50 with Joris and Perez. All right, and now Paul Stanley's the final call. Top Gun's the final call. And you know what I'm going to go ahead and do? I'm going to make the Eagles a buy it now, right now. When I come back, I'll sleeve it and hopefully tag it for somebody. Does have a few of those humidity spots, but just a $35 buy it now on that. And now we're ready to officially begin some of our new stuff over here. Look at all this new vinyl. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 crates. Are these all full too? Oh my gosh. All right, time to get in turbo mode. Let's start with new releases that I should have posted pre-orders. I have them right here. I have a whole crate. This is stuff that comes out Friday, new releases that I should have posted pre-orders. I actually made a note if I thought I could get more after tonight to post it like it's a pre-order. That way I know I can get more so people could see it in the group. There's like 5 albums there's 3 in here. I've got 5 each of them that I was like, dang, I didn't even know this stuff was coming out. It was kind of buried, and I think when you see it, you'll be happy. The next thing I'm going to do is get my laptop open, which is right here next to me, because this here, we're going to have a lot of waiting lists tonight that have come in, and a lot of pre-orders. So I got my phone charged. I've got my laptop hopefully charged, and we're about to go through some of this stuff right now. I can see a waiting list already with that Candlebox box set. And I just ordered a bunch of metal that's going to be scheduled. Metal, new vinyl, there's probably going to be 5 crates of just like new metal for tomorrow's metal show. Okay, so let's jump back over here and see what happened. The first thing that happened was, how much was Robert Palmer? $19.99. Brad Wade's got the Eagles bot now for $35. We got 10 crates of new vinyl to read through, plus these incredible crates that Laura's going to be bringing up here. Hope everybody's buckled in and you've zoned out everything and took care of all of your obligations except Coletco. So Brad got that for $35. Josie's interested in a bundle on what's left in the crate. But first, we got to sell. There's a new bid on Kiss for $8. What's happened? There's an offer on that and Robert Palmer. Let me go get those. Let me go get those out of the bin. Robert Palmer and Beach Boys, a couple more, and Josie may be interested in a bundle. We might can do that with Josie, but first let me count up these because somebody else has wanted these as well. And the first thing we have is Stacy got Beach Boys for $22. Chad bid $8 on the Kiss single, so Tony McDaniel, you're out. And then this is sold to Robert Glenn for $15. And Travis Woods gets Top Gun for $25. And now we're ready for more auctions. And the next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Green Onions, Booker T and the MGs. And this is OG Mono. Always a Desire album. What a classic. Green Onions, Booker T. It's in VG condition on stacks. And we're going to put that up for a $15 start. $15 start on Green Onions, Booker T and the MGs. And let's also go over here and revisit the Japanese crate, Motorin, Sister Christian. This is in shrink with Hop, or excuse me, in shrink with Obi. It's near mint minus and pristine. And it's a $35 start. There's the insert. And there's the cover. And Tony, if you want back in on Paul Stanley, let me know. He's in at 9. Chad Davis, you're out. First thing in here is Boys to Men. Now, this is just something I ordered because it kind of dawned on me. Troy Robinson had something special ordered. And I was like, man, we haven't had any Boys to Men, I don't think, ever. And I think this is... It's a studio album, but I think it has a lot of their best music on it. Boys to Men, a 2 LP. Those are $46.99. They're new. They're sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. We did get a restock of 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. And the last time we had these, we sold out of them. So 9 Inch Nails. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. Nothing under NIN, and then nothing under NINE. So these are available. 9 Inch Nails are $46.99 as well. That's another Gatefold 2 LP. And we have Wet Leg, and there was a waiting list for this. And Wet Leg is $20. They're not stickered, but I know how much they are. They're $29.99. So Wet Leg, The waiting list for this was Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha Pickett. These are sold to you. And I have one left if anybody else wants one. $29.99. $29.99. Wet Leg debut album on that. Back here, we have the first thing was Kiss got a bid for $9. And then Chaddy sold it for Kiss Singles from 2000 World, part of the Kiss Singles boxes. Someone broke up their box set. Gotcha. I had a feeling that's what that was from. Thank you, John Bensmoyer. Booker has a bid for 15. Booker has a bid for 15. And that means Jennifer, you're out. Dr. Zebo came in first. Paul Brothers wants a Boys to Men. Booker T 17. Booker T 17. And Boys to Men is so does Stacy Brown. Now, when we sell out of something like this, you can go on a waiting list. And for those that don't know, and for those that maybe have not fully understood how that works, a waiting list means I'm going to put you down for it. That pretty much means you're buying it, and make sure you want it, because probably by tonight I'm going to physically order you one. So it's like you're committing to buy it, but you're not billed until they come in, because if this is out of stock, I've got it ordered for you. We're just hoping it comes back in really soon. If it is in stock and it comes in before Friday, you'll be billed on Monday. If it comes in next Tuesday, you'll be billed the following Monday. There's that. No OB on Night Ranger. No, it's on here. This is what we call a kind of a top loader. The OB's right up here, and it's still shrink wrapped. It is it's a Toby. It's a top OB. It's a Toby, and that's a $35 start. And Booker T's at 18, now 21. So Tony McDaniel, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Kiss then. You get the Paul Stanley single, and that's sold to Tony for $9. Moving right along. This candle box is a box set of the Maverick years, and it has a couple albums that are typically usually out of stock or not available, especially Lucy. And this also has a bonus disc, and it's 7 LPs, and it's $159.99. I've pretty much been ordering these to request, so I think this one is spoken for, and it is to Solarplex Studios. So thank you, Solarplex Studios. This is sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, I've been doing these to order. So if anybody else wants a candle box, let me know. That's a box of candle box. All right. Here is something, and I'm going to keep one for myself if they don't sell out tonight. For Record Store Day this year, they put out all the Harry Potter soundtracks. And now just, a couple months later, they have just reissued them on black vinyl for everybody else. So Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Now, since I've been selling new vinyl and doing live streams, these Harry Potter soundtracks have not been in print. So Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, 2 LP black vinyl, $39.99. I've got 5 Harry Potters. That's the Goblet of Fire. And just so you know, the other ones should be coming up tonight. I think I've got the other ones coming in tonight too. So I've never had those before. I was very excited to see I could get those. But the thing is they didn't have any images, or I would have posted them for a pre-order for sure. Booker T, 25, Night Ranger, 35. So we got Green Onions and Booker T. Yeah, some people are putting BT for Booker T, and some people are putting GO for Green Onions. Either way, right now it's Carol's at 25 and Night Ranger's at 35 and now 36. Our next Kiss single is Rock and Roll All Night. One side is from the Alive album, and one side is the studio cut. And this one's not bad whatsoever. It's closer to EX or better. Kiss is going to go up for a $7 start. In the Casablanca sleeve. Harry Potter sold to Andrew Eisensmith. Harry Potter sold to Stacy Brown. I've got 3 more if anybody else wants them. Next is another new release for Friday. I went ahead and grabbed several because the indie exclusive was still in stock, and that's My Chemical Romance. And, oh, this is a reissue. See, I didn't even realize that. Their 2004 album reissued, and this is on red and black Corona colored vinyl. 2 LP, 17 tracks. 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge. Yeah, see, I thought it was maybe new content. This is a reissue of a 2004 album. That's probably even better. My Chemical Romance is on red and black vinyl. 2 LP, $44.99. I went ahead and got those because I think when I ordered these, there was 6 indie exclusives that I was able to get, but I don't know if there was any more in stock, honestly, or not. But either way, $44.99 on that. That's one I was like, well, if I know I can get more, that's definitely a pre-order. I felt like I could have sold 10 or 20 of those if I could have got it out in time. And then 9 Inch Nails, Pretty Hate Machine. 9 Inch Nails is $33.99. That is new and sealed, Pretty Hate Machine. And then here's the next Harry Potter soundtrack, and that's from the first film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. And keep in mind, this one is John Williams. with the Hedwig's theme, that iconic. If you think of Harry Potter music, the song that's probably coming in your head, that is on this release, Hedwig's theme. And that is the legendary John Williams, like Jaws and Jurassic Park and Star Wars, that John Williams. Harry Potter, what a legend, $39.99. Are we done on Booker T? Booker T was 25 with Carol the last time. It's still with Carol, and it's a final call. Night Ranger's now at 40, and then Kiss is at 5, and Kiss is at 7. Stacey Brown wants another Harry Potter. And how many do I have? I have 5 of those. That's so to Stacey Brown. Thank you. And there's one wet leg left. I've got we've been selling Christmas tonight. Here it is again on green vinyl, a Charlie Brown Christmas. I was like, well, some people want to go ahead and grab these so they don't have to worry about it come November when all this stuff's out of stock. They start pressing Christmas stuff pretty early because the demand, they can't make it fast enough when it actually people need it for like December and late November. So Charlie Brown is on green vinyl, $29.99, and I've got 3 copies of Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. Linkin Park is $33.99. That's Minutes to Midnight, Linkin Park. And there was a waiting list. I did say the last time I had this, I was like, the last time I had this, I forgot that song from Transformers is on here. One of their biggest hits too. $33.99, and that's What I've Done. Yeah, Linkin Park, $33.99. So that is a waiting list for Jorge Enriquez. So Jorge, that's back in for you. Thank you. That is sold to you. And then George Samberez wants Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. That is sold to George Samberez. And then Darren Chrisman on Charlie Brown. That's sold to Darren Chrisman on Charlie Brown. And Brad Waits on Charlie Brown. Is there a wet leg? There is one. Sid just asked and Rod Bryan asked. Carol, you get Booker T for $25. Nice. VG Mono. And the last bit on the Kiss single, Brad went out and Jorge had this for $7. Tony McDaniel hadn't set out. But Tony let me know this is at $7. And then Night Ranger, the last bid on Night Ranger that came in, Brad and Tom went out, and that's after George Samberez bid 40. Final call on that. Linkin Park sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you. And the last thing in here is cash, and this is American Recordings 3. Now, a lot of people all of a sudden are trying to build this set, which there are at least 6 volumes. I think there's 6 volumes, and I can get them pretty much here and there. Volume 4 is always the toughest. This is Volume 3. Nick Bargeron was on a waiting list. So, Nick, I've got one tag for you. I've got 2 more, $33.99 on that. Next thing over here is David V wants both Harry Potters. There's one Harry Potter. There's another Harry Potter. So Harry Potters are sold, and that's for David V 63. He got Sorcerer's Stone and Goblet of Fire. Now there's at least 2 each left of the others. And the next thing was Kiss got a bid for 8, and then another bid for 8. And then Rod does not want wet leg. He was just joking around. So Sid Blair, it's actually yours if you do want it. And now we have filled up another crate. New Vinyl really expedites crate filling. That's our second full crate. And that was a great one. Now, folks, there's only 9 more like that to go through. Holy moly. Right, Tanner? Tanner said right. Wow, Tanner's desk grew legs. It's tall all of a sudden. I need a desk. I wish one day I'll get a desk. I don't have a desk yet here. I don't have an office or a desk. Can y'all believe that? You would think the owner would have such thing, right? All right, let's go ahead and see what's left in here. Nobody on My Chemical Romance. That is both disappointing and surprising. I figured we'd sell at least one of those. If I still can get them, that's definitely going to be posted as like arriving this week type pre-order, because I figured I'd sell 10 or 20 of those. Night Ranger is sold to George Samberez for $40. I'm glad I didn't get too happy and order too many, or I'd have like a warrant thing going on where I have crates full of them for a long time. But typically that artist sells really well. Kiss is out on Kiss, and out on Kiss, and out on Kiss, and out on Kiss. Chad Davis, you tied Jeremy. Jeremy Rourke already had it for 8. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's get into some of the featured stuff for tonight. And I've got all kinds of Japanese stuff. Oh my gosh, we got a lot of cool stuff in here. But going back to the crate, this wasn't, quote, well, it was sort of featured, but another auction here for you. Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Ironically, I just ordered brand new copies of this. This has Ragdoll on it, and Dude Looks Like a Lady, and Angel, and those are going to go up for a $15 start. This is an OG club copy. With the original sleeve, Aerosmith is a $15 start. Next comment is Linkin Park is on black vinyl. The yellow is a Walmart exclusive, Brent. And then over here, so Kiss. So the first thing I have is 9 Inch Nails with teeth. 9 Inch Nails is $46.99. There's 2 left for $46.99. Sid Blair, I do have a wet leg. It's up to you, no problem. But if you do want it, it's $29.99. Kiss is at 9, Aerosmith 15, and then here is 2 Goblets of Fire left. So Harry Potter, Patrick Duell did this soundtrack. Harry Potter 2 LP, The Goblet of Fire. That is $39.99. That is available. And then My Chemical Romance, Laura said she would like one. She was making sure all the customers got one. Do you want me to set you one aside? I will if you want me to. And this is on, one more time, My Chemical Romance Deluxe Edition, the classic 2004 album, remixed, newly remixed audio by Rich Costey, 4 additional tracks, 3 unreleased, 17 tracks on red and black vinyl. That is $44.99. This is new, but it's a 2004 album. See, I thought it was a new release, so I went ahead and bought a bunch. It's actually a reissue of a 2004 album, $44.99. I have never seen this in stock. That's why another reason I was like, wow. Kiss is at 9 with Chad. Aerosmith 15. Kiss is at 10. Aerosmith 16. Aerosmith 16. Aerosmith 20. Also, 9 Inch Nails Pretty Hate Machine. 2 of those left. So I got Pretty Hate and I got With Teeth. And then here's the other Harry Potter, the first film, John Williams, Sorcerer's Stone. I got to get that movie poster. That's what the movie poster looks like. Man, I got to get one of those. That's really cool. $39.99. And we have Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. That's $33, black vinyl. And then Cash, American Recordings, Volume 3. All right, if you change your 9 over here, Laura says she'll take one since no one else. Laura's trying to break the ice on My Chemical Romance. She's going to take one. And now maybe that will start a chain reaction. If not, you'll probably see a post and a whole lot of records that say, arriving this week, My Chemical Romance, their 2004 album, now in stock, $44.99, red and black vinyl, etc., etc. Let's go ahead and go through another crate right quick. And this has, ooh, yeah. So here is a unofficial that is back in stock that I haven't had. And when I saw that they were out of stock, I was like, oh no. Because I was like, they might stop making them. But this is an unofficial press from one of our biggest distributors. We have sold no telling how many. Here they are. Here they are. It's Pearl Jam Unplugged. It's on red vinyl. They're $39.99. And this is the complete MTV concert. This is the complete MTV concert. The official version, which is also heavily bootlegged, that looks like the Record Store Day edition. It's not the complete MTV broadcast. This is red vinyl, $39.99. So up at the top, Aerosmith 16, Aerosmith 20. Greg Gallier had it for 20. And then Eric Fisher says he'll take a My Chemical Romance. That's on red and that's on red and black Corona colored vinyl, $44.99. Bob, I still got them. And then 9 Inch Nails is $46.99. I still got Harry Potter, 9 Inch Nails, Wet Leg, Aerosmith's already at 20, and then there's Pearl Jam Unplugged. I had 10 of those on back order because I was like, man, whenever those come back in, we're going to need them. And it's really high quality. I have one myself. Very, very good. That is, I love Jeremy and Black, all those MTV versions of Unplugged from Pearl Jam. Holy moly. And here's our next Japanese auction, and this thing looks beautiful. Back to the Japanese stuff. This is Elton John's Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, which that song by itself, if you've never heard it, first time I heard it, it blew my socks off. I was like, wow, where's this song been my whole life? I had to go buy new socks. Here is Elton John, Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Look at this poster. Wow, beautiful. Beautiful. That's worth framing. They actually just sold, Heritage Auctions just sold the original artwork for that. It sold for big bucks. What a beautiful cover that is. And then it also has the lyrics book. It has the scrapbook. It has the Japanese book. It's a gatefold jacket. Nice. About the only thing I can find wrong with it is a little bit of discoloration right here. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Elton John, beautiful with poster, nice, beautiful vinyl. Now, up at the top, we had Aerosmith at $20 with Greg Gallier. The Kiss single is sold, and this is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $10. Thank you, Jeremy. That's sold to you. Aerosmith's now at $22 with Robin Glenn. What is the Aerosmith info? This is an OG club copy of Permanent Vacation. It's a 1988 U.S. club with the original inner sleeve, VG condition. It's at $22. And then Andrew Eisensmith wants a Pearl Jam. And we have, what was the Pearl Jam? That's Unplugged. That's a 2LP red vinyl. The complete MTV. It's unofficial, $39.99. Bob Riger already has My Chemical Romance, but he will take a with teeth. So this is sold to Bob Riger. Thank you on that. And now Elton John's at $35 and Elton John's at $35. Next over here is Justin Timberlake. We had one of his albums pop up pre-owned, and there was like a dozen claims. And I was like, man, I need to order some JT. Here's Justin Timberlake, Future Sex Love Songs, $33.99. And this has I'm Bringing Sexy Back on it. Justin Timberlake is $33.99. And with that, Chad needs some purple juice. And my mute button's not working, so let me see if I can get my cursor over here. I don't want to hear y'all hearing me slurp on blue juice or purple juice all night. Ah, purple juice. There's Justin Timberlake, a 2LP, $33.99. I have them in stock. Who needs one? There it is, folks. JT. Is he technically from, well, I know he kind of, could you say Justin Timberlake's technically from Memphis? Is he technically a Tennessee native? Jorge Enriquez on I guess I should know that information already, but Jorge gets a Justin Timberlake, Sean Holford does, and Jennifer Corbin. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list, okay? Elton John's at 50. Are we done on Aerosmith? We're not. 23 and now 25. 25 on that. Elton John's at 50 and another 50. And anything that I sell out of, I'll revisit. What's next? NSYNC? Do what? NSYNC is $33.99. Speaking of Justin Timberlake, bye. Oh my gosh. No strings attached. A picture disc. 20th anniversary. The boy bands are hot tonight. $33.99. 20th anniversary. Bye. Wow. Unbelievable. And that's not available on vinyl. They just do picture disc. Rebecca says she'll take one. There's 2 more left. And I got 2 copies of Rat Detonator. And this is on red vinyl. Tough to find. Tough to find OGs of. Rat is $33.99. Rat's on red vinyl. That was their album that came out in 1990. So OG copies are pretty scarce. Jennifer Corbin says she'll take an NSYNC. Rebecca got one. Jennifer Corbin got one. And Robert Matthews says he'll take an NSYNC for my kid. Nothing wrong with that. If anybody else wants one, it's a waiting list. I didn't know how many to order. I was like, should I order 2? Should I order 5? I knew we hadn't had them in a while, and all of a sudden I've been seeing people ask for Justin Timberlake and NSYNC. I was like, okay, I can take care of that. Yacius Lopez on Rat, awesome. And I have 1 Rat left, and I've got 2 Britney Spears, My Prerogative. Oops, I did it again. $38.99. Britney Spears, Baby One More Time. That's a 2LP, and that's $38.99. That's $38.99. And we'll go ahead and show the next, which is a Tom Petty live. And I may have even had these back ordered. I think I did. Tom Petty live in Philadelphia, 1980. It's a 2LP from Parachute. Parachute's a bootleg label that was really good live recordings. Only the best quality. $38.99 for live Tom Petty. Amazing. $38.99 for that. So let's update these auctions. About time for me to put up another Kiss single, but these are getting so many bids, it's hard to keep up with. So Robert got that 3rd and final NSYNC. Yacius got Rat. Elton 65. Aerosmith 27. Let's put Robin Glenn on a waiting list for NSYNC. Robin Glenn on a wait list for NSYNC. Robin Glenn wants a Britney Spears. Elton John 72. Elton John 75. And we have Breaking Benjamin Aurora. Let me check the waiting list here for Breaking Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin. Let me check the waiting list for Breaking. It was for Ember. It was just for Ember, which I think are coming up. This one's Aurora, and it's $29.99. I've only got one. And then here is Creator, and Creator is Renewal. Creator is a 2LP, remastered with bonus tracks, and that is $36.99. Let's look up who got one of these. Does anybody get a Creator? Keator? It doesn't look like it. Hold on a minute. Is my spreadsheet? It'd be help if I spelt it correctly, Chad. No, I don't think there is. These are just available. $36.99. $36.99 on that. Now, Jerry Stone wants a Tom Petty live. Let's give that to Jerry Stone. And then Rebecca Howard on Breaking Benjamin. Jeremy Rourke, if it's okay, I'll add you to a waiting list. Backstreet Boys may be coming up tonight. And then Elton John, 92. All right, so who has the high bid on Aerosmith? Wow. Aerosmith is with Rich Krulak at 27. The other bidder for the longest was, I feel like over on YouTube, maybe it was Rich, and he still has it for $27. And this is a final call for $27. There's Greg. It was Greg. There he is over on YouTube. He's back in at 28. Elton John is Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. This is, I'm going to examine the vinyl one more time. It is Near Mint Minus. It is beautiful. Japanese vinyl, Near Mint Minus, and it is complete. I don't think there's anything missing. I know in the U.S. pressing, sometimes it came with a merch insert. Sometimes it came with a merch insert. This one does have the really amazing poster. One more look at that. It's upside down, but it does have the really incredible Brown Dirt Cowboy poster. That's frameable. And then it has a lyric book. It has what they call the scrapbook, which has this, you know, it's a scrapbook. And then the Japanese book. My U.S. copy does have a merch insert with it. I actually found one later with a merch insert, and I was like, wow. But I don't know about Japanese having merch inserts. Just a little bit of humidity spot up here. The inside of the gatefold has some of those humidity spots. Other than that, a little bit of a ding there. So a VG Plus cover. I mean, everything else is beautiful, though. It is nice. It's fantastic. No pun intended. Aerosmith's at 30. My name is pronounced Isaias. Isaias. Thank you. I've been trying to say, I don't know what I've been saying. Isaias, thank you for the correction. Now, you got to know me. If I can say that over and over, I hope so. But if not, I apologize in advance. We have Steve Weaver on Creator. Steve Weaver gets a Creator. There's one left. I got 2 Beatles Revolver. I always try to keep my favorite albums of all time in stock. And so I got to keep a copy of Revolver. Sometimes I sell out and I forget to reorder them. This is a stereo mix, $36.99. The UK track listing, which has more songs on it. You got to think, if there's UK and then there's US. The US has 2 less songs than the UK version. Revolver's $36.99. This has I Want to Tell You on it, and She Said, and Your Bird Can Sing, $36.99. Jeremy said no waiting list for him. Isaias, not Isaias. Isaias. Chad, give Breaking Benjamin to Jeremy. I realized I bought it last week. Jeremy, you just got lucky. I'm going to go ahead and give you Breaking Benjamin right now. Rebecca says she bought it last week. So if you're good, I'm going to go ahead and give you this one right now. Wow, Aerosmith's still getting bids. Elton John still getting bids. I am going to riskily go ahead and put up a third auction, which is Calling Dr. Love from their album Rock and Roll Over. This one's pretty beat up. It's like, it's got a feeler on it. It's VG minus. And it hadn't been cleaned. It's honestly pretty dirty. So VG minus or less. It probably will be better after it's cleaned. Just a $5 start on Kiss. Isaias. I'll try my best. Aerosmith is now at 40. Elton John's at 145. Surely somebody needs a bit. Don't make me do the flow chart. You got to ask yourself, do I have a copy of Beatles Revolver? If you say no, then you got to buy one. If you say yes, then you need another one. So either way, we should easily sell both of these copies. I've got 3 Johnny Cash American 2. There was also a waiting list for this. We had American 3 earlier. Here's Johnny Cash 2. And the waiting list for Johnny Cash 2 was Shannon Price. So Shannon, I got you down for a Johnny Cash 2. And I've got 2 extras, $33.99. Elton's at $150. Aerosmith's at $41. And here's the other Breaking Benjamin, Ember. Breaking Benjamin Ember is $29.99. So make sure Jeremy gets that Aurora instead of Rebecca. He said thank you, so that means he wants it. And then the waiting list for Ember was Jorge Enriquez and Dwayne Worley. So Jorge Enriquez and Dwayne Worley on Ember. So 2 of these are already sold, and now I have 1 extra. $29.99. I have 1 extra Embers. That's it, and then those are sold out again. Wow. So let's go back over here to Pearl Jam. This is an unofficial on red vinyl. I can hear him singing Black right now. What an incredible performance. What a voice. Eddie Vedder, red vinyl, unplugged. It is an unofficial. The true record store day, which is not the complete concert, sells for 100 plus maybe. Sealed, $39.99. Pearl Jam unplugged. I have that many left, quite a bit. 1 copy of Rat Detonator left. Rat Detonators on red vinyl. That's $33.99. I've got 1 Britney Spears left, My Prerogative, her greatest hits, $38.99. And 3 copies of Tom Petty Live, Spectrum Philadelphia 1980, $38.99. Here Comes My Girl, Even the Losers, Don't Do Me Like That, Refugee, American Girl, Dog on the Run was the closing song, $38.99. Creator, Renewal. I've never seen any kind of OG of this. When did this come out? I'm not for sure, but this is new and sealed, gatefold, remastered with bonus tracks on colored vinyl, $34.99 on that. We have Beatles Revolver for $36. Johnny Cash American Recordings Volume 2, that's $33, and Breaking Benjamin's $29. Let's go back up the top and figure out what happened. I'm also going to show you the stuff we sold out of, but Aerosmith was at $40 with Ben Digert. That means Greg Gallagher, you were out. Elton John got a bid for $150. And then Aerosmith got a bid for $41, and then Aerosmith got a bid for $43. Kiss got a bid for $5. Rich is done on Aerosmith. So the high bid is Ben Digert at $43. Christopher's done on Elton John. Jetstream, that's going once, going twice to you for $150. The next comment was Dear Agony or Phobia by Breaking Benjamin. No, these are the only 2 Breaking Benjamin albums that's in print. Surprisingly, that's it. I've had customers ask. I even had a cousin ask. He's like, I need some Breaking Benjamin. I was like, I can't get but 2. The other ones are not in print. Jorge Enriquez wants a Pearl Jam unplugged. And Eric, I can't get those, unfortunately, for you. Rat Detonator sold to Brad Waits. Psycho Circus, I do have that new and sealed, and I think we're selling an OG copy tomorrow night. And then George Ellis also wants a Pearl Jam. The name of the My Chemical Romance album from the previous bin was called 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. Bonus tracks remastered and remixed on red and black vinyl, $44.99. I still got a handful of those left. All right, so Kiss got 1 bid for $5. That's pretty much done there with Jeremy. Thank you. And now we have a final call. Elton John, $150, and Aerosmith, which has been at war, at $43. Creator come out in 1992. No wonder I've never seen an OG. That's a tougher one to get. So the only thing left in here is Breaking Benjamin Ember, Johnny Cash, The Beatles, Creator, Tom Petty, Britney Spears, and Pearl Jam. But I do have new sealed copies of Psycho Circus. Now, here's what we sold out of if you want on a waiting list. We just officially sold out of Rat. If you want on a waiting list, red vinyl, $33.99. We have a waiting list going now for Creator. We just sold that last copy again of Renewal, if anybody wants that. And then we just sold out of these quickly. And that was NSYNC for $33.99. There's already somebody on a waiting list, no strings attached. Bye, bye, bye. And we have Justin Timberlake, Future Sex, Love Songs. I'm Bringing Sexy Back, $33.99. And the everything else was from a previous crate. We'll do those later. All right, next is a Laura crate. We're going to go ahead and do that, and then I'm probably going to go through back-to-back new vinyl again. But it's time to go through some pre-owned stuff, and I think y'all will be very excited to see this, right? I know y'all will be. So, man, 2, 4, 6, 7 more crates of new vinyl to go through. I might have to do 3 in a row to stay on pace where we're not doing them too late. So that means everybody's watching, and everybody can buy, and everybody can get on waiting list, okay? There's that. And, uh-oh, what happened to the Laura crate sticker? It just flew off down in this other crate. I got to be very careful of this. Now, folks, what a work of art. I was talking about last night about museums and masterpieces from Rembrandt and Vermeer. I want y'all to just look. It even has LC on the drum head for Laura Crate. Now, there's 2 rules. The first rule, to get this crate, before I do anything else, these auctions are done. I'm going to stop the bidding on these 2. I'll tag them in just a second, just so they don't go into extended bidding, because they have been for a long time. These auctions are done. 150 and whatever Ben Digers bid. I'll tag them in 1 second. 2 rules. I'm going to show 5 records. The first person to claim something gets the sticker. The second rule is no putbacks. The second rule is no putbacks. So if you claim something, I would make sure you want it and you're just not getting it for the Laura sticker. That's the 2 rules. Let's go ahead and sell this. And this is sold for $150. And this is sold for $150 to Jetstream. Wow, beautiful copy. And Jet, I can vouch that does sound pretty dang incredible. We're ready for all new auctions. Here we go. There's more people wanting that sticker right now than the actual records in this crate. What have we created here? These aren't parlor tricks. We don't just give them away willy-nilly. Yeah, that's what that's actually, you know, that's a Seinfeld quote. I got that from Jerry Seinfeld. That's what he was telling George about his move. He said, this isn't some parlor trick you just hand out willy-nilly. And then, thank you, and now this is sold. And this is sold. And Ben Digert, that's sold to you for $43. Okay. Now, let's put up new auctions before we start this crate. And let's go ahead and get into one of the first. What time is it? It's almost time for, well, I mean, it's time for anything in this bin, really. Let's go ahead and put this up. This looks pretty interesting. We've been selling a lot of Kiss stuff, so let's go ahead and roll with this. This is a 1985 U.S. Hot Pog original with the original under sleeve EX edition. Is there a Seth Crate sticker? No, but we do have stickers that say, Seth, you're fired, which we need to bring back. That was a big deal. We had that printed on shirts and everything. We had a 1985 U.S. here. This is an OG Kiss Asylum. Kiss Asylum's EX condition, and this is a $25 start. Kiss Asylum is an 85 U.S. Hot Pog original, a $25 start. That is OG Kiss. And then the next thing we have here is going to go up for auction right now, and that is Madonna. And that is Causing Commotion from Who's That Girl. Madonna is a 1987 U.S. OG single, VG Plus condition, just a $5 start on that. $5 start, okay? And then Robert says, I'll take the Britney record, but please give it to Laura. Charge me, though. Don't order any more Britney Spears. Now, I don't know if I can vouch. I don't know if I can say, make a commitment that I'm not going to order any more Britney Spears, because she does have a vast catalog with a lot of stuff in print that people want. But I will say this, if you want to purchase this, I will gladly do that. But unfortunately, I may have to restock Britney. So we'll do that. That's done and that's done. Done and done. That was, I'll take any kind of purchase, even if it's a gift. Kiss is up for bid, and so is Madonna. Here we go. Y'all ready? First claim gets the Laura Crate, but no putbacks for these first 5. Trying to monitor the craziness. And we have a claim for My Chemical Romance. My Chemical Romance is sold to Stacey Brown. I'm always curious what Laura loads as the first record. I have no idea myself. I always try to peek at it, but I can't tell. Great pick. Jeff Buckley Grace with a sticker that says Essential. Jeff Buckley is $27.99. We have Alice Cooper, School's Out. Oh my gosh, it even has panties with it. It's a 2021 press. Alice Cooper, a 2021 with panties, $34.99. REM, Accelerate. Accelerate. REM is sealed, $24.99. Flash Gordon, a half-speed master. This is sealed for $29.99. And the Cult Electric, a 2013 press, $29.99 for the Cult Electric. Wow. Either way, if you're trying to go after the Laura Crate sticker or not, that was some great selections in there, right, Tanner? He's got headphones on. He can't even hear me. Okay, next thing we have over here is the following. I introduced 2 auctions before I started this crate. Madonna 5, Madonna 10, Madonna 5. Stacy got My Chemical Romance. Kiss is an OG pressing with the original on her sleeve. Just looking for a $25 start. No bid yet. Excuse me. Madonna 11, Madonna 14. Rebecca was first on Alice Cooper. And Rebecca gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable lower crate hop sticker. That's so to Rebecca Howard. The next comment was Jeremy Rourke. Jeremy Rourke was second on Alice Cooper. Robert Barnett on Jeff Buckley Grace. And this is a version that's now out of print. I don't see them anymore with this hop sticker. I've seen these before pre-owned. I think that was the previous version. That is sold to Robert Barnett. Ivan next on Alice Cooper. Patty next on Jeff Buckley. Brandon Lack next on Jeff Buckley. Ron Burns next on Jeff Buckley. Brett Thies next on Jeff Buckley. Robert Barnett on REM. Kristen Barnett second on REM. Gregory next on REM. Sean Holford on Flash Gordon. And we have Robert Matthews on the Colt. Greg Gallier next on Jeff Buckley. Randy Klein next on Alice Cooper. Scully Mack next on the Colt. Kiss has a bid for 25. Michael Hamburger next on the Colt. And now Madonna's at 15. All right, we're ready for the rest of the crate. So Kiss does have a bid for 25. Now a final call because it was the only bid. And Madonna's at 15. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. And that Japanese pressing is going to be Elvis Presley, Aloha via satellite from Hawaii. Or I think I got that backwards. How about Aloha from Hawaii via satellite? At one time, one of the most watched televised programs of all time. This is a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. Really nice vinyl, as you would expect from Japan. Those are the original inner sleeves. There's the gatefold jacket. Elvis. He's up for bid for a $35 start. I think for the longest, it was like the moon landing and then that, as far as viewership on TV. Puddle of Mud, famous. Nice, a music on vinyl press. This is unopened. It's a music on vinyl with booklet, and that is famous by POD for $29.99. Stone Temple Pilots, Perdidia. This hasn't been in stock for a while. I've been trying to order them. They're out of stock. STP is $29.99. And, wow, Live Mental Jewelry, sealed $49.99. A 2017 pressing. Wow. Live, just randomly in the bin. That might raise some eyebrows. That might get some keystrokes going. And we have what here? Fever Ray Plunge. Fever Ray is a synth pop left field album. It is sealed for $19.99. And Talking Heads is sealed on red vinyl for $34.99. That's more songs about building and food. Red vinyl, sealed, a Rocktober exclusive. Up at the top, Madonna had a bid with Debbie for $15. We have Kiss at 25, Kiss at 26, Kiss is at 27, Kiss has another 27, Kiss is at 30. Greg Herman first on Live. That is sold to Greg Herman. And we have Angela Lewis on Puddle of Mud. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Jorge Enriquez second on Live and Jennifer Corbin third. Angela, I think the feed ended last night. You probably didn't even, I was messing around with you. You probably didn't even hear what I was saying. Angela Lewis was trying to claim a CD last night, and the CD was called Moose, and the name of the album was XYZ, and Angela thought it was the band XYZ. And Angela, I think the feed ended last night, but I was like, Angela's looking for that hair metal. She's looking for those guys that are wearing the leather pants, that have their shirts off. She's looking for that hair metal. And she heard XYZ and she fell off her couch. She literally fell off. She heard XYZ and she went, do what? And fell off her couch. We had Brett Thies on FR, and I think that was for Fever Ray. That is so to Brett Thies. She's looking for that hair metal. She's looking for that leather pants, bare-chested, long blonde hair. We got Mudvayne, Lost and Found. Mudvayne is a limited edition 1500 on black and gold vinyl. That is unopened for $39.99. And we have Cosmic Thing, the B-52s. And this is sealed with Love Shack Baby, $19.99. B-52s, $19.99. Angela's right. She heard XYZ. She thought she heard leather pants, bare-chested men, and she fell off her couch. B-52s, $19.99. I don't know if XYZs really wear leather pants and they're bare-chested, but to me, I feel like they fit that category. So the last bids are the following. I wish XYZ stuff was in print, but they have 0 albums in print, especially that second one with the cartoon dog on it. We were looking that up last night on Discogs. That's like a $500 album now. Kiss is at $30 with Stephen Reeves. That was a final call. I think we're done on Madonna. And then Kiss got another bid for $31. And then Rebecca Howitt got Mudvayne. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Jeremy Rourke was second on Mudvayne. And then Ben Diger third on Mudvayne. Ron Burns wants some Love Shack. Robin Glenn next on the B-52s. And Ryan Eaton next on Mudvayne. Did anybody bid on Elvis Presley? I don't think so. The Aloha from Hawaii via satellite is now officially a buy it now price of $35. That's Aloha from Hawaii with the King. If anybody wants that, it's a $35 buy it now. So Kiss is moving to a final call. Stephen Reeves, you did get outbid. Greg Gallier has it for $31. So Stephen's back in at $32. Stephen is back in at $32. Have you ever heard of the Gods? Yes, I'm familiar with that band. I'm very familiar with that. And now Madonna was sold for $15. That's way up here, but I think we're done. Madonna is $15 to Debbie Winstead. That is sold for $15. I hope I didn't miss any bids on that. A lot of activity going on right now in the chat. Stephen Reeves, that's between Stephen and Greg Gallier. Our next auction is going up right now. This has got my attention as a bootleg collector. This looks pretty dang cool. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, It's Only Rock and Roll. It's a vintage bootleg from 1979. Discogs states that the source is listed on the back cover is incorrect. Instead, these tracks were recorded at Paradise Theater in Boston, Massachusetts, July 16th for the King Biscuit. So this is Tom Petty's King Biscuit Flower Hour from July 16th, 1978. So you got to be careful with bootlegs. Sometimes information was shared incorrectly when they bootleg these, and it's actually not from whatever it says. It is actually from the King Biscuit Flower Hour, which was Boston. And that's in VG Plus. That's a vintage Tom Petty live, and that's a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Tom Petty. Moving right along, we got Jerry Rafferty, City to City. That is the 2 LP orange vinyl with etching. That's such a great album. Baker Street, right down the line, $24.99. And Tori Amos, Little Earthquakes, the B-sides. The B-sides. Tori Amos is a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed for $29.99. Craig has Tom Petty at $25. Are we done on Kiss? Greg Gallier, it's up to you. It's now at $32. And then we have Van Halen, Women and Children First. This is the sealed remaster, $24.99. And The Cradle Will Rock. Everybody Wants Some. That's sealed for $24.99. George Jones on Jerry Rafferty. Nice 2 LP orange vinyl. That is sold to George Jones. Next over here is Graveyard, Hensing Blues. Hensing Blues. Graveyard is on green vinyl. That is $24.99. Lonnie Jolly on Tori Amos. Greg's done on Kiss. This is officially sold for $32 to Stephen Reeves. And now Tom Petty is at $25 and $25. And that is a tie. Bill Samus, it goes back to you. George Ellis. He's going to rock the cradle. That's so to George Ellis. Our next auction is going up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, is what? I don't know. What is this here? Here's a Madonna I've never seen before. It's Madonna, What It Feels Like for a Girl. And Madonna is a 2001 OG. 8 different mixes. It's a 12-inch single with 8 different mixes. It's in VG condition, and it's a $10 start. $10 start on that. Next thing is the following. ZZ Top Tres Hombres. This is $24.99. ZZ Top Tres Hombres, $24.99. And Tom Petty, Long After Dark. This is a 2017 pressing. Tom Petty's $22.99. $22.99. Bill Samus, it's up to you on Tom Petty. And then next, we saw Van Halen. Lonnie Jolly next on Tori Amos. And, oh no, Angela Lewis has a putback. Oh, Chad, I hate to do this, but I already have bought from you that Puddle of Mud, so I need to put the dreaded putback. Let's go back to the top and figure out who was next on the Puddle of Mud. Puddle of Mud famous. Who was second on this earlier? Let's not confuse it with Mudvayne either. Puddle of Mud, the next comment on this was nobody, I guess. It was Angela, and that's it. So if anybody wants Puddle of Mud, it's still available. It's unopened for Music on Vinyl for $29.99. Tom Petty 25, Tom Petty 25. Going once, going twice. I expected this to bring like $30, $40, $50. It's only at 25. Now it's at 26. And now Madonna 11, 10, 11, 15, 15, 18. Next is T-Rex the Slider. And this is on clear vinyl. The top seam does have a split. Really? Oh, I see it right here. A little bit of a split, kind of camouflaged. T-Rex is $22.99. Brian Call says he'll take the Puddle of Mud. And Laura has already delivered another crate. Holy moly, I better go faster. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you. And then next is Blues. And this is Jimi Hendrix. This is sealed for $34.99. So the Tom Petty up for bid is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. It's only rock and roll. It's a vintage original Tom Petty bootleg, 1979. It's actually from the King Biscuit Flower Hour, Paradise Theater, July 16th, 1978. Pretty sweet. I figured this would do a lot more, but it is. I got a high bid of $26. Now Madonna's at 20, now 21. Great records in here. Jimi Hendrix, T-Rex, Tom Petty, ZZ Top, Graveyard, Talking Heads, and Stone Temple Pilots are still available. That's pretty surprising. Still available. WPC Agalana, that is an acoustic album. That's $9.99. And Coldplay of Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay is $22.99. Miles Davis 20, Miles Davis 21, Miles Davis 25. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is the following. And the next one is a Japanese pressing, and it's a Japanese pressing of the American Graffiti soundtrack. The American Graffiti soundtrack is with Obi. It's a 2 LP, 41 original hits by the sounds of American Graffiti. And this is an amazing compilation. If you've never even seen the film, it's just an incredible compilation to put on. Really nice packaging. Has a lyric book here with it. Very, very cool. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the gatefold. There's the Obi. 35 on that. Now Madonna's at 25. Now Madonna's at 25. And Michael snared first on Coldplay. Thank you, Michael. That's so to you. We have David Gilmour. His newest album, Luck and Strange. Wow, it's on blue vinyl too. David Gilmour is sealed for $34.99. Sealed for $34.99. And we have Kim Petras, Feed the Beast. Kim Petra. This is on highlighter yellow vinyl for $24.99. This is Kim Petra. Kim Petra's Feed the Beast, $24.99. All right, so we got Madonna, we got Tom Petty, and we got American Graffiti. And the final bid on Tom Petty was to Craig. Hammers up. I'm about to sell it. I'm scrolling back down to see what I've missed. Madonna has a bid for 25. Tom Petty has a bid for 27. And Madonna has a bid for 26. And Vicky Yoshikawa on KP. And that was this right here. And that's so to Vicky. And now Brad has Elvis for $30. And Brad, that's so to you for $30. And now we have Jeff Buckley. I've never seen this one before. My Sweetheart the Drunk. Jeff Buckley, a 2 LP, a 3 LP, wow, $39.99, and Alice Cooper, Special Forces. Alice Cooper's on blue vinyl. Is this Music on Vinyl? I don't know. I think I've had this before, Music on Vinyl. It feels like it. It looks like it. $22.99. Alice Cooper, though, is $22.99, and that's for Special Forces. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Getaway. Red Hot Chili Peppers is a gatefold 2 LP, $29.99. Wow, great start there. So there was a last-second bet on Tom Petty. I was just about to sell it. Now it's at 27, and there was a last-second bet on Madonna, and that's both with Von Gillespie. He bid 26 and 27. So now Tom Petty's at 27. And now Amanda Darby on JB for Jeff Buckley. Debbie's at on Miles Davis. Brad White said thanks for the deal on Elvis. No problem. Patty next on Jeff Buckley. Queen, Hot Space, Half Speed Master. Queen is sealed $29.99. We're hot and heavy right in the middle of a new bin of stuff over here from Laura. And we are tagging and we are sorting and we are selling and we're auctioning. And Chad's going to mute his mic so he can take a drink of blue juice. And now I'm back. What a relief that always is. American Graffiti does not have a bid. Final call on that. And then we have Red Hot Chili Peppers. That is sold. Red Hot Chili Peppers. That is sold to Josh Brown. I'll take Gilmore as he's in original pressing. And and 38 in AG. Okay, so Kevin Voitosh wants the David Gilmour. That is sold. And then the next thing is ZZ Top is 180 gram pressing. Yes, made in Germany. That's probably one of the most recent. And 38 on AG. And 38 on AG. Your last part, I'm not for sure if I understood, Kevin. You put and 38 on AG. Oh, you're bidding on American Graffiti. Oh, that's a bid on American Graffiti for $38. So Kevin Voitosh does have American Graffiti now for $38. Gregory Roberts gets Queen Hot Space. There is not a Miles Davis. There's a Madonna. Vaughn's out on Tom Petty. Scott Markheim got Alice Cooper. And we also have Madonna, 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 Madonna. You know why I keep saying Miles Davis instead of Madonna, Madonna, Madonna? Because the bids say MD. And if we have something up for auction with the initials MD, it's 90% Miles Davis, which we auction, it seems like, every night. Madonna. This is sold. I'm taking it off the board, so there's no further confusion. Everybody went out after Vaughn bid $26. That is sold to Vaughn. ZZ Top sold to Kevin Voitosh. Sold to Kevin Voitosh. Now, Tom Petty is with Craig at $30. I'm definitely about to sell it. And American Graffiti's at $35 or $38, also with Kevin Voitosh. Next thing over here is Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream is sealed for $24.99. And Pixies Trompe Le Monde, something like that. That is sealed on green vinyl. How about Le Monde? Pixies is on green vinyl, $29.99. Do I have any more space in this crate? I don't. Let me swap out crates right quick. Tom Petty's a live unofficial from 1979. The concert's from 1978. Craig is bidding. Craig is about to get it. Next thing I have is what? Another empty crate over here. Let me grab this right now. What happened to my other empty crates? I'm flying through some empty crates tonight. We've already filled up how many? 3, and we still got 7 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Pretty amazing. Next thing we have is Pixies. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Fred Cardinal was next, then Gregory Roberts. Now, they're just got another bid on Tom Petty, but it was already at $30. But I am going to go ahead and sell physical graffiti. American Graffiti to Kevin Voitosh for $38. That way we can get some new auctions. The high bid on Tom Petty's $30. I've almost sold this to Craig about 3 times. I've almost sold this to Craig about 3 times, but there's either been a question or a bid nearly at the buzzer. I got to make sure it's fair for everybody. Trying to make sure we have it across the board, but it's about to be Craig's for $30. Final call. Next thing we have here is $24.99. This is St. Vincent. And St. Vincent, there's a note from Laura on the back. Laura loves St. Vincent. Mass education, $24.99. The last bid on Pixies. The last bid on Pixies over here. The first thing was Sean Fairweather, then Fred Cardinal, then Gregory Roberts, then Brett Thies, then Jennifer Corbin. And over here, Robert Barnett was number 6. Wow. Speaking of physical graffiti, a 40th anniversary, and this is $29.99. 40th anniversary, $29.99. St. Vincent is sold to Tim Colino. That is sold to Tim Colino. And we have Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. Foo Fighters is a 2 LP, and that is sealed for $34.99. $34.99. That's a sealed, which those typically retail for a lot more, or those typically retail for more. I won't say a lot more. How about $5 more? Our next auction is a 60s classic. It is Psychotic Reaction, Count 5. And this is a 1966 US mono. This is a 66 US mono, VG Plus, a $25 start. Psychotic Reaction, Count 5. Over here, this is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Psychotic Reaction, Count 5. VG Plus condition, $25 start. Over here, there's a note from Laura. She says, the jacket spine looks like it was, quote, repaired poorly. And right here it is. And it looks like somebody took a piece of blue tape and then they tried to fix the spine and they wrote all the catalog information on the side. So a pretty low grade jacket because it's being repaired. but that is going to go up for a $25 start. The high bid on Tom Petty is $31 with Slicker Van Slyke. $31 on that. All right, Chad, we've been trying to get a deal with a crate company. If you pack these crates really full, they will hold like 75 records if you pack them really full of vintage LPs. New vinyl with the thicker spines, it holds probably 25% less, because if you kind of think about it, these newer LPs, that's about the thickness of about 3 LPs, maybe 2. It depends if it's a gatefold jacket or not. And most of these newer records have gatefold jackets, so it depends on what you're storing in them. We have the Murder City Devils in Name and Blood. That is $29.99. The Murder City Devils in Name and Blood. And the Black Crows, 3 Snakes and 1 Charm, $27.99. A 2015 press of the Black Crows. So Psychotic Reactions, a $25 start. Tom Petty's at $32. Tom Petty's at $33. Tom Petty's at $32. Tom Petty's at $33. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is a really unique record. It's from the Beatles. And this is the Beatles. And this is Help, I Need Somebody. A Taiwanese, unofficial. It is a bootleg on red vinyl. It's in VG. How cool is that? That is a $20 start on that. Fred Carnell on Murder City Devils. Next was Ivan R. Tom Petty's at $33 with Slicker. We have the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. That's on clear vinyl, a 2020 press, a 2 LP. This is $44.99. $44.99. And Talking Heads Remain in Light. Talking Heads is on white vinyl, and that is sealed for $34.99. Talking Heads Remain in Light. That is sealed on white vinyl. There it is. Okay. What a great first crate from Lord. Now, over here around the corner, in case you hadn't heard, tonight's a great night for new releases. Plus, most of the new stuff that comes out Friday that I may or may not have posted a pre-order for, some of that's in tonight. We've already showed Harry Potter. We've already shown My Chemical Romance. And I still got 8 more. I had 10. We've only went through 2. We got 8 more crates of new vinyl. 8 more crates of new vinyl. Tom Petty 40, Tom Petty 50, Beatles 22, Beatles 23. Psychotic Reaction is a 66 US mono, VG plus vinyl. The spine has been repaired and restored. Not the best, so there's basically tape and restoration on the spine. It is a mono 66 OG. It's a $25 start. The Beatles are at $23. Just a quick read through here. Tom Petty's at $50 with Mike Massey. Stone Temple Pilots, Perdidia. This is sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Talking Heads, more songs about buildings and food. That is sealed on red vinyl for $34.99. We have Graveyard. This is Hensing Blues. Graveyards on green vinyl for $24.99. Tom Petty, Long After Dark. That's a 2017 press for $22.99. T-Rex, The Slider. That is $22.99. And Jimi Hendrix Blues. Jimi Hendrix is sealed, a 2 LP, $34.99. That's a great price. Those are about $10 more MSRP. The Beatles 23, Beatles 24. Count 5 has a bid for $25. Jorge Enriquez on STP. Hammers up on Tom Petty. I guess it's really just up to Slicker and Thomas Hujar. Mike has it for $50. It's a final call. WPC Agalala, something like that. It's an acoustic album. $9.99 on it. Does Graveyard have Uncomfortably Numb on it? Graveyard have Uncomfortably Numb. Buying Truth, Ungrateful as the Dead. I don't see I do see Uncomfortably Enough. Thank you. No Chipotle? Laura brought me a bottle of water as she walks by with a bag of Chipotle. What? Chipotle? It's on there, Derek. Count has a new bid for $27. Solarplex Studios on Tom Petty. And then, what is the no bid? It's Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. It's a Japanese pressing. The only no bid tonight, it's a $35 buy it now. Next thing we have is Live Cream Volume 2. Deserted Cities of the Heart, White Room, Politician, Sunshine of Your Love, $24.99. We got Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, 40th anniversary, that's $29.99. And Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits, that's sealed for $34.99. Also, Black Crows, that's $27.99. 3 Snakes and 1 Charm. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, a 2 LP, $44.99. And Talking Heads Remain in Light, that is sealed on white vinyl, and that is $34.99. WPC is Billy Corgan. Wow, didn't realize that. There we have that. So we sold Tom Petty. John's out on the Beatles. The last bid on that, was Debbie Winston at 24. I'll show that again in a second. Then Chad Davis bid 25. Mike Bartlett got cream. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. The Beatles at 26. And now Tom Petty is sold to Mike Massey for $50. That is sold to Mike for $50. Thank you, Mike. That is sold to you. Now Psychotic Reaction. The last bid on this was $27 with Denise. Holbrook, you've been outbid. Holbrook CM, let me know if you want back in. And there's the Beatles Help. It's a 68 Taiwanese red vinyl. Taiwanese red vinyl. And the last bid on this was 26 with Caleb Hill. So it is an unofficial, really cool. They've bid it on red vinyl. So I've told the story before on these Taiwanese. They were basically pressed unofficially over there. Most of the time, if you think about 68, a lot of them was sold at military stores to people serving around the Vietnam era. So that's where a lot of those were sold. And they ended up, so many ended up over here. A lot of people serving in Vietnam and in Asia, Southeast Asia during that era. They brought them back, and that's how so many ended up back over here. And now they're quite collectible. They're not the best quality, but they're a really cool item. And then let's go back over here and see what else is going on, okay? Let's see here. Next thing over here is this and this. And Holbrook is at $30. And did someone claim WPC? No, it's still available. Led Zeppelin is not sealed. No, it's pre-owned, but near mint for $29.99. And then Mike Massey would like to pay for the Tom Petty, and he would like to send it to Craig as a gift. Mike would like to pay for the Tom Petty and send it to Craig as a gift. Holbrook bid 30 on Candidacy let's see, 30 on that. And then over here is that, and we're good to go. Okay, so WPC is sold to Edmund Estrada. This right here. That is sold. And Laura even drew me a note, produced by Rick Rubin. I missed that too. I wasn't for sure what that is. Okay, we're ready for a new crate. That leaves Zeppelin, Talking Heads, Rolling Stones, Black Crowes, Foo Fighters, Graveyard, Hendrix, T-Rex, and Talking Heads. Wow, a lot of stuff in there. Donna said she would do 28 on the Clapton. This is sold to Donna for 28. Count 5 has a new bid for 31. And then the last bid on that Beatles, was Caleb Howe at $26 for the red vinyl unofficial. Okay? We're ready for more and then more. Laura's already got another crate up here. Wow. Laura's already got another crate up here, but we have other crates as well. We got tons of stuff. We got boo koodles, you might say. Holy moly. Look at all this stuff. Which one to go through next is the question. Let's just go ahead and go next in the tower. What is this? Man, that's a big pre-order or something. Oh, I forgot that came in. It's one whole crate is a big pre-order. We'll probably do this crate, that pre-order, and then another crate. And the next crate after this is a whole crate that was a big pre-order that came in this week. There we have it. Now, the next thing we have is Count 5 at 31. Count 5, 32. Janet Gray on Jimi Hendrix. Janet Gray on Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Janet Gray. That's sold to Janet Gray. Next thing is Mike Ospaw. He says he'll take the Black Crowes. And there's still a ton of great titles left in there. No claim on Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. That's really surprising. Okay. Now, we have the Beatles at 27. And Count 5 got a new bid. And now Vicky's out. So the next thing we have is, it looks like we need another Japanese pressing. If my allergies have settled down. Please settle down, allergies. We're going to put up another Elvis. And this is Elvis Presley, February 1970, on stage. The King, orange RCA Japanese label. Beautiful vinyl. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a gatefold. It has a book in the insert here. Very nice. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti is sold to Craig Sweden. Thank you, Craig. That is sold to you. All righty. First thing in here, I've got 3 copies of Gorillaz Humans. And Gorillaz is $49.99. It's a 2 LP Gorillaz Humans, $49.99. There was a waiting list for this. Gorillaz, I think. Gorillaz is Fred Carnell. I'm going to need more purple juice tonight. Gorillas is sold to Fred Cardinal Humans. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. 2 extra copies here if anybody else wants one. So Gorillas Humans, these are a 2 LP. And this one's got some messed up shrink. That's unfortunate. Let me try to fix this. And so we'll give this one here to Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Craig. That is so to you. And I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants this. Craig says I did not buy Led Zeppelin. Who did I say? Fred Cardinal. Fred Cardinal bought Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. Fred Cardinal, Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. This is sold to Fred Cardinal. Von Galipsy on Foo Fighters. Von Galipsy gets Foo Fighters. That is sold to Von Galipsy, Foo Fighters. And we have 2 copies of Gorillas left. Fred Cardinal was on a waiting list. That's disappointing that the shrink got messed up on this one. I might go ahead and put it in a new sleeve so it doesn't get any worse. But Gorillas is a 2 LP, and that is $49.99. I've got 2 left if anybody wants one. Been selling a lot of Gorillas albums lately. Actually, with my new vinyl distributor that I order the most from, most of the top-selling albums on page 1, like 4 or 5 of the slots are for Gorillas albums. It's pretty amazing how much their stuff sells universally, or I should say worldwide. Next was Psychotic Reaction. This is sold, no more bids. Holbrook got it for $32. That's sold to Holbrook CM for $32. Now in the middle was the Taiwanese Elvis, or the Taiwanese Beatles. And the last bid on this that came in was that last bid, which is now the winning bid, and that was up here with Caleb Howe for $26. Or no, there was new bids. There was Debbie bid 28, and then 27. There was also a claim for Jimi Hendrix, Janet Gray. Did I pull that out? I did. Okay, making sure I didn't miss some stuff here. So the Beatles are still getting bids. The last high bid was $28. Caleb, you're out. It's at $28. Elvis is a final call for $35. There's 2 Gorillas left for $49. Next is Creator, live at Dynamo Open Air 1998. Creator live 1998. That is $29.99. The Beatles is on red vinyl too. It's on red vinyl. It's in VG. It's now at $33. Okay? I would love a Gorillas with Feel Good ink. We have those in stock. They're $44.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Mr. Bungle, California. Mr. Bungle is a 2014. This is originally a music on vinyl pressing, 2014, 180 gram with the insert. And some of these have sold for as much as $189. Mr. Bungle is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start on that. We still got 3 Creators, and I've got several Rat Rarities. I haven't had this in stock in a while. Rat Rarities is $29.99. Rat Rarities, 400 pressed red marble vinyl. Rat is $29.99. $29.99. And Michael Butler has the Taiwan at 43. So that jumped up to 30, 33, 31, now 40, now 43, now 45. Mr. Bungle is a 75. And the next comment was, if I get put on wait list, I get billed when it comes in. You get billed whenever it comes in. Steve Weaver wants a Creator. Now the Beatles at 45. Elvis is a no bid. He's a $35 buy it now. And Mr. Bungle's a $75 start. Mr. Bungle, $75 start on that. So the next record was called Rat Rarities. Red vinyl, $29.99 on that. Haven't had those in a while. Also, Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, $36.99. And I'm pretty sure there's a waiting list for Mr. Allen. And Alan Jackson. Alan, that's some people's names. Maybe there's not. Maybe I just went ahead and ordered 3 more so we'd have them in stock. I think that's what I've done. So Alan Jackson is available, 2 LP, $36.99 if anybody wants that. One second, please. All right. So Alan Jackson, yeah, that's a double LP, $36.99. And there was a waiting list for this. They're back in stock. The Cranberries, no need to argue. They've been out for a little bit. These are $46.99. This is the Cranberries, no need to argue. And Cameron Lingefeld was on a waiting list. And this is, well, I guess I'd say one of the many Cranberries that for some reason we don't get as much of. And this is $46.99. First ever 2 LP pressing of No Need to Argue, featuring a new remaster and a B-sides and unreleased MTV Unplugged, Yesterday's Gone. That is $46.99. The Beatles is now at $48. Brian, Debbie, Michael, all still bidding. Mr. Bungle has not got a bid. It's a final call for $75. Alan Jackson is sold to Anthony Clark. That is sold to Anthony Clark. The Cranberries, a 2 LP edition, $46.99. Solarplex Studios wants a Rat. That's sold to Solarplex Studios. We have Eric Fisher on the Cranberries. Caleb's done on the Beatles. And I've got 3 copies here of Gorillaz Song Machine, which I have not had, I guess, since I've been ordering on the Gorillaz. And I maybe wouldn't have ordered it unless, unless Michael Rudolph said he'll take one. So that is sold to Michael Rudolph, $33.99. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Thank you, Michael. Vicky Yoshikawa on the Cranberries. Mr. Bungle all of a sudden has 2 bids, 75 and 75, and now the Beatles is at 51. And then Shannon Lee also wants a Cranberries, 2 LP with bonus tracks including MTV, 2 Gorillaz for $33.99. And we have 2 copies of Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. 40th anniversary, blue vinyl with poster, Bark at the Moon. That is $33.99. Ozzy, 40th anniversary on that. And then didn't post comments for a couple minutes. Aha. I was wondering what happened. So some comments might have got hung up. So I've only sold 1 Alan Jackson to Anthony Clark. I've only sold 1 Rat to Solarplex, and that was over on YouTube. Eric Fisher got a Cranberries, Vicky got a Cranberries, and now Shannon got a Cranberries. And I may have missed some bidding, but right now, here's who I have. The Beatles is with Debbie Winstead at 51, a red vinyl Taiwanese unofficial, and VG, and Mr. Bungle has 2 $75 bids. Ivan R bids 75, and Shannon Lee bids 75. Where is the Elvis concert at? On stage, February 1970. This concert was recorded on stage at the International Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is Las Vegas, Nevada, 1970. That's when he was playing a lot of shows out there. 1970. Debbie Winstead also wants a Cranberries. Now there's only 1 copy left. We got 4 copies of Joss Stone. Now the reason I ordered Joss Stone, when we've been going through CDs at night, anytime I've been showing a Joss Stone CD, there's been about 300 claims for one. So there is the Soul Sessions, Joss Stone, and that's about the only thing I can get from Joss Stone. Our next auction is Dire Straits, and Dire Straits is Communique, and this is a 1979 German OG. Very cool red Vertigo label, and there's no condition notes. It is extremely nice, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. First thing we have is Caleb Howell wants a Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl with poster. Elvis is a $35 buy it now. Joss Stone is sold to Edmund Estrada. We're still tied on Mr. Bungle. Shannon Lee, just so you know, your bid is out. Ivan R's bid came in first. We're going to sell Debbie Winstead the Beatles for $51. Let's move over Mr. Bungle, and now Dire Straits is a $25 start. Mr. Bungle, the median on that on Discogs is 84. Some of them have sold for as much as 189. Just saying. Here's another Ozzy. This Ozzy is essentially a greatest hits. It's called Memoirs of a Madman. 17 tracks remastered, 2 LP, $38.99. And then Gorillaz, and this one's called The Fall. And we had sold out of Gorillaz, and Gorillaz was a waiting list for Michael Rudolph, and I've got 2 extra copies of this Gorillaz. That is $33.99. Janet Gray also on Joss Stone. Thank you, Edmund. Thank you, Janet Gray. Dire Straits is tied. I still hadn't heard back from Shannon Lee, but I'm about to sell the Mr. Bungle for $75. And then Soundgarden, Bad Motor Finger. Soundgarden is $33.99. Chris Cornell, very nice. Rusty Cage, Outshined. Slaves and Bulldozers is a great song. Now Dire Straits is at $30. We have an offer on Elvis for $30, but John Durden asked the price. So Chad, let me see what John Durden says on that. Shannon's out on Mr. Bungle, just $75. I really thought this would bring over 100. It's like unbelievably just at $75. I was thinking it'd be 100, 125, 150, 175. Not yet. It's about to sell, though, for $75. It was really just up to one person. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing, and for some reason, I only put these up late at night. I feel like I need to put one up right now, and that's the Wings Over America, which is a triple LP, Paul McCartney. This has, if you've ever heard the classic version of Maybe I'm Amazed, it comes from this album right here, that live cut. The studio version was on his album McCartney. This has all three inner sleeves, the poster, it has the lyric book, a gatefold jacket. There is some humidity, some really bad humidity damage on the back of the obi, but the jacket looks fine. I've seen that happen before. It's like sometimes just the obi will have damage, but nothing else. But that's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? So the first thing we have here is Dire Straits 30, Dire Straits 32, Joss Stone. There are two left for $33.99. Donna asked the price and Jetstream asked the price. Amber Mathis gets Soundgarden, Everclear. Those will probably be in tomorrow or the next day. Now, Nicholas, they're only made by an audiophile label called Intervention Records, so they're not too cheap, but they're really high quality. They're analog and they're from Intervention. Those should be here tomorrow or Friday. I actually just ordered more Everclear. Dire Straits 35, Dire Straits 36, Dire Straits 37, Dire Straits 39, Dire Straits 40. What's the Mr. Bungle? Can you tell me more information about the Mr. Bungle? First, though, we're going to sell this Elvis Presley for $30, and this is sold to Chad Davis for $30. Across the board, Mr. Bungle. We had a tie, and I think Shannon did go out. So I was waiting for one person, and he's done, and now we're about to sell it. It was tied for the longest. Mr. Bungle, California, is a 2014 music on vinyl pressing. 180 gram with the insert, near mint minus. It was tied, and it's been tied since the first two bids of $75. Ivan R. has it. He's had it for 6 minutes and 30 seconds at $75. Shannon says he's done. He didn't want in from any more than 75, so that's a final call. Now Dire Straits is at 45, and now Wings is at 35. Moving right along, the best of Billy Idol. This is a 2 LP. There was a waiting list for this. I think that's going to leave me with one extra copy of Billy Idol. And Billy Idol is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. He was on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is one left, the best of Billy Idol. Mr. Bungle is out of print. That's another good point. Both Joss Stones are sold, Donna Turner and Jetstream. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list. No more Joss Stone available. And this next record, oh, that's part of the pre-order coming up. I'll do those in just a second. This was a special request for Troy Robertson. Mark Wheel's Greatest Hits. Thank you, Troy Robinson. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Troy Robinson, $33.99. That was just a special order. We just got one copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We can order that for you. Those will probably in by Friday or next week. Wings, one bid for $35. We're about to sell it. Dire Straits is at 46. I've got to sell Mr. Bungle. I'm going to do a 10-second countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. Ivan R., $75. Ivan, I tried every way possible for you to get outbid. I'm a very honest person. I tried every way possible. You still get it, though, for $75. That only took 8 minutes. Ivan is probably like, thank God. Dire Straits is at $46, and Wings is also about to sell. Moving right along. Before I show this pre-order, there's like 5 copies here, and the next crate is completely full. I think you're going to want to see it, especially if you're on the pre-order. So let me show you what was left in here. Here's what's left in here. 2 copies of Gorillaz Humans. 2 LP, $49.99. 2 LP, $49.99. Dire Straits is at 47 and Wings is at 36. Creator, Live, Dynamo Open Air, 1998, $29.99. I've got 4 copies of Rat Rarities left. Rat, $29.99. Rarities. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, 2 LP, the best of the best, $36.99. Cranberries, No Need to Argue. We've sold 5 copies. There's one left. 2 LP Deluxe Edition, $46.99. Gorillas Song Machine, $33.99. Ozzy Bark at the Moon, one sold, one left. Blue vinyl poster, $33.99. That was long out of print. I don't know why, but for years that was out of print. That's the most recent and only in-print version. Ozzy Bark at the Moon. Ozzy's $38.99. Memoirs of a Madman, a 2 LP remaster. Gorillas The Fall, $33.99. Soundgarden Bad Motorfingers, $33.99. And The Best of Billy Idol, $39.99. George Samberez, you've been outbid on Wings. There was a new bid that slipped in there that I missed for $36 with Chad Van Horn. And now Dire Straits is also at $47 with Chad Van Horn. Now, Josh said Blaine already said he's out. Now, when you say out, you can't bid again, though. If you say out, you can't bid again. So Josh has it for 46, and now Chad has it for 47. One quick rule, if you say out, you can't bid again. So Blaine, unfortunately, you can't bid anymore, but you've been outbid already by Chad Van Horn. Chad's in at 47. George is backing on Wings at 42. Stephen Reeves wants an Ozzy Bark at the Moon. That is sold. And I can tell there's a lot of people watching tonight because feeds are coming in, like comments are coming in waves. It's like boom, 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 boom. And yeah, thank you, Mike Massey. They just all loaded. Stephen Reeves got Ozzy. So if I missed something there, if it didn't load on Restream, be sure to comment again. The only thing I see is Ozzy, so does Stephen Reeves, Dire Straits 50, and then we have Brad Waits on Rat, and then Dire Straits 48, and Jeff Halsworth says, give me the Cranberries. Okay, so the only claims I got there in bids was Dire Straits at 48, and a couple quick rules on auctions. Here's the quick rundown on auction for those who are relatively new. I don't get to state these rules a lot, so probably a lot of people didn't know. If you bid, there's no retractions. So right now, if you bid $50 on Dire Straits, and I say it's sold to you, it's yours and you got to pay for it. When you get your bill, you can't say, can I put back Dire Straits? I didn't have it, or I already had it. I don't want it anymore. Just make sure, two things. When you bid, it's final and you got to pay for it. At any point, we can't let you put back or not pay for an auction. So you have plenty of time to think about it and bid. Those rules are pretty understood. The second is, after you say out, you can't bid again. We've had some people use that as a strategy to confuse people. So we put a rule, you can't say out and then bid again. So before you say out, make sure you're really done. Blaine probably didn't realize that. He's relatively new. Chad Van Horn has it for 50. Blaine is technically out, and now Josh is out, so it's a final call for 50. There was a new bid on Dire Straits, and that was $50. That's now the final call. The last thing was there's a new bid on Wings, and Wings is at 42, and that means Chad Van Horn, you're out on Wings. It's now at 42. Okay? Billy Idol, Soundgarden, Gorillas, Ozzy, Gorillas, Alan Jackson, Rat, Creator, and Gorillas. And then I think Facebook lagged there for a second. So here's the comments that lagged. And if I didn't see something, go ahead and send it again. That was Stephen Reeves, Bark at the Moon, Brad Waits on Rat, Jeff Halsworth on Cranberries. I got all those. And now Edmund Estrada wants that last Billy Idol. And Amber Mathis, if you're okay with a waiting list, I'll put you on there. This next item was a huge pre-order. And it's actually there's a few left in here, and I'll go ahead and pull these, and I'll be going ahead and letting everybody making sure you want one, etc., etc. And it's the new release for Volbeat. These are in, and they come out Friday. Volbeat is Gods of Angels Trust. Gods of Angels Trust. Volbeat is technically on mystery colored vinyl, so every one is a different color. Volbeat is mystery colored vinyl. And there's 29 comments on the pre-order. Wow, that's a lot. Volbeats are $46.99. These come out on Friday. Here's the first few people. Jeremy Vaught got one. There's one for Jeremy Vaught. There's one for Matt Scheiker. There's one for Matt Scheiker. There's one for Kevin Jordan. Thank you, Kevin Jordan. Here's one for Josh Tanner. Thank you, Josh Tanner. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. We'll get them pulled for you. Bob Reiger gets one, and William Simmons gets one. If you know for sure you didn't pre-order and you want one right now, go ahead and get in line I've got a whole crate. We should have extras, okay? And here is Will Paul's right there with William Simmons. That was for my first 246. Jeremy, Matt, Kevin, Josh, Bob, and William. I'll pause there and go get the other crate. Here's what's left in here. Soundgarden, Gorillaz, Ozzy, Gorillaz, Alan Jackson, Rat, Creator, and Gorillaz. So let's put these right over here. And now let's go get that other full crate of Volbeats. Big new release from Volbeat. Huge new release. Let me grab this and put it right over here. All right. And we've almost filled up another crate. Well, I'm going to do a switcheroo right quick. So the first is Amber Mathis. Amber Mathis on the wait list for Billy Idol. Wings 43, Wings 45. Prices on Gorillaz. Humans is $49.99 and the other two were $33. Humans is $49 and the other two are $33. Wings 52. Joe, there's no more Dark Side of the, or there's no more Bark at the Moon unless you want on a waiting list. And Rat is called Rarities. Rat is called Rarities. It is a limited edition on red marble vinyl. It's rare tracks. Probably ones you've never heard before. That's always a fun listen. All right, here's the rest of these. First, let me straighten up my crate and let me pull a few more till these are all sold. And the first Volbeat is sold to Justin Deckelman and Sean Holford, or I should say the next. Justin Deckelman and Sean Holford. There's two more sold, and then Daryl Johnson was next. And I think that's all this crate can hold. Let me go ahead and swap them out. So we stopped there at Daryl Johnson. And now we're at the fourth crate point. And this is at, how long have we been streaming? We're at 2 hours and 43 minutes. We're well ahead of pace. 2 hours and 43 minutes. I got to write that down for them. I won't forget. 2:43. 2:43. Let me go ahead and do some condensing here so I can have a new empty crate. 2:43. We already filled up 4 crates. This is going to be one of those just crazy busy nights with all this new stuff coming in. Pretty fun. Very fun. Next on the pre-order is Brian Dismore and Autumn Betts. Brian Dismore and Autumn Betts. Over here, we got Brian Thurman and Kenny Cates Jr. Brian Thurman and Kenny Cates Jr. Next was Amy Hutchings and Dean Tefford. Amy Hutchins and Dean Tefford. Next is Melissa Bailey and Jeff Brinley. Melissa Bailey and Jeff Brinley. There's 2 more sold. Daniel Buzod and David Polkey. Daniel Buzod and David Polkey. Also, we got Tawana Bennett and Ken Crooker. Tawana Bennett and Ken Crooker. Also got Robert Matthews and Todd Kilgore. Robert Matthews and Todd Kilgore. Next was Monty Reed. There's Monty Reed. And then the next person was Rob Bobby and Rich Recor. Rob Bobby and Rich Recor. And we got a bunch of extra Volbeats. So that's everybody. Let's read through those again in case you just hopped on. And if you've already commented and you heard your name, let me know so you don't end up with 2 unless you want to. Jeremy Vaught, Matt Shiker, Kevin Jordan, Josh Tanner, Bob Reiger, William Simmons, Justin Deckelman, Sean Holford, Daryl Johnson, Brian Dismore, Autumn Betts, Brian Thurman, Kenny Cates Jr., Amy Hutchins, Dean Tefford, Melissa Bailey, Jeff Brindley, Daniel Buzod and David Polkey, Tawana Bennett, Ken Crooker, Robert Matthews, Todd Kilgore, Monty Reed, Rob Bobby, and Rich Recor. And I don't think I said any names double. I don't think I said anybody's name second. So sorry, I kind of neglected the auctions. And we are talking about the new Volbeat that comes out Friday on mystery colored vinyl. Wings got a bid for 43. Wings got a bid for 50. Wings got a bid for 52. And then Michael Salazar first on Volbeat. That's so to Michael Salazar. MT Matt also wants a Volbeat. Solarplex Studios also wants a Volbeat. And Michael Hamburger on Volbeat. Michael, have you bought from us before? If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. We got Jackie Reynolds on a Volbeat. Sid Blair's out on Wings. And then next, I answered Rat. Next, I answered Gorillaz. Chad's out on Wings. Stacy Brown wanted a Rat Rarities. We're down to 2 copies of Rat Rarities. $29.99. Vicky wants Back in Black. This is AC/DC Back in Black. Janet, that's $33.99. $33.99. Then I get Dire Straits. It's about to sell. I'm about to sell it. Give me 1 second. And then Brian Call wants a Volbeat. Okay. Now over here is Dire Straits. Yes, we got to wrap these up and put up all new stuff. Dire Straits is sold to Chad for $50, right? That was on the button. Chad Van Horn, $50. And George Samberes gets Wings for $52. And that's so to George Samberes for $52. All righty. Nice. Now, there's plenty of Volbeats left, but I was okay having an item like that with multiple copies still left because Volbeat is a new release. It's on indie exclusive colored vinyl. mystery colored vinyl. So you don't know what you're going to get. I guess it could be gold, purple, red, and Janet gets back in black. Thank you. And now we need a new record there. Craig says, Carol says, rotate the stock. We need to do that, don't we? Let's rotate the stock. What can we put there? How about Tom Petty? That's a good one. That's a good one there. We'll put Tom Petty there. Okay, if anybody else wants one, yes, send in info. Thank you. We got Volbeat. And Darren says, I was on the waiting list for Bad Motorfinger. Okay, I might have not looked that one up. You know, I might have not looked that up. Let's look that up. That's Soundgarden, right? Bad Motorfinger. You was on a waiting list. Wow. I just thought I restocked it. I didn't even think we had a wait list on that. So Darren Chrisman, you were right, and you do get a Soundgarden. Okay? That's so do you. And did I just pull one for Steve Weaver? I did pull one for Steve Weaver. And then we got one for Rob Fordham. All right, nice. So that's all the Volbeats I have left. $46.99. Shannon Lee also wants one. I'm glad I ordered extras. We've sold about 10 extras. That was one I was like, yeah, I better go ahead and order a bunch of those. And if you know anybody else that needs one, say, hey, you can go get one at Colecco right now. They still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in stock. 9 in stock. I'm going to condense that with this other crate. And let's put up all new auctions. Tom Petty is $36.99. I'm free falling, running down a dream. Next thing we have here is the Cranberries. Everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? We just sold out of another Cranberries album. Here's this one. It's a 2017 cut from the original master tapes. Is this Analog Spark? Yeah, this is Analog Spark. This is an incredible sounding version of this record. That's why it demands really good money. Analog Spark. Everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Cranberries is a $55 start. I will do Offspring, yes. Let's put up the Cranberries. Let me go ahead and put up a Japanese too. The next Japanese pressing is going to be an Obi-less Magical Mystery Tour. What did I just say? Obi-less Magical Mystery Tour. Step right this way. You say goodbye. I say hello. Strawberry Fields Forever. Folks, it's worth it just for that. One of the greatest compositions ever, in my opinion. This is a gatefold. It does have a little bit of humidity damage here. The book is still barely attached. It is Obi, but what a nice copy to have. Magical Mystery Tour. A Japanese pressing, just no Obi, on Apple, $35 start. Now, I said we was going to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl. We actually just already did 2, but we're going to do another one because Volbeat was pretty much a full other crate. So let's jump over here, and I am going to go ahead and do this one, which has some, this is from that distributor that has on sale stuff. So one more crate, and then we got another Laura crate. She's already brought another Laura crate up here. So one more crate of new sealed, another crate of new sealed, and then after that, we have a Laura crate, then we'll do 2 or 3 more new crates of new vinyl, which have been hot tonight. Hot tonight. Here we go. Cranberries, one bid $65. The Beatles is a $35 start. And I have a couple more. No, I just have one more Kiss single. I Was Made for Loving You. I just got one more Kiss single. It is about VG++, maybe EX after it's cleaned. I Was Made for Loving You. And the B-side is, it's a promo. I Was Made for Loving You promo. Promotion copy, stereo and mono. Stereo mono. Kiss is going to go up for a $7 start. Next thing is, how much is Volbeat? $46.99. Volbeat's $46.99. First thing I have in here is U2 at just $29.99. So this distributor here, there's 2 things that's always in these crates. Either stuff I typically can't get anywhere else, or it's stuff below MSRP, or both. It's typically both. U2, $29.99. This was the first album I remember when I got into U2. They were on this tour, the 360 tour. This album was out. Magnificent. If I Don't Go Crazy Tonight, Get On Your Boots, Breathe, $29.99. This is U2, No Line on the Horizon. It's in this, they came in these like plastic sleeves like this with the equal sign. That is $29.99, U2, No Line on the Horizon. And then we have Anthony Clark says, I'll take a Volbeat. Okay, now we're down to what I said, 7 copies. And Debbie, if you decide you want one, let me know. They're chipping away. Volbeat's $46.99. They'll be sold hopefully by the end of the week. Kiss 7, Kiss 8. Wow, just one bid on the cranberries. Final call for $65. It's on black vinyl, analog spark, high grade copy. Beatles, no bid, looking for a $35 start. U2's $29. We have Wolf Mother, self-titled, The Joker and the Thief. Wolf Mother is $34.99. Wolf Mother, and there was no waiting list. I just went ahead and ordered a couple more because they're at great prices, and that is $34.99. 10th anniversary edition 2LP. Janet Gray on U2 for $29.99, and I think these typically retail for what, $15? The original list price or the current list price is probably $15 more than that. So $29.99 on that. Beatles does have a bid for $35. Kiss 10, Kiss 11, Kiss 9. Vicky wants a Wolf Mother. Scott Beebe wants a Wolf Mother. And Debbie Winston on Volbeat. Now we're down to 2, 4, 6 copies of Volbeat, I think. Either way, I still got a few. Mystery Color, Volbeat's $46.99. All right, next over here is Blink 182. Blink 182, and this is $34.99. This is the Mark, Tom, and Travis show. That is $34.99. The Mark, Tom, and Travis show. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. That is something else. It's about $10 below list price that I typically don't have in stock. Blink 182 is $34.99. So Jeff Hallsworth also wants a U2, and I think Melinda, I'll have to put you on a waiting list if that's okay. I'll definitely order more. I know I have one. Like I said, when I first remember that tour U2 was on, I'm pretty sure this is like the most newest recent music, and that is so did Jeff, and now Melinda on that. So Jeff got a U2, Melinda waiting list, and Jeff was the only bidder on the cranberries. Coming up next is the Offspring. So Jeff only one bid on that for $65. I found that kind of surprising, but that's so to him. And then there's only one bid on the Beatles, and since that's new, we'll say that's a final call to Nicholas for $35. Melinda's on a waiting list for U2, No Lawn on the Horizon. We just sold out of Wolf Mother. We still got Blink 182. And there was a waiting list for this, and I went ahead and ordered several because it's turned out to be one of these records we just keep selling and keep selling. It's a great compilation at a great price. And that is the Beastie Boys music. And this is, they do have something called Beastie Boys Gold, but this here is, I think, the better compilation. It's called Beastie Boys Music. Cameron Lingafelt and Paul Brothers was on a waiting list. $34.99. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, Paul Revere, Sabotage, Intergalactic, Check It Out, Make Some... All those great Beastie Boys songs, they are $34.99. I've got 2, I've got 4, I've got 5. And these are sold, and these are sold. It's $34.99. It's a great compilation. Cameron, those are sold to you. And Paul Brothers, that's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now, the next comment was Kiss at $13 with Chad Davis. A promo of I Was Made for Loving You. A promo. Tracks on Blink 182. Give me 1 second. Kristen Barnett also on the U2 waiting list. Kiss has a new bid for $14. And then the next thing is, do you have Collective Soul self-titled? I do have a copy still available. Yes, Collective Soul is available. If you want it, Dean just said sold. Next thing is Blink 182 again. Okay, so Sean, that must have got hung up. Let me make sure in case I didn't miss something else. Yeah, Facebook's been pretty wacky tonight. How many people are watching on Facebook and YouTube? I feel like there's a bunch. My view counter hasn't worked all week, so I'm blind on how many people's watching. There could be 0 watching, and I wouldn't know because I'm just, I have no idea. I'm just selling away. Sean gets Blink 182, and now that filled up a crate almost. Let's go ahead and give one to Stacy Brown, and let's go ahead and give one to Robin Glenn. So those are sold and sold. Stacy Brown and Robin Glenn. We'll pause right there. Janet's next, but we have filled up another crate. We can thank that for the Volbeat. Janet's next on the Beastie Boys. Don't let me forget that. But first, we have filled up another crate here. And now I need another empty one, which hopefully I've already condensed over here. I did. We got a nice blue crate we're about to fill up. And Janet's going to be the first record we put in there for the Beastie Boys. Great compilation. Great compilation. So Janet's next on that. I went ahead and ordered several. And my experiments paid off. Some of these titles, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start ordering like 7 extra copies instead of 2 and 3. Brett Thies gets one on that. And then over here is, there's 130 on Facebook. Thank you. What about YouTube? And then Ryan Eaton. Now, this is pending to Eric Fisher. If he wanted the track listing on that, this is Dump Weed, Don't Leave Me, Aliens Exist, Family Reunion, Going Away to College, What's My Age Again, Rich Lips, Blue Job, Untitled, Voyeur, Pathetic, Adam Song, Peggy Sue, Windy Clear, Carousel, All the Small Things, Mutt, The Country Song, Man Overboard. And over here, there's one left, and that's Eric Fisher's. If not, it goes to Ryan Eaton. And then Facebook, thank you. And we have 138 on the TV. A lot of people watching that. 138 on YouTube and 130 on Facebook. So that is a total of 268 people right now. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Now, Nicholas Hollister got the Beatles for $35. Let's not forget about our auctions. There's a lot of great stuff to be auctioned tonight. Nicholas, you get that for $35. I mean, a lot. So Eric Fisher, if you want Blink-182, let me know. If not, it goes to Ryan Eaton. That's essentially a live album from Blink-182. Okay? And so Blink-182, and this is sold, okay, to Ryan Eaton. This is a Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You promo. We've sold about 7 Kiss singles tonight. It was our first auctions, and this is the last one. Mono stereo. We've sold about 7 tonight. That's the last one. The high bid on Kiss. It's in about VG plus, maybe EX condition, borderline. $16 with Debbie Winstead. Beastie Boys were sold 2 people on a waiting list. We sold 1 to Stacy. We sold 1 to Robin Glenn, Stacey Brown, Robin Glenn, Janet Gray. Sean Fairweather got a Blink-182. Brett Thieves got a Beastie Boys. Kiss is at 16. Ryan Eaton got that last Blink-182. I'm scrolling, and we're good to go. There's 1 Beastie Boys left for $34.99. Here's another U2, a great compilation at a great price. The best of 1990 to 2000. $34.99. There was a waiting list for this. Let's go ahead and tag those. And if anybody else wants one, now's the time. And then we're going to put new auction. So U2 waiting list was Melanie Jennings. Melanie, I got you down for one. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. U2, 1990, 2000. I went ahead and got several of those, $34.99. Now, somebody asked about Collective Soul. I may have missed their comment that said sold. Who asked about that? That got buried. I may have lost that. Who? Somebody asked for that during all the chaotic mess that we just had. It was Dean Tefford. Okay, I'll make sure. I might have missed something there. Dean, if you did say sold, okay? Which one did we have? We have Collective Soul by Collective Soul, a.k.a. self-titled. We also have Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. And we can get 7-Year Itch, which is their greatest hits. Melinda Gearhart also wants U2. Okay, we had a request. Here's what's over here in the auction bin. Here's a quick read-through. Radiohead, King Harvest, Talking Heads, Genesis, James Taylor Super Disc, Jackson Brown Japanese, Bruce Springsteen Japanese, John Lee Hooker, Dark Side of the Moon, House of the Holy, Roger Waters, Waylon Jennings Picture Disc, The Offspring, which is going up right now, The Outlaw Super Disc, Styx, Michael Jackson, and then for the higher end tab, looks like the White Stripes, Audio Slave, Garth Brooks, David Bowie, The Police, Miles Davis, and then I still got some other stuff like James Brown, Love, Madonna, and Pixies. So first, here's The Offspring, and this is a 2015 U.S. It is a 2015 U.S. 180 grams sealed. This album originally came out in 1998. Pretty fly for a white guy. Some of these have sold for as much as $150. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on The Offspring. Nobody else bid on Kiss, right? No. Nobody else bid on Kiss. This is sold to Debbie Winstead for $16. Okay. Now, we sold 2 U2s. There's 3 left. We've sold a bunch of Beastie Boys. There's 1 left. And here is Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Creatures of the Night is a half-speed master. Tip-on jacket, $34.99. We also have Sinatra, More Christmas Tonight. Sinatra Ultimate Christmas, a 2 LP, a great compilation, $34.99 for Mr. Frank Ultimate Christmas Collection. As featured in The Godfather. As featured in The Godfather. Frank Sinatra was a Christmas song. You remember when Michael goes and he sees the newspaper that his dad's been shot? That's when things get really serious in that movie. Right after Vito gets shot. I had to drink some purple juice right quick. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. That's playing in the back. Him and his wife are out shopping, and he walks by that newsstand, and he sees that newspaper, and he's like, oh gosh. He calls Sonny. Mike, where you been? We've been trying to get a hold of you. Here we go. Our next auction is Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. This is a 1959 OG. Holy moly. A Grail. A Jazz Grail. This would be, if somebody said, Chad, what's some Jazz Grails? I would say an OG 59 Deep Groove Mono of Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. And it's not bad. It's actually VG++ EX. Technically EX minus. So somewhere between almost EX, but maybe VG++. A 6-eye Deep Groove Mono 59 OG. Beautiful. VG Plus copies have sold for $200. G Plus copies, listen. G Plus beat to death copies have sold for $50. This thing is nice for what this is. A $95 start. These typically don't exist in near mint. I'm not saying this one's near mint. I'm saying it's VG++ EX minus. It looks clean to me. But man, wow. That's pretty cool. A $95 start on Miles Davis. Okay, there's that. Now, over here, let's see where I left off. There's the Miles Davis request. I'm not for sure on the Pixies. And then Offspring has got a ton of bidding. And the last thing I showed was Sinatra Ultimate Christmas Collection, $34.99. And this is at a great price. I think these were like $45 or $50 new. A half-speed master of Bob Marley's Burnin'. A 75th anniversary Abbey Road half-speed master for just $34.99. Miles Davis has already got a bunch of bids, and the Offspring is at $95. Offspring's at $95, and Miles Davis is at $110. So that was another great crate. We got a lower crate coming up right now, and we have knocked a chunk of the new vinyl bins out. Listen to this. We still got 5 more to go through. It looks like 5 more. It could be. I'm hoping there's vinyl in those other ones down there. So, but either way, we're going to go through this lower crate now, and then we're going to go ahead and knock out a couple more of those. Here we go. So first thing we have is a quick read through of here. There's one Beastie Boys left for $34.99. Beastie Boys music. 2 U2s left. 3 U2s left. Mysterious Ways, Even Better Than the Real Thing, Beautiful Day. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. Kiss, half-speed master with the tip-on jacket, $34.99. Creatures of the Night. Sinatra Ultimate Christmas is sold to C-Note. And then Bob Marley and Abbey Road half-speed master, $34.99. That's what's left. Kind of Blue is at $130. Kind of Blue is $130. And the Offspring is now a final call to Jeff Brindley for $95. That's where we're at on those. All right, lower crate coming up right now. As soon as I can clear my sinuses up, I'm going to touch my toes first. Oh. My energy level tonight, without even any blue juice, I actually got a good solid 6 hours of rest. I actually got a good solid 6 hours of rest. My brain is working at a much faster rate. Nice. Nice lower crate sticker. Nice. Y'all know the rules. The first one to claim gets something, but also no putbacks on the first 5 records. Time to rotate end cap. Nobody got Tom Petty. I figured somebody would buy this. $36.99, Full Moon Fever. I Won't Back Down. Free Falling. I'm going to put over here this. Vinyl Me Please. $34.99. Run DMC. All right, so Bob Marley's are sold to Gregory Roberts and Susie Breedlove. Gregory Roberts and Susie Breedlove. Let's put Janet Gray on a waiting list. Let's put Janet Gray on a waiting list, okay? Here we go. First 5 records. Pace is not going to stop. The Tom Tom Club. VG, $9.99. The note on the back from Laura says Talking Heads. VG, $9.99. Boston, Third Stage. VG Plus, $14.99. I Can Feel It Coming, In the Air Tonight. EX, $17.99. Phil Collins. Stevie Nicks and Shrinking Hype. VG, $14.99. And Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Heart is in VG Plus condition. $14.99. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Let's update these auctions. Nobody else bid on Offspring, right? Jeff Brinley had it for $95. I'm scrolling. This is sold for $95 to Jeff Brinley. Over here is a grail. A grail of a jazz album. A true OG 6i Deep Groove Mono, VG++, EX-, an amazing Miles Davis 6i Deep Groove Mono. And the last bid was Andrew Eisensmith at $150. Janet Gray was on a waiting list for the Bob Marley Half-Speed Master. And then I'm going to go ahead and tag these records so we can put up our new auctions. But first, the Tom Tom Club is sold to Edmund Estrada, and that means he also gets the rare, highly desirable, extremely valuable, iconic, no question about it, Laura Crate Hop sticker. Thank you, Edmund Estrada. Next is Chris Bachek on Tom Tom Club. Amanda Darby next on Tom Tom Club. Vicky Yoshikawa on Tom Tom Club. Melanie Jennings on Tom Tom Club. Greg Gallier on Tom Tom Club. Jetstream on Tom Tom Club. Ed Hickey on Boston, Third Stage. That's sold to Ed Hickey. Tim Graham, Can Feel It Coming, In the Air Tonight. Phil Collins goes to Tim Graham. Holbrook next on Tom Tom Club. Josh Brown next on Phil Collins. Kristen Barnett on Stevie Nicks. Jeremy Rourke first on Heart. Amanda Darby next on Heart. Miles Davis 160. Jerry Stone next on Tom Tom Club. And now we have our next auction going up right now. And that next auction is Garth Brooks. And this is OG, folks. Wow. Here we go. A Country Grail, a 1991 US OG. This album was never sold in stores. It was just available through the Columbia Record Club. Never sold in stores, and this is the only time it's ever been pressed to vinyl. It is EX condition, and we're going to start it at just $95. I would expect this to bring well over 100. Sealed copies have sold for as much as 300. Garth Brooks is a $95 start. $95 start on that. Next is Miles Davis at $165, and Robin Glenn, your Stevie Wonder came in, or your Stevie Nicks came in very late. Flag Chad, I said I would take the first record blind. You cannot do that. You can't claim the first record blind. Next thing we have is Genesis, From Genesis to Revelation. This is EX condition. Genesis' first album, $17.99. John, if I start allowing that, there would be people right now that said, Chad, I will take the next 20 Laura Crate records blind. Just charge my account and give me those stickers. If I allowed that, that's what would happen. There would be somebody right now say, Chad, go ahead and charge me for the next 20 Laura Crate record stickers. And I would tell Laura to dig up a lot of Pablo Cruz, and we would mark them $99.99. And then somebody's going to get a bill for $20,000 for Laura Crate stickers. Next thing we have is Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. Uriah Heep is VG Plus condition, $12.99. Also, Counting Crows, August and Everything After. A VG Plus copy, $27.99. That's about half of what they cost brand new. This is in VG Plus, $27.99. Also, this is The Breeders, Little TK. The Breeders is EX for $17.99, and We Are the World. We Are the World, EX condition, $17.99. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. Miles Davis, $165. Miles Davis, $179. Garth Brooks, $95. Garth Brooks, $95. Next is Mike Straws on G, and that was G for Genesis. Thank you. Brett Thies was second. John Darden said bogus. What a bunch of bogus, he said. And then Amanda Darby on Counting Crows. Mr. Jones. Nicholas Hollister next. And then Javi Soto next. Vicky Yosasawa next. And now Kinda Blues at 78. So there was no claim on We Are the World, no claim on Breeders, and no claim on Uriah Heep. I think there was so many claims for Tom Tom Club for the Laura sticker, the feed almost like shut down. There were several people that said my comment didn't even come through, and a couple people's came in like 60 seconds late. That almost shut down the entire sale. That was like shut down. That almost caused a catastrophe. Miles Davis is one. Does Garth really just have one bid for $95? Final call. Cody Wright has it for $95. Going once, going twice. New Japanese going up right now. The next Japanese auction is going up for bid right now. And that Japanese pressing, without further ado, is a soundtrack to Rocky IV. A soundtrack to Rocky IV, a Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Rocky IV. There's the vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover. Very nice. $35. What is the Breeders? The Breeders is EX1799 Little TK. Next is Sunburn. Sun is VG condition $9.99. And we have Royal Thunder CVI. Royal Thunder is in VG Plus condition, $19.99, and the Pretenders, get close. The Pretenders is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Looks like there's a little bit of a stain down here on the cover. VG Plus, $14.99. And this is Graveyard. VG condition, $9.99 for Graveyard and Modern English. Nice. After the snow, I'll stop the world and melt with you. VG $9.99. Laura says banger. I wrecked my car to this song. It's literally a banger. She wrecked her car to I'll Stop the World and Melt with You. That sounds like an interesting story, Laura. One, I did not know that. Two, sorry to hear about your wrecked car. I don't think that was recent though, was it? I'll stop. Laura was singing, driving down the road, and then all of a sudden, crawl, bam, pow. Let me move the camera up a little bit. Okay, let's go back over here. Next thing we had was Garth Brooks was a final call at $95. I'm working my way down. Miles Davis, $178. Miles Davis, $185. Rocky has a bid for $35. Rocky has a bid for $35. $235. Javi Soto on Modern English. Edmund Estrada, second on Modern English. Amanda Darby, third on Modern English. Kristen Barnett, first on Breeders. So did Kristen Barnett. Robin next on Modern English. Josh backing on Rocky at 36. Kristen next on Modern English. Garrett next on Modern English. Melanie next on Modern English. And we have Boston. Boston is VG Plus $14.99. More Than a Feeling. Excuse me, Don't Look Back. Boston, Don't Look Back. First label, VG Plus $14.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. RCA Music Club, VG Plus $14.99. It was 5 years ago. Okay, makes me feel a lot better. I was about to say, I need to go out in the parking lot and expect Laura's car damage. Rocky, $38. Cody, I can't believe it. You got the cheapest copy of Garth Brooks' Rope in the Wind I have ever sold here. I have never, ever sold one of these for less than 100 or 125 or 175. When I put this up for auction, I thought here's what the feed would look like. 95, 100, 125, 130, 145, 150, 160. It didn't. One bid, Cody got it for $95. Wow, that's extremely surprising. That is why you got to watch Galetco. Somebody's going to be like, Chad, you have a Garth Brooks Rope in the Wind. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I just sold one for $95. And they're going to be like, do what? I would have paid $200 for that. And I was like, well, you was watching at the wrong time. Next thing is Rocky 38, Rocky 40, Tim Graham on Phil Collins, Pat Frack gets Boston. And then next is Rocky 39, Rocky 45, and we have Miles Davis. Who is the high bidder on Miles Davis? The last bid was John Dodd at $185. William APN, do you want back in, William? $185. 85, hammers up. A VG Plus copy sold for 200. This thing is nearly EX. A G Plus copy sold for 50. That kind of gives you an idea of what people are willing to pay for destroyed copies, just because it's such a rare and important album in jazz history. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, VG condition, $14.99. Stevie Nicks, that was the last check condition record. That was the last check condition record. Now, Rocky at 46. We have Garrett Cypert on Graveyard. That's sold to Garrett Cypert. Miles is at $195. Our next auction is going to go up right now. We Were Dancing in the Moonlight. A great album here by King Harvest. Dancing in the Moonlight. It is a 72 US Best Way original on that OG Perception label. The spine does have some damage. The spine is starting to split. So a VG minus cover, just a $20 start. $20 start on King Harvest. And yes, that's that classic song, Dancing in the Moonlight. Miles Davis, $195. Miles Davis, $205. So here's what was left in the check condition part of this bin. Stevie Nicks, The Pretenders, Royal Thunder, Sun, We Are the World, and Uriah Heep. Now for the other stuff. Tyler, the Creator, Wolf, on pink vinyl, sealed, $29.99. That's $5 below what it originally sold for, and it's still sealed. And there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Tyler, the Creator, with a 3-heart rating, $29.99. Mr. Welcome to the Real World. This thing is loaded with hits. No condition notes, $14.99. Kim Wilde. Kim Wilde is a 1981 UK original. No condition notes, $14.99 on that. A couple 80s there in really good condition. The Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. Sabotage, a 2009 Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99 for Beastie Boys. And this is Ready to Be. And this is a K-pop album. It is sealed for $19.99. Now, we have the following. Miles Davis, $195. Miles Davis, $205. Rocky soundtrack, $48. Miles Davis, $210. Miles Davis, $220. Miles Davis, $225. Edmund Estrada on KW. Kim Wilde, Nicholas Hostler, You're Second. Miles Davis, $230. Josh Brown on Beastie Boys. Mr. still in there. No bid on King Harvest. I'm looking for just a $20 start. Great price on that. And the other bidder on Rocky went out. So that's a final call to Tim Graham for $48. Miles Davis is a 1959 OG mono. This is the one. This is the Deep Groove Mono 6i 59 OG VG++/EX. VG++EX. It's now at $240. Mr. is sold to Bill Samus. That was only $14.99, already sold. Now King Harvest has 3 $20 bids. And we have the Smashing Pumpkins Sear. Smashing Pumpkins Sear is purple vinyl, $29.99. Brandon Johnson next on Mr. And now King Harvest has 5 $20 bids. Sandy Villa third on Mr. Next is Aerosmith Greatest Hits. And this is on Walmart exclusive, red and black splatter, just $24.99. Dream On, Sweet Emotion, Walk This Way. Janie's Got a Gun, Crying, Living on the Edge. Dude Looks Like a Lady, Ragdoll, Crazy, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. $24.99. Miles Davis, $255. Miles Davis, $260. King Harvest, $21. King Harvest, $25. Blaine Zapnick on Smashing Pumpkins. He put SO, but he meant SP. Kristen Barnett, You're Second. Miles Davis is at $280. Jeff Halls was first on Aerosmith. King Harvest has another $25 bid. Hammers up on Rocky 4. I'm about to sell it. Linkin Park Paper Cuts. This is the Linkin Park singles collection on black and red splatter. In the End, Numb, What Have I Done? This is on clear red and black sealed, $29.99 for Linkin Park Paper Cuts. Toto 4, Africa, $19.99. Original on her sleeve. No condition notes. No condition notes. It has the original on her sleeve with the lyrics. Nice. Has the original on her sleeves with the lyrics. That's what we like to see, right? Where's the... I was going to say, did they put the lyrics on here to Africa? Looks like they put the lyrics to every song but Africa. Did they mean to do that on purpose? There's no... I think the inner sleeve has all the lyrics to every song except Africa. $19.99. That's my best musical interpretation of Africa. King 25, Miles Davis 285. And over here we have Lincoln Park, and Lincoln Park is Ron Burns. That is sold to Ron Burns. Thank you on that. And now Amanda Darby was next. Then Oso Adventure, Miles Davis 295, Miles Davis 295, Miles Davis 300, and Janet Gray on Toto. Janet Gray on Toto. Rocky 4 is right here, and this is a final bid, and the hammer is dropped. Hammer to fall. And this is sold to Tim Graham for $48. He had that for 4 minutes. That's sold for $48. $48. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Nice. Let's go ahead and put up some other new auctions, okay? I'm going to need some auction. I'm going to need some auction. I mean oxygen. I said auction. Oxygen auction. Blue juice just came in handy. Wow. Unbelievable. Miles Davis. The last bid was John Dodd at $300. This is a low population record in this kind of grade. If you do have one of these truly near mint minus, you got something extraordinarily rare. They just really don't exist in that kind of grade. King Harvest. The last bid on King Harvest that came in was Jared McLaughlin at $25. Then Chuck Haley bid $25. And then Miles Davis $300. Janet got Toto. Next thing was out of Miles Davis. Now Miles Davis at $310. And we got Miles Davis at $320. Now King Harvest is at $28. And we have Steve Winwood back in the high life. That's in shrink, $14.99 for Steve Winwood. The Divine Comedy. The Divine Comedy. That's a folk rock experimental, $49.99. I remember having that before. That's a cover you don't forget. And Talking Heads is on blue vinyl. This is Little Creatures for $24.99. Just $24.99. Now King is at $28. Now Miles Davis is at $320. And now our next auction is a Japanese pressing. Yes, I'm holding it. Here it is. Without further ado, it is a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. There's the original on her sleeve with the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for the May Queen. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. It is a gatefold. It has a disc with it known as vinyl. This is vinyl here. In case you didn't know that, it is beautiful. It's a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. That's now up for bid. Next is King Harvest 28. Jared McLaughlin, you're out. Vicky on DC, Divine Comedy. Tim Graham on Steve Winwood. Kind of Blue is at $350. Slicker on DC, Divine Comedy. Garrett, Slicker, you were second. Garrett got Talking Heads. Miles Davis, $360. King Harvest, $30. Led Zeppelin's a $55 start. When the Levee Breaks. The Battle of Evermore. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits. New and sealed for $24.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Dirt on My Diamonds, Volume 2, sealed, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Blue Marble Vinyl, $19.99. Tomahawk, Anonymous, the band's third album from 2007, sealed, orange, Mike Patton, Tomahawk, $24.99. Miles Davis is at $360. Chuck, you're out on King Harvest. Jared has it for $30. No bid on Led Zeppelin. Going once, going twice for a $55 start. I'm going to keep going. We have Dead Cross. Dead Cross is a red and black swirl. Another Mike Patton. Dead Cross, $24.99. Very nice. Patrick Fu on Joan Jett. So to Patrick Fu. Robin was second. Tim Graham third. Robin and Tim, I can still get that album in stock if you want me to order you one. If so, just say yes, waiting list. So Robin was second. Tim was next. King Harvest has a new bid for $31. Tim Colino gets Tomahawk. Holbrook second next on Tomahawk. William APN. William APM. Are you done on Miles Davis? It's at 36. Chuck Haley's at 31 on King Harvest. Next, Led Zeppelin does have a bid for 55. Susie Breelove got Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Craig next on Tomahawk. Dead Cross is still available. Tim says he'll take a Joan Jett. Next is Eurythmics, 1984, For the Love of Big Brother. Just $14.99 for the Eurythmics. No condition notes on that. And Thompson Twins Sidekicks. Thompson Twins is $14.99. Led Zeppelin's at $55, going once, going twice. Robin said she would like a Joan Jett Greatest Hits. Anybody else want a Joan Jett Greatest Hits? King Harvest is now at $32. Hammers up. We're about to sell Miles Davis. This might bring out the gavel. $360. $360. It's up to one person. Final call. 59 OG. Queen, A Day at the Races. A 2023 half-speed master on orange vinyl. I've never seen that version. $49.99. $49.99. Brett Thies on the Eurythmics. That's so to Brett Thies. He's out on King Harvest and he's out on Kinda Blue. We have our final calls. We're about to sell King Harvest for $32. We're about to sell Miles Davis for $360. And we're about to sell Led Zeppelin for $55. Just one bid on Led Zeppelin. Garrett's going to pick up the Dead Cross. I figure there'd be more claims for that. That's so did Garrett Cypret. Rebecca Howitt got Queen. And in that little run, that just leaves the Thompson Twins. The next thing I have is The Who. And this is their 2006 studio album. I don't see that too often. Plus, it's a 2-record set. A highly limited edition pressing with bonus hits. So it's their new album, and they included some of their hits on here too. Wow, $29.99. So it's got the original album from 2006, and then they threw in some greatest hits. They was like, well, if we can't just sell the original music, we'll go ahead and throw some of our hits on there. $29.99. Next is George Michael, Listen Without Prejudice. George Michael is a 2017 press, $24.99. Laura is working on another crate right now. And Nirvana Bleach, a Walmart exclusive on gray vinyl. I've never seen that version on colored vinyl from Walmart. $34.99. All right. This hammer is for all three auctions, especially for the Miles Davis Grail. John Dodd, $360. King Harvest, no more bids. King Harvest is at $32. And that's with Jared McLaughlin. And Led Zeppelin, just one bid for $55. Thank you for the gavel, Mike Massey. That is all sold. And now let's tag that, and we're ready for a whole new wave of auctions, okay? But first, we got to put these away. So John Dodd, that's sold you for $360. We don't get that too often, especially in that grade. It's been a while since I've had a 6-eye. We usually have some kind of reissue, repress, something to find a true 6-eye mono. Pretty incredible. There's that. Thank you. That's sold. And then King Harvest, that's a classic. Also pretty low production. There's a lot more 45s out there. We get the King Harvest single much more often than we do the album. That's so to Jared McLaughlin. They didn't really sell a lot of that album. $32. And then Dave Surretna, surprising, but it's sold. You know, and Dave almost said a $75 start. But I am going to go ahead and sell this to you for $55. And that's Led Zeppelin 4, Japanese pressing. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. All right, that's going away. We're ready for all new auctions. But before we do anything else, the next thing that I have here was George Michael sold to Edmund Estrada. And then Jeffrey Hawley was next. Jeffrey Hawley was next, then Vicky, then Kristen. Stephen, you were next on Kenny Wayne Shepherd. And we are down at the bottom, and Mason wants Nirvana. All right, there's that, and there's that. Next thing I have over here is this. I have going up for auction. Now, this is a Japanese record, but it came from tonight's advertisements. Jackson Browne, For Every Man. And this is a 1977 Japanese reissue with Obi. It's nice, EX Plus, and we're going to start Jackson for just $25. Jackson is just $25. That's the starting bid on Mr. Jackson Browne. The next thing I'll have over here, oh my goodness. It is a 2016 OG pressing of David Bowie's Black Star. The last time this went up for auction, it was an air horn. It was an air horn. A 2016 OG David Bowie Black Star sealed with hype. It just has a little bit of a tear in the shrink wrap there. $195 start. The last time that was an air horn. Moving right along, let's finish up this crate. We still got tons of new stuff to go through. Wow. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, a 2016 press. That's $29.99. We have In Camera Lost in Spice. That is a drone experimental album for $17.99. Tatima Necroscape. White vinyl, Mike Patton, sealed, $24.99. The Who, It's Hard, Abbey Road, Half-Speed Master, sealed on yellow vinyl, Record Store Day, Eminence Front, $29.99. Missing Persons, Rhyme and Reason, Missing Persons is $14.99. The B-52's Mesopotamia, sealed on splatter vinyl, just $19.99. And Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, sealed, $34.99. Black vinyl, Jailbreak Thin Lizzy. I have not sold Audio Slave yet. Here's where we're at. Jackson Browne, 25. Jackson Browne, 30. Next thing I have is Garrett needs to put back the Talking Heads. That was for Little Creatures, right? So if anybody wants this, it's sealed on blue vinyl for $24.99. He has already bought one from us. It's on the way in the mail. Kristen Barnett got GNR. GNR. After that was Angela Lewis. She put Grand R. That must have been for GNR. Garrett Cypriot got Lost. That's sold to Garrett. I have not sold Audio Slave yet. What was the drone band? Garrett just bought it. Blaine Zapnick wants The Who. It's Hard. Solarplex Studios on Missing Persons. Next. David Bowie does not have a bid. Wow. Final call for $195. Jackson Browne. I have not heard back from Holbrook. It's up to him. David has Jackson Browne at $30. I have sold one John Lee Hooker tonight, but I think there's another one in here. I still got Radiohead, Talking Heads, Genesis, James Taylor, Bruce Springsteen, John Lee Hooker, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Roger Waters, Waylon Jennings, Outlaw, Styx, Michael Jackson, White Stripes, Audio Slave, Police, James Brown, Love, Madonna, and Pixies. And now here's our next Japanese pressing, Owner of a Lonely Heart. And this is a Yes 90125 with Obi, a $35 start. Holbrook, it's up to you on the Jackson Browne. Yes is a $35 start. It has the inserts and Obi. This Thin Lizzy in here is $34.99. That's sealed. It's a 2020 pressing. The name of the Pixies album that's going to be sold later is called Come On Pilgrim, which is a 2004 pressing. It's on deck. All right. What a great crate. Price on Waylon Jennings. It will be auctioned here in the near future. Same thing for Michael Jackson. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG Plus $12.99. We Are the World, EX $17.99. Sunburn, VG $9.99. Royal Thunder, CVI, VG Plus $19.99. The Pretenders, Get Close, VG Plus $14.99. Stevie Nicks, VG $14.99. The Wild Heart. Tyler the Creator, sealed on pink vinyl, 2LP gatefold, $29.99. Ready to Be. This is sealed for $19.99. Also, Thompson Twins Sidekicks, $14.99. The Who, $29.99. The Who. Tatima Necroscape, white vinyl, Mike Patton, $24.99. The B-52's Mesopotamia, sealed, splatter vinyl, $19.99. Talking Heads, blue vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Robert Barnett gets the Thin Lizzy. I never did hear back. He did say out. Jackson Browne is sold for $30 to David Johnson. Nobody bid on David Bowie. This is a $195 buy now. Wow. And then Yes is a $35 start. That just got laid down. David V63. David V63 gets Sun. Scott Oman on TT. And that was for Thompson Twins. Let's put up new auctions, but I'm going to go ahead and grab the next crate. That was a great selection there from Laura. And there's not much left. And then the next thing was here. That was all that was left from the last bin. So we got Thompson Twins sold. We got Ronnie Ritchie on MB. And MB was for Ronnie Ritchie was, he said, nope, ignore. And then Kristen Barnett on Stevie. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. MT Matt wants the B-52s. And now we have Bowie is the only no bid tonight at $195, and we're looking for a $35 start on Yes. We have 2 full crates of Japanese. So I didn't, last night I brought over that other crate, and I was like, all right, I'm going to bring over the other crate, and it was already pretty late. I went up front after the sale, and still on our shipping cart where they unloaded everything was a whole nother crate of Japanese. And I was like, goodness gracious. Wow. So that's why we have so much. All right, moving right along. Let's keep going. Let's keep going here. Let's see what else I have. I'm going to take a peek ahead and try to sell some more stuff here. So let's do this crate. I'm going to jump around with distributors. I'm going to kind of jump around with some of our distributors. I'm going to go over here to the audiophile distributor and show this right here. Okay? And Bowie is $195. And somebody still didn't bid on Yes, so it's a buy it now for $35. 90125, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, and it can be bought for $35. Kristen, you did get the GNR, yes. Bowie is a sealed 2016 for just $195. The last time we sold that, it sold for an air horn. It was 500 plus. I remember, it was absolute war. There's that. I do have guitars and puzzles. I have puzzles where we bought a collection from somebody who had collected some puzzles. So I have new puzzles, but they're pre-owned, but they're sealed. So there's that. What was the Talking Heads remaining light price? That was sealed on white vinyl from the first lower crate, and it's $34.99. $34.99, Garrett. And then the next comment, so yes, Tim, I've actually got about 15 or 20 new guitars. And then Alonzo got Yes for $35. All right, and we've almost filled up another crate. But first, let's get started with these after I put up some new auctions. And the next one I have is John Lee Hooker. It's a 67 OG mono in VG Plus condition, and Mr. Hooker is a $25 start. Original Folk Blues, John Lee Hooker. That's going to go up for a $25 start. John Lee Hooker. There it is. That is now up for bid. Let me jump over here because I got a really cool, speaking of audiophile, I've got a really cool audiophile grade CD here that I think y'all are going to like. And I think it's this one. Either way, I know what I probably should start it for because they sell for well over $100. I think it's, okay, that's the long box. I think it's this one right here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the last one sold for 101, and some of them sold for as much as 170. This is Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, MoFi, original master recording, gold disc. A very desirable CD release from Pink Floyd here. MoFi, it's a double disc, and it has the book. It's a really high quality CD release there for MoFi, gold disc CD. Pink Floyd's a $55 start. $55 start on that. That's up for bid. And then our next auction is going to be Audioslave. And Audioslave is a 2010. It's a 2010, 180 gram. It does have a pretty bad seam split going on the top, but it is a 2010, 180 gram, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. And the last thing I'm going to sell here is Jennifer Corbin's going to grab the David Bowie for $195. Actually, before I do anything else, that's going to definitely fill up my crate. Let me go ahead and swap out. So thank you, Jennifer, on the Bowie. That's our next two auctions, and Pink Floyd's a $55 start, which is about probably half of what it should sell for. We'll see if everybody's paying attention. But that is a double disc gold MoFi, $55 start on Pink Floyd. And let me grab an empty crate. And we're about to do 2 or 3 crates here back to back of brand new stuff. Laura is working on marking new records right now. This was a request from Jerry Stone. And this is the new Analog Productions 45 RPM of Bad Company, Burning Sky. The new Analog Productions of Bad Company, Burning Sky. Thank you, Jerry. I've got one sold to Jerry, and I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one. Bad Company, Burning Sky. This is the 45 RPM from Analog Productions. Thank you, Jerry Stone. And if anybody else wants one, $59.99. That's a really nice looking copy there. mastered from the original analog tapes, are the best available source, cut at 45 RPM, 180 gram vinyl. That is sold to Jerry Stone. I got 2 extras, and I've only got one White Line Big Game. White Line's a music on vinyl pressing. White Line, $38.99, just one of those. And these finally came in. I didn't think I was going to get them, and there was a pre-order, and I went ahead and ordered about twice as many extra copies. Look how cool this is. John Williams conducts John Williams. This is John Williams doing Star Wars. And for the longest, I didn't think I was going to be able to get these. And they are in. And this is John Williams doing Star Wars music. Here's the original pre-order here, blue vinyl, and it has this really cool foil reflect cover. And these are music on vinyl, limited in number to 1,000 on blue vinyl. And this was posted back on April 20th, and they never did come in until right now. So here's the pre-order for John Williams conducts the Star Wars trilogy, the Skywalker Symphony. Exclusive May the 4th be with you. These were supposed to come back out May 4th. They showed up late. 1,000 blue vinyl, music on vinyl, amazing. Numbered, and these are $46.99. We got one for Matt Lawson, one for Mike Torres. What a cool release. Matt Lawson, Mike Torres. Matt Lawson and Mike Torres. Kenneth Jank and Robert Vlodarchek. Kenneth Jank and Robert Vlodarchek. We have Tim Miller and Michael Fairchild. Tim Miller and Michael Fairchild. So Kelly, I've already got Robert down for one. Tim Graham wants one. Cameron Lingefeld wants one. Jorge wants one. Daniel Buzan wants one. Hiram wants one, and Samuel Kopich wants one. I thought I ordered enough, but I didn't order enough. I thought I ordered enough, but I didn't order enough. So let me recount all those and make sure I did that right. And let's get a waiting list going for these. I was going to keep one myself. Y'all have blasted through the overstock there. That's okay. I'm going to update these auctions in 1 second. Here's the pre-order from 6 weeks ago. Matt Lawson, Mike Torres, Kenneth Jank, Robert Vlodarchek, Tim Miller, and Michael Fairchild. And that was 2, 4, 6. And then I had 2, 4, 6 extras there. And here is everybody that got one live. And that was Tim Graham, Cameron Lingefeld, Jorge Enriquez, Daniel Buziden, Hiram Aponte, and Samuel Kopich. So here is the waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list, let me know. These will definitely be in next week if they're still in stock. Greg Herman, William APM, Ron Burns. Anybody else, let me know. Quick update. John Lee Hooker is a 1967 US OG mono. The high bid on this is $30 with Chris Frazier. Jeremy Merck, you're out. Chris Frazier has it for $30. Audio Slave is a 2010. Is this music on vinyl? What version is this? 2010 music on vinyl. Yeah, this is the music on vinyl edition. It does have a pretty bad seam split up here. It won't get any worse. We've stored the disc behind the jacket. It's a $55 start. The music on vinyl version of that's pretty desirable. It is just not in the original music on vinyl sleeve where you see that sticker and you're like, oh. And then Brandon Johnson has the MoFi Go Disc Pink Floyd. Yes, it's the 2 LP. Let me make sure. Let's take a look at them. There should be Go Disc, right? I mean, they're MoFi either way. Ultra Disc, 24 karat gold plated. Yeah. 24 karat gold plated. And I just checked it on Discogs. The last one had sold for $110. I think I was seeing that right. So that's why I started it at 100, or that's why I started it at 55. And now Brandon has it one bid, and this is a super high quality. It's got the book and the foam pad. The box just has a little bit of jewel case wear. Tanner found that yesterday when the show started. He said, hey, this was laying by the refrigerator on the floor. And I was like, do what? That's the kind of stuff we got laying around in our warehouse we don't even know about. Next is, I haven't had this in a while. It's a great compilation, Motown Collected. So good. From Music on Vinyl, $49.99, featuring 33 classics by Marvin Gaye, The Four Tops, Supremes, Mary Wells, Stevie, Jackson 5, Rare Earth, Commodores, Rick James, DeBarge, Billy Preston. This is Motown Collected. When these were first coming out a few years ago, I sold dozens and dozens and dozens. I hadn't brought it back in a long time. This is called Motown Collected, $49.99. And another White Line, this one's Pride. White Line Pride, another Music on Vinyl press, $38.99. All right, so we have another waiting list on Star Wars, and that's Travis Woods, okay? over here. So the waiting list for Star Wars is Greg Herman, William APM, Ron Burns, Pink Floyd 55, Travis also on Star Wars, John Lee Hooker 35, John Lee Hooker 31, John Lee Hooker 36, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 60. Audio Slave did get a bid for 55, Pink Floyd 65, Pink Floyd 75. Jetstream wants a Motown Collected, and so does Greg Herman. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. I thought I'd order 2 and then take a waiting list. These will be back in next week. Motown Collected, $49.99. Not much left in there. The Analog Productions Burning Sky, $59.99. And then 2 white lines, Big Game and Pride. Those are both $38.99 each. Let's go ahead and go through another one. That one we went through pretty quick. Just a few releases in there. Star Wars was in there. And now let's grab some more. And the next thing I have is, I'm going to go ahead and do this one too. Another short but sweet crate of audiophile stuff and a box set that somebody was on a waiting list for. So let me check this and let's go ahead and knock these out, okay? First, I'll show you the Doors since it's on top. The Doors is a 2 LP, 45 RPM, 100% analog mastering from Analog Productions. The Doors is $59.99. The Doors is $59.99. And there was a request in here for this Cat Stevens box. So let me pull this up right quick. And Ed said I didn't give him a price on it, which is probably true because I hadn't calculated or looked it up yet because it came from somewhere a little bit different. So let me look this up right quick. And this was a waiting list for somebody. So I got to pull this up too. Now this Cat Stevens box set I'm about to show you originally retailed for $299.99. This is one, I think y'all been seeing me sell the other ones. This one is like his crown jewel. And this is Teaser and the Fire Cap. First, there's the Doors. And let me jump back here to here. Yeah, look, it still has the original price on it. $299.97. I can get these for $199.99 if anybody else wants one. And there is somebody, Jennifer Corbin has already bought Mona Bone Jacone, and she's also bought the other one. She also has already bought T for the Tillerman. And I told her I could get this one, but it's much more, a little bit more. $199.99. So this is sold to Jennifer Corbin. And if anybody else wants one for the same price, it's the Super Deluxe of Teaser and the Fire Cap. Okay? Let's put that away. Thank you, Jennifer. If anybody else wants one. Now, this next record, I hadn't updated bids in a while. I'll do it as soon as I show this. I thought they were out of stock, and I got lucky. They refilled the back stock. And that was 7 Mary 3 American Standard. Now, I think I just told Bob Panozniak that I couldn't get them anymore. As soon as I said that, I looked, and they had loaded them back up in my cart. 7 Mary 3 American Standard, $38.99. It's black vinyl. The colors are long gone. No more colored vinyl. Black vinyl, $38.99 for 7 Mary 3. Okay, now, we sold Motown. We sold Motown. Kevin Walker on the Motown Collected waiting list. Pink Floyd 90, Pink Floyd 85, John Lee Hooker 38, Pink Floyd 100, Pink Floyd 110, Pink Floyd out, John Lee Hooker out. And I'm pretty sure Audio Slave still just had that one bid. It did. Mark Riley, that sold you for $55. I don't think I've sold too many of those for less than 100. I mean, right here's the stats on Discogs. I don't think I've sold too many of these less than 100. That just sold $55 to Mark Riley. The Pink Floyd Mo-Fi box, or I should say the Pink Floyd Mo-Fi CDs, Chris Frazier has it for 110. And then the last bid on John Lee Hooker was Brent Robley at $38. A 67 mono OG in VG Plus condition on the Kent label. And he has that for $38. And now, 7 Mary 3 is sold to Anthony Clark, Josh Brown, and Andrew Shaw. If anybody else wants one, I have them. Next in here is Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying. A Analog Productions, single LP, 33 1/3, 100% analog mastering, $46.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. I've got 2 copies of Defiance, Void Terra Firma. Defiance is $38.99. That's a limited numbered red and black marbled to 1,000, and that's Defiance, $38.99. New bid on John Lee Hooker, $40. Pink Floyd's at $115, and our next auction is going up right now. Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. Wow. Uncensored, 1984 with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus. Next, I'm going to show you a bonus item, but first, here is Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. VG Plus condition, the original inner sleeve. She's nude. Later pressings, they put a black bar over her behind. This is uncensored, and we've got a bonus auction. We've got a bonus item that goes with it. It's an original tour program. The original tour program from this tour. Very cool artwork. We're going to include this as part of the auction. The original tour program. Roger Waters. That's now up for bid. 7 Mary 3 is sold to Jeremiah Lewis. He also wants Stevie Ray Vaughan. So those are sold and are the Pink Floyd disc mint. I know that disc right there I just checked was the one that I confirmed that was gold. And let's check this one. Brent, you've been outbid, by the way, on Hooker. It's now at $40 with Michael Butler. Let's check this one. Yes. There's not a mark on it. There's not a mark on it. I'm going to double check the other one just to make sure. Surprise auction tonight. There's not a mark on it. These cases are unique. You kind of have to flip them open and then they pop in there. All right. Roger Waters is an auction, so make sure if you want to bid, you put a numerical in the comments, okay? I did not expect to get more 7 Mary 3s in at all. That was a surprise. We still got a few left. I was hoping Bob Panozniak would be watching. He just asked me the other day, could I get any more? And I said, no, they're out of print. But I didn't realize the black vinyl was still being pressed. The Doors, which y'all have already seen, Analog Productions. So if you're new, I explained Japanese earlier. This is Analog Productions. They use original master tapes when they make these. High quality vinyl, beautiful jackets. That's why it's $59.99. Break On Through, The Crystal Ship, Light My Fire, Take It As It Comes. This is the end. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $120. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $120. Next is Roger Waters has a bid for $55. John Lee Hooker, I haven't heard back from Brent. Michael has it for $40. We're about to sell it. I'm going to put the rest of these over here. Brent's back in at $45. If anybody else wants a 7 Mary 3, 7 Mary 3 was $38.99. There's a new bid on Hooker for $45. Brent's back in. And Defiance, $1,000. I'll show that again tomorrow on Metal Night, $38.99. The Marilyn Manson Portrait of American Family in tomorrow's show, is that an original pressing? That would be a great question for Laura, who is watching back in the back. I have no idea myself. I did post the pictures, but I do not know. We'll get an answer from Laura on that. Speaking of Laura, she just brought another crate. We're going to go through one more crate of new vinyl, and then Laura's crate, and then that's going to leave us with 3 more crates of new vinyl. We're going to go through one more crate of new vinyl, Laura's crate, and then 2 more crates of new vinyl. Wow, that's still a lot to go through. We've got a ton of waiting list, and we've sold out of a lot of stuff. Let me step over here and do that. Speaking of that, I need to go ahead and get that rolling. Give me 1 second over here. I got to actually boost this. Where is that? And here is this. And this, and what does this say here? Okay, and that's the ad, yeah. All right, give me 1 second. So Laura went ahead and got the metal pictures a day early to me, which was great. And I I went ahead and got them on Facebook, and I think I got to approve this ad over here. And I want to welcome everybody that's new to Collectco. Thank you for tuning in on Wednesday night. This has turned out to be a heck of a sale. That's what happens when we have all this new vinyl show up, plus Laura's here marking stuff, and I already got a backlog of other stuff. We had a great flip crate pop up already tonight, so it's just been a heck of a turnout tonight. We got Thursday. I'm going to put essentially that there on it, and we're going to click off that, and I just want it on Facebook. And I'm about to send Facebook some money. Have y'all ever paid Facebook? I'm about to send them some money right now. I meant to do that 7 hours ago. Okay, 24 hours ago. Let's go ahead and go through another crate. What is this one right here? This one looks interesting, so let's knock this one out. I think I have another crate from the audiophile label distributor, and I think I've got another crate from our distributor that has the discount stuff. So here we go. Let's go back up to the top. Pink Floyd was at 120. All right, let's work my way back down. Pink Floyd 120. Roger Waters 55. Roger Waters has a bid for 55. John Lee Hooker got a bid for 46. That was with Brent. Pink Floyd 125. Pink Floyd 121. Pink Floyd 127. John Lee Hooker 47. What is the John Lee Hooker? Laura has not researched Marilyn Manson. We're not sure yet. Pros and cons 60. You'll have to tune back in tomorrow, or we can answer it later if you send us an email or message. Pink Floyd's at 128. Susie wants a 7 Mary 3. 7 Mary 3. That is so to Susie Breedlove. And Roger Waters is at 55. And that's already a bid of 55 in. Now we have a bid for 62. Now 65. Now 70. Now Pink Floyd 130. So Pink Floyd's at 130. Roger Waters is at 70. John Lee Hooker is a 1967 US OG mono. It's in VG Plus condition. It's on this Kent label. Original Folk Blues, John Lee Hooker from Kent. Now, the last bid on this is Michael Butler at $47. I have a brand new crate. We're going to do this one, the crate Laura just brought up, and that still leaves us 2 more crates of new stuff. I've got 3 copies of U2 live under a blood red sky. U2 is on colored vinyl. I don't think there was a waiting list. It's on colored vinyl for $34.99. 2 things, the reason I went ahead and ordered more of these. One, the first thing was I don't think I had ever had this before on colored vinyl, and I don't think I can get it with my other distributors. There's no waiting list, but we did sell out last week, so I went ahead and ordered 3 more. This is all new and sealed. $34.99 for U2. That's on red vinyl. And this was such at a great price, we had several people go on a waiting list, and I've got extras. Temple of a Dog, Eddie Vedder, Chris Cornell, I'm Going Hungry. Temple of the Dog has several people on a waiting list. Brad Waits, MT Matt, Chris Gardner, and Ben Diger. I repeat, 4 people. Brad Waits, MT Matt, Chris Gardner, and Ben Diger. 4 people on Temple of the Dog. So 4 of these are already sold. They're just $29.99. Are we done on John Lee Hooker? Hammers up. John Lee Hooker. It's about to sell. Michael Butler, $47. Roger Waters is at $77 with MT Matt, and Pink Floyd's at $150. The MoFi double gold disc, $150. Some of those on Discogs had sold for over $170. We're still in range. Janet Gray on U2. Hooker has a new bid. Michael's out. Brent, that's a final call to you. Roger Waters is a final call to MT Matt for $77. This is OG, uncensored, first press with a tour book from that tour with the original on her sleeve. U2 still has, Pink Floyd has another bid. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets to 200. I still got U2s, and I got a Temple of the Dog, and that's so to Kenny Stanley. Can I show the program? I sure can. This is a tour he did, a multimedia extravaganza with quadraphonic sound. There's Roger on the back, and I flipped through it just a second ago. So it's got notes of who played with them. It's got pictures of the towns, like maps. Has artwork here. Very Pink Floyd-ish artwork. Has also pictures from the wall tour. It does, wow, does it show his, it shows his track listing too. Wish You Were Here, Saucer Full of Secrets. We're assuming this was a tour program. I mean, it looks like one. Artwork and more. All right, that's what that looks like. And now Pink Floyd's at 157. Next in here is Darius Rucker's #1 hits. Darius Rucker's #1 hits, $29.99. This should be on red vinyl. It should be on red vinyl, $29.99. Pink Floyd still getting bids. Roger Waters is now getting new bids. I've got 3, and this was on a discounted price. When these were new, they were $54.99. I've got them for $39.99. Another collected from Music on Vinyl, Country Collected, Cash, Pride, Wynette, Campbell, Buck Owens, Willie. I see Linda, I see Waylon, I see Merle, and I see Chris Christopherson. I missed somebody there. Johnny, Charlie, Tammy, Glenn, Buck, Willie, Linda, Chris Christopherson, Waylon Jennings, and who am I not identifying here? $39.99. There's somebody I can't identify there on the front. But either way, that's $39.99. It's a 2 LP, a lot of tracks on there, $39.99. That is a 2 LP, and that's on clear vinyl. It is on clear vinyl. Country Collected, $39.99. Look at all the tracks. It's not just those artists I mentioned. Each side has 9 tracks. Vince Gill, Roger Miller, Marty Robbins, David Allen Coe's on here, Patsy Cline. Country Collected, $39.99. How much were Waitlist Temple the Dog? They were $29.99. I still have them in stock. They're $29.99. Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers, thank you. I was getting Kenny. I was saying that was Chris Christopherson. That's Chris. That's Waylon. Kenny Rogers. Boy, I was like, who the heck is that? Are you sure that's Kenny Rogers? I guess so. Is he on here? He is. Lucille, $39.99. Okay, I've got 2 copies of The Police Around the World, restored and expanded, limited edition DVD and LP, $29.99. And I've got 3 copies of Ozzy Black Rain, which is at a great price, $29.99. All right, we definitely got to sell Mr. John Lee Hooker here. This is sold to Brent Robley for $50. $50, that's sold to Brent Robley. Roger Waters is at 105 and now 112. And oh boy, where are we on Pink Floyd? We still got 3 people bidding. Pink Floyd is now at $161. Next thing is Vicky Yoshikawa on Ozzy, which is a 2 LP at a great price, just $29.99. That's about at least $10 below usual typical MSRP. Ozzy's $29.99. And Reba, rumor has it, which is on orange vinyl, originally a Walmart exclusive. Reba McEntire is sold to Robin Glenn. Robin was on a waiting list. So Robin, you get Reba McEntire. Thank you. That's sold to you. And we have Pink Floyd at 165, Roger Waters at 120. And boy, do we have a lot of auctions still to put up. Holy moly. Goodness, we got a lot of stuff to put up. The next thing is the White Stripes. This looks really cool. It's a 2015 U.S. Record Store Day exclusive on red and white vinyl. It is a $55 start. It's the White Stripes with lenticular cover, Get Behind Me, Satan. And that's a $55 start, the White Stripes. Really cool lenticular cover, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. Vicky got an Ozzy. Roger Waters 115. Roger Waters 120. Pink Floyd 165. Pink Floyd 162. And I'm asking because my other Temple Dog costs 40. You bought a 2 LP, Randy. There's 2 different versions in print. The 2 LP is a 2 LP expanded with the etching. This is a single LP. There's 2 different versions in print. That's why that one's cheaper. Plus, I bought that on sale from a different distributor. They're typically about $5 more. And then next is Pink Floyd 166, White Stripes 55. And then David C. says Waylon and Johnny. That was on what now? And then Ozzy. No, this is one of his studio albums. Black Rain came out in 2007 from Ozzy. There's 2 Rebas left and 3 Machiavelli. also known as Tupac Shakur. Machiavelli is $34.99. That's a 2 LP. I've also got Kiss Unplugged at just $34.99, and then Elton John's Regimental Sergeant Zippo, the debut album that never was released from 67, 68. This has a previously unreleased track in 8 alternate versions, $29.99. The last bid on Roger Waters, Jetstream went out. MT Matt has it for $120. We're about to sell it. Pink Floyd, $165. Chris is out. Pink Floyd, $166. White Stripes is at $55. Pink Floyd out. And I think we're good to go. So just for clarification, the Pink Floyd MoFi Gold Disc CD set is a final call to Stephen Tuttle for $165. Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, original uncensored cover with an original tour book and inner sleeve. This is a final call. It's been a war, and it's with MT Matt for $120. White Stripes is a record store day edition, white and red vinyl with lenticular, a final call, a new bid, Tim Fagari, $56. Okay? I do have an Aussie Greatest Hits in stock, Todd. You missed it. It was earlier tonight. I do have an Aussie. It's called Memoirs of a Madman. They are $38.99 if you want one. Guy Shard wants a Elton John. That's so to Guy Shard. Next is Guy Shard has Pink Floyd at $166, right? Guy Shard, $166. Guy Shard is at Pink Floyd at $166. White Stripes is at $56. And Roger Waters is a final call for $120. Now, David, you put Waylon and Johnny. Was that for the Country Collected? And now White Stripes, $57. David V wants a Machiavelli. Chad, if you have a moment, what is a studio album? White Stripes is $60. Testing, White Stripes out. Okay. A studio album is an album that was intended to be released as a, I guess, how do I define a studio album? A studio album is, this album was not recorded live. It was a studio album. It's one of Ozzy's original releases. So somebody asked me, Chad, what is Ozzy's studio discography? I would say Blizzard of Oz, Bark at the Moon, Diary of a Madman, Ultimate Sin, No Rest for the Wicked. Those are albums he recorded in the studio that's not live. And they're also not compilations. So they're original material, not live and not a compilation. Now, a compilation can have studio and live material. But if I say it's a studio album, that means it's one of his original discography studio releases. So Ozzy put out a plethora of studio albums. I just listed most of them, at least from the early years. Blizzard of Oz, Bark at the Moon, No More Tears. I knew I was missing something. No More Tears, No Rest for the Wicked, Ultimate Sin. Those are albums that was recorded in the studio that's part of his original discography. That's one of his original studio albums, Black Rain, $29.99. All right, so Pink Floyd is sold, and this is sold PF. PF is sold to Guy Shard for $166. We have Roger Waters. Roger Waters is sold, and this is sold to MT Matt for $120. And we're not done on the White Stripes, but we are moving it to a final call. Tim Fagari has it for $60. Get Behind Me, Satan. Record Store Day, white and red, $60. That MoFi CD was a one-off deal. That's the only one I have tonight. Next is U2, Under a Blood Red Sky. That's live, a 2 LP. No, it's a single LP with book. Red vinyl. U2 is $34.99. Temple the Dog, new and sealed, single LP. Chris Cornell, I'm Going Hungry. Eddie Vedder, such amazing. Darius Rucker's #1 hits. I believe that's red vinyl, $29.99. Country Collected, an amazing compilation of country music, American country music. Each side has either 9 or 8 tracks, clear vinyl, $39.99. I've got 3 of those. The Police is called Around the World, Restored and Expanded, live, $29.99, includes 9 live tracks previously unavailable in the U.S. Reba, Rumor Has It, a 30th anniversary. This has the song Fancy on it. It's on orange vinyl, $29.99. Machiavelli, Tupac, $34.99. The Don Killuminati. The Don Killuminati, $34.99. Kiss Unplugged at a great price of $34.99. And then Elton John's Regimental Sergeant Zippo, $29.99. White Stripes is $60, sold to Tim Vigari. A studio album is something recorded in a studio. I was trying not to define it with the words. I was trying to do the more, you got in trouble, that was school. You can't define a word using the words. Here we go. Thank you, Todd Saw. You get Aussie Memoirs of a Madman. Coming up is a lower crate, and we still got 2 more crates of new vinyl tonight. Tonight has been, after we've got done with the new stuff and discounts, we've had nothing but lower crates and new vinyl crates. There's another lower crate coming up right now, and we still got 2 crates of new vinyl after that. Oh, wow. The flip video in the morning is going to be insane. It's going to be a big one because we might go through everything one more time. Plus, I've got to get the busy tonight reordering all this stuff. We still got plenty of auctions to put up. Let's not forget about all the Japanese stuff we have over here too. David Johnson's probably likely, yes, let's not forget about Japanese. But first, we got to get to the tag stuff because I still got the Pixies, which I'm going to put up right now. And I still got Radiohead, which I'm going to put up right now. And here's still what's left after I pulled those 2. Talking Heads, Genesis, James Taylor Super Disc of Gorilla, a Nautilus Super Disc, a Japanese Bruce Springsteen, Greeting from Asbury Park, Dark Side of the Moon, House of the Holy, Waylon Jennings Picture Disc, Outlaws, Nautilus Super Disc, Styx looks like it's sealed. It is. An OG copy of Kilroy Is Here with Hop sticker, Michael Jackson Picture Disc of Thriller. I still got The Police, which is those live deals, James Brown, Love, Madonna, and 2 full crates of Japanese pressings. Wow. Radiohead Kid A. Radiohead is a 2008 US with the original inner sleeves, a 10-inch EX, a $25 start. And here's the Pixies. And the Pixies is called Come On Pilgrim. It is a 2004 UK reissue, still in shrink, VG condition, a $15 start. Pixies and Radiohead is now up for bid. Pixies and Radiohead. I'm about to add a 3rd Japanese pressing as soon as I mute my mic and drink some purple juice. I'm almost done. Plus, Laura brought me a bottle of water. I'm going to need that soon enough. All right. Wow. Wow. Here we go. Y'all know the rules. We're going to go through 5 records quickly. The first person who claims something gets this lower crate sticker. Also, no putbacks on the first 5 records. So when you claim, make sure you're claiming really to buy the record and not for the lower crate sticker. Here we go. No check condition stuff in here. Wow. No check condition stuff. Here we go. Chad stretching. First thing I have is Pearl Jam Vitology. That is sealed for $39.99. Pearl Jam Vitology, sealed $39.99. Tomahawk, sealed for $24.99 on red vinyl. Tomahawk. Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds and Country Music, $29.99 for Sturgill. Tip-on Jacket. Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty, $34.99. Hello Nasty. And Cream, Goodbye. Cream is a 2015 pressing, sealed, $24.99. I'm going to touch my toes. Nice. That's what I needed. My phone, my second phone's almost dead. I'm going to keep this suspenseful. I got to find my charger. Let's get this thing plugged up. What am I even on? I'm still on the Volbeat or the Star Wars pre-order. Here we go. First thing we have is I put up 2 new auctions. Radiohead 25, Pixies 15. Next is Pixies 30. Ivan R on Tomahawk. That's sold to Ivan R. Craig Thomas second on Tomahawk. He probably just smashed his hands on the keyboard. Greg Gallier first on Pearl Jam. Joshua next on Tomahawk. Alan Smith next on Tomahawk. And we have Cream, Beastie Boys, and Sturgill Simpson still left. And, whoop, I'd even give him the sticky. Tomahawk. My bad. Ivan's probably like, Chad, you forgot something. And that's the Lower Crate Hop sticker. So Ivan got Tomahawk. Craig was second. And then Greg got the Pearl Jam. All right. And then Joshua next on Tomahawk. Then Alan. Radiohead at 25. Okay. So Pixies is at 30 with Brett Thies. Radiohead's at 25. Did Radiohead... Darren Johnson bid first on Radiohead at 25. Darren bid 25 on Radiohead. The Pixies has a bid for 30. And now Radiohead has another $25 bid. Okay, so the next thing here is U2 live under a blood red sky. This is sealed black vinyl, $24.99. U2. Also, Dead Cross. This is on glass coffin vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Mike Patton. Mike Patton. Talking Heads Naked. This is on orchid purple colored vinyl. Talking Heads is $24.99. And this is Painted Shield. It's sealed for $14.99, an indie folk rock album. Radiohead is 30. Radiohead is 30 with Garrett Cypret. So Darren Johnson, you're out. And final call on the Pixies, which is at 30. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is Night Ranger's Dawn Patrol. Night Ranger, near mint minus and pristine with Obi. Night Ranger is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. And also, I want to remind y'all about a pre-order. I want to tell y'all about a pre-order that I posted pretty soon, right before the show started. And this album's been long out of print. Quicksand. Quicksand Slip is up for pre-order in Whole Lotta Records. If you do not have a Facebook and you want in on that pre-order, let me know. It is an anniversary edition, a 30th anniversary edition for $34.99. $34.99. And if you want that link, we can share it in the comments. Also up for pre-order is some other really good stuff. Here's my channel inside of the group. There's where I've shared the feed. And then there's Quicksand. We also have up for pre-order. Also up for pre-order is Steely Dan, which hopefully is coming in this week or already did come in this week. No, I think those are coming in this week. And then we have Bush, I Beat Loneliness. That's up for pre-order, a new album from Bush. Rod Stewart's up for pre-order. 311's up for pre-order. Motorhead's up for pre-order. Billy Joel's up for pre-order. The new Chevelle album's up for pre-order. And you can see all the flip videos that I post. All this is over here in Whole Lotta Records. The Richard Pryor box set's up for pre-order, and it keeps going and it keeps going. You can click on my name inside of the group and just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Okay? So the last thing we had was Radiohead at 30. Radiohead 31, Radiohead 35. Alan Smith on Talking Heads, and that was for Naked. Thank you, Alan Smith. That's so to you. Next is Tommy the Who. Nice. An Abbey Road Half-Speed Master. Sealed. $44.99. A Half-Speed Master of Tommy. I've never had that before. $44.99. And this is Yoshitomo Nara Phantoms. This is sealed $29.99. It's a super group. It's Mike Patton from Faith No More and 1,000 other bands. King Buzzo from the Melvins, Dave Lombardo from Slayer, and Trevor Dunn from Mr. Bungle, Melvins, and more. That is Phantomos, or what did I say? Phantomos? Phantomos. That is sealed for $29.99. All right, the Pixies is sold to Brett Thies for $30. No bid on Night Ranger. I'm looking for a $35 start. And Radiohead's at $35. Next in the lower crate. Wow, really cool stuff in here. Lenny Kravitz, Blue Electric Light. Lenny Kravitz is sealed on blue and pink vinyl, $39.99 on that. And we have Rolling Stones, Tattoo You. Rolling Stones is sealed, $29.99. Yeah, I don't know if they've released that the high fidelity stuff to us yet, Patrick. Give me one more night. I'll look at that because I've got to order more Black Sabbath and more Cars and more Grateful Dead. So I'll click on that label and see what else they have. But I haven't seen the info yet for Stevie, and I haven't seen the info yet for Marquee Moon. And by the way, the High Fidelity Paranoid is going to be one of our biggest pre-orders of this quarter, so make sure you're in on that. Darren, you're out on Radiohead. Patrick, let's make a note of that, whoever's watching. Rhino Hi-Fi Television. Blaine Zapnick on Tommy. That is so to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you. And the next record in here is Mad Season Above, $39.99. This is a 2LP. I bet this is the RTI pressing. The 2013 might be RTI, $39.99 on that. And another Pixies Doolittle. Pixies is sealed for $24.99. Pixies, $24.99. Tim Volness on Fan. And Fan was for this album right here, the Supergroup album. Thank you. That has filled up our crate. But first, we're going to sell Radiohead to Garrett for $35. Now our crate's really full. And Night Ranger's a buy it now for $35. $35 on Night Ranger. And I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. Wow, we have filled up how many already tonight? We're already on our 7th. Now, last night, we were filling up our 7th at midnight. We're about to start filling up our 8th quickly because we're about to probably sell almost everything in this bin, and we still got 2 crates of new vinyl, and I think there's a lot more new people watching now, and when they see all the other new vinyl that was shown tonight, they're probably going to be like, holy moly, I'll take everything, Chad. Just go ahead and ring me up, send me the invoice. Thank you, sir, and good night. I'll just go ahead and take the rest. Night Ranger is a $35 buy it now. Over here, Jeremy Rourke on MS for Mad Season. Alonzo on N. Now, Alonzo N was for not for Pixies or Rolling Stones or Lenny Kravitz. What was in there? And then Foghat, Slow Ride Live in Concert. Foghat is sealed on orange vinyl for $34.99. Cool cover there with the train. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This Genesis has always been a tougher one to get, and wow, it's OG. Yeah, this has always been a tougher Genesis to get. It came out in 1991 Genesis, and this has No Son of Mine on it, I Can't Dance, Hold On My Heart, Phil Collins, a 1991 OG European copy with the original on the sleeve, a $45 start. N was for Night Ranger. Gotcha. That was N Night Ranger. So that is so to Alonzo. There is so far tonight no leftover auctions. We've sold everything. Genesis is an OG near mint, a $45 start. That's one I don't get too often. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Let's go ahead and do another auction. And that next auction is this sealed OG copy of Styx, Kilroy Was Here. This is really cool. It's an 83 OG. It was in a cutout bin at some point. There's the cutout mark, and it's kind of messed up the corner. The shrink's torn. It's a little worn, but it's sealed and never been opened with hop sticker. Mr. Roboto. Styx is OG, a $25 star, sealed and never opened. Next is Genesis 45. How much on Doolittle? Doolittle is sealed for $24.99. And Nirvana's In Utero. Nirvana's a 2022 press, and this is $29.99. Nirvana In Utero, $29.99. That's a 2022 pressing of that. Next in the bin is Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland, an all analog remaster, 2LP, $34.99. Genesis has a bid for $45. Genesis is a 2LP. Yes, it's a 2LP with the original on her sleeves. No, yes, it is a double LP. 2LP, and it has the original on her sleeves with a nice kind of textured jacket, and that's at $45. OG Styx has a bid for $25. Did I answer how much Pixies Doolittle was? I think I did. It was sealed for $24.99, Alan. Next is Vicky on P. And Vicky, your P comment was for, and then Alan said he will take Pixies Doolittle. So I guess that means Vicky was second, and then Pat Frat. Alan Smith asked the price, so that's sold to him. Genesis has one bid, Styx has one bid, and now here's our next Japanese. Let's go here and do Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie with Obi, very nice Japanese pressing here. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Beautiful. Nice, no condition notes, near mint minus. It has the Japanese insert, has the original on her sleeve, and a very nice cover. No wear, no humidity on this, anything. $35 on that. Okay, that's now for bid. Styx has one bid and now two bids. Genesis is a final call. And then what year's the Foghat? This live concert was recorded in 1999 in Houston, Texas, and in September. It's two different live sources. It is sealed. It came out, I had this like last year. Yeah, it's 2024. It was recorded in 1999. So $34.99, recorded in 99. All right. Next is Bjork. No, it looked like a Bjork album for a second. It is Painted Shield. Album is called 2. So it's Painted Shield and it's called 2. It's sealed on Coke bottle clear vinyl for $19.99. Charlie Marks on Nirvana. And I'll remind everybody, tomorrow is one of our biggest nights of the week always. It's Thursday Metal Night. We've got an incredible lineup of stuff up for bid. We're going to have even some bonus stuff that's unadvertised. I'm probably going to post it. I'm going to make like an additional hot post. I've got like 5 or 7 other albums and then a whole bunch of cassettes. And when everybody sees those, they're probably going to be like, wow. And I have a feeling Laura and Paul will also be marking more straight price pre-owned metal. And we're going to have a lot of new metal show up as well. Next thing is Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department. This is sealed on clear vinyl for $29.99. Taylor Swift is sealed. Blue Oyster Cult, Secret Treaties. BOC is unopened, a music on vinyl pressing for $34.99. $34.99 on that. And Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, is a Walmart exclusive, a half-speed master on red vinyl, and that is sealed for $49.99. So Genesis did get a new bid for $46. That means Craig Ruth, you've been outbid, and now Styx was at $30, and then Styx at $32, and now Todd's out, and now Blondie does not have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Painted is sold to Brett Thies. That is sold to Brett Thies. Next is Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. Alanis Morissette is $27.99. Jagged Little Pill. And Pink Floyd, Metal. This is the newest remaster, $29.99. $29.99. Talking Heads, Fear of Music. Talking Heads is sealed. And there's a note from Laura. Laura's favorite Talking Heads album. $34.99 on that. And Smashing Pumpkins, Shiny and Oh So Bright. That is $24.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. So the sealed sticks is sold to Josh Brown for $32. And if anybody wants the Blondie Eat to the Beat Japanese pressing, it's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. Blondie is a $35 buy it now. Eat to the Beat. It is available. Genesis is at $47 with Craig Ruth. Anybody else, let me know. Let's slide that one right over here. And the B-52's Whammy. Whammy is sealed for $24.99, and that's on limited edition splatter vinyl. Tim Colino on Smashing Pumpkins. Patrick Fu was second. And we have Creed's Greatest Hits. That is sealed $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. And Talking Heads, this is on limited edition red vinyl. That is sealed for $29.99. Genesis is at $47. Guy Shard, it goes back to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side of the Moon is a 1975 U.S. Winchester reissue. It does have posters and stickers. And she says, I kind of doubt all these are original to the record since the poster stickers are visibly different ages. And we have, this is in VG condition, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. So we got sticker and sticker. They do have a little bit of a crease here. There's a crease there. So check condition stickers. It does have the Egyptian Pyramids poster. It does have the Pink Floyd live poster. So that's pretty cool. It has that. The vinyl is in VG condition, and Dark Side of the Moon is a $25 start. $25 start. So those are now up for bid. I'm going to put all that right back there. Next is there is a new bid on Genesis 48. What version of metal? It's the newest stereo remaster, the current in-print version, $29.99. And then we have Genesis is at $48 with Guy Shard. Craig Ruth, you're back out. And we have next in here, U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. That is on red vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. Also, Stone Temple Pilots, that's their self-titled album. That's sealed for $24.99. Wow, so many great records still left behind in here. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, sealed to 2019. That's $24.99. Genesis is out. That's a final call to Craig, to Guy Shard for $48. Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is a... Pink Floyd was a 75 Winchester reissue. It does have the posters and stickers. It's in VG condition, and we're looking for a $25 start on that. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Now, we have Amanda Darby on Taylor Swift. This is sold to Amanda Darby. That was the Tortured Poets department. That is sold to Amanda. Thank you on that. Pink Floyd has a bid for $25. Great stuff here. The half-speed master of Who's Next, $34.99. Genesis is officially sold to Guy Shard for $48. That is sold. Let's put that away, and now Pink Floyd's at $25. Next thing I have over here is going up for bid right now. And let's see what's going on these Police albums. I think I'm going to try to sell these together. We got them tagged individually, but it's a set. It's a volume 1. Well, they're different concerts. Let's try to sell them together first. And if they don't get a bid and no one does a buy now, I'll break them up. But here's the Police Live, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 is Boston, 1979, and Volume 2 is Atlanta, 1983. So Record Store Day, first time these recordings were on vinyl. They are sealed. They're limited to 3,000 on blue vinyl and 3,000 on red vinyl. The Police together are $150 start. Now, if they don't get a bid and they don't do a buy now, I'll split them up at $75 starts. But right now, $150 together. Next is, what is this? This is sealed, 1999, Mike Patton Classical. Vada Patton, is that what it says? Bacteria Cult. Patton is $19.99. We have Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. That is sealed on pearl vinyl. An absolute masterpiece is the note from Laura. Fiona Apple, $49.99. This is Tomahawk, Tonic Immobility. Tomahawk is sealed on Coke Bottle Clear vinyl. That is $19.99. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, One Hot Minute, $39.99. Now, Laura's in the back sharpening her sword because there's way too many records left in this crate. She's going to go on some kind of strike with Laura crates or a strike with some kind of hop stickers. We just never know. We're going to try to read these one more time. Okay? As soon as I do some stretching. And some breathing exercises. Now, I would have told you the year Todd saw Pink Floyd, but I don't have it listed. Now, you're probably trying to check to figure out what version this is. Now, if you're wanting to know what version this is, I don't really know what to tell you. It probably shows up as 2016. It probably shows up on Discogs as 2016. The barcode's gone because it was on the hype sticker. These new, I have them in stock. They're about $35. This one's near mint. It's a 180-gram stereo remaster of metal. Now, the reason I say 2016, that's when the remaster of that occurred. The brand new ones that they're still making, they call those 2016s. That's what metal is, $29.99. Now, back up at the top, we have the following. Jesse bid $25 on Pink Floyd. And then somebody said, what is the Pink Floyd? Info on Pink Floyd. Alan Smith got Mike Patton. Craig Thomas on Tomahawk. Joshua Cross second on Tomahawk. We've already sold Mike Patton. Alan was third on Tomahawk. John Dodd on BC. BC for John Dodd was, I'm not sure. Pink Floyd's at $26. Not that Pink Floyd. Dark Side, details on Mike Patton out. We have sold about 30 Mike Patton albums tonight, and I don't think there's any left. 30 was an exaggeration, but we've sold a bunch. Let's go over Dark Side of the Moon again, head to toe. Dark Side of the Moon is a 1975 Winchester reissue. 1975. Y'all got to remember, when this album came out, they pressed it, kept pressing it, 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and right now, I bet they're pressing Dark Side of the Moon to this day in 2025. This is a 1975 pressing, pressed at Winchester. It's in VG, but it does have the original stickers and posters. It originally came out in 1973. This is a 1975 pressing. The high bid on it is $26 with Andrew Hawkins. Final call. I've put both live police albums together, volume 1 and volume 2. There's no bids. 150. If no one bids, I'm going to break them up individually for 75 and 75. Here's what's left in this crate very quickly, and then we got to go through the last 2 crates. We got to go through the last 2 crates of new stuff very quickly. I'm just going to read titles. If you need a price, let me know. So much great stuff in here. Sturgill Simpson, Beastie Boys, Cream, U2, Dead Cross with Mike Patton, sealed, $24.99. This was another painted shield, sealed for $14.99. Lenny Kravitz, The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, Foghat, Blue Oyster Cult, Queen, Alanis Morissette, Talking Heads, B-52s, Creed's Greatest Hits, Talking Heads, U2, Stone Temple Pilots, The Doors, The Who, Fiona Apple, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Pink Floyd Metal. Nobody been on the police. Those are $150 buy it now. And if no one does the buy it now, I'll try to split them up. Dark Side has a bid for 30. Dark Side has a bid for 35. Dark Side has a bid for 40. Dead Cross is sold to Tim Volness. Which Lenny Kravitz was that? That was Lenny Kravitz Blue Electric Light, and that's on blue and pink vinyl for $39.99. Now, this crate is conveniently going to go right here behind me with the other Laura stuff from tonight. And if you change your mind and you're like, you know what? I do need the rest of that crate, let me know. But out of those 3 crates, everything that's left is going in here into this bin. So everything is right there. Ron Duffield, second on Dead Cross. I have another empty crate, and let's bring over the rest of the new vinyl, and we're going to go new vinyl crates back to back. All new releases. Next is Alanis Morissette. Alanis Morissette was right here. And that, for Garrett, if you're interested, $27.99. The Beastie Boys Hello Nasty does have a little bit of a seam tear up here, $34.99. The Red Hot Chili Peppers is not sealed. No, One Hot Minute is opened, a 2020 press, $39.99. Dark Side's at $55. Madonna is our next auction, and that was La Isla Bonita. Madonna is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG, a $10 start. 55 of William Warner. One second, please. All right. These are right here behind me. I bet another read-through of those, and we'll sell a bunch of them later. Let's go ahead and knock out another one. Let's do this crate right here. And on top is a new toy, which I've never had before. And I don't know if there's a waiting list for John Hughes or what. Pink Floyd 55, Madonna 10. All right, the first thing I have is Blondie, a Reaction Super 7. Blondie is $24.99. I've never had a Debbie Harry Blondie figure before. Those are $24.99. $24.99 for Blondie. Those are available. And I got a Blondie Japanese that's a no bid. Final call on Pink Floyd for $55 and final call on Madonna for $10. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is Talking Heads. And Talking Heads is OG. It's a 1986 U.S. Allied original with the original on her sleeve. It's an EX edition, and it's a $25 start. Mayhem is right here. De Mysterious Dom Santhananas. And Mysterious Ding Don Samnatus is $38.99. Jeremy Rourke says he'll take the STP. Also, somebody asked me about another Stone Temple Pilots. I order every STP album I can get. So if it's something you've never seen me have, then it's probably not in print. Jeremy Rourke on STP, and Brett Thies says he'll take that other painted shield, which was right here. That's so to Brett Thies. All right. Now, I know what this first thing here is. This is the John Hughes Life Moves Pretty Fast. That is $139.99. $139.99. John Hughes mixtapes. This is rich. No, this is new and sealed. I think OGs of this album sell for like $1,000, don't they? This is a very OGs of Mayhem stuff is like hundreds and thousands of dollars. Mayhem is that's new and sealed. $38.99. Brett Thies says he'll take a Blondie toy. I have one left for $24.99. And then El Pisca Zinsei says he takes the Police for $150. And you've definitely bought from us before, right? And this is sold to you for $150. These are sold to you for $150. You have bought from us before. Thank you on that. There's one Blondie. Now, let me check. There's usually always a waiting list for these John Hughes box. And what I did, even if there wasn't, I might have had and went and bought the last four. So let me look it up. John Hughes. Oh, okay. Well, the waiting list is from a new buyer that we hadn't heard back from yet, that bought a lot of stuff. We've got 2 or 3 people last week that we have tried to crack down on that bought a bunch of stuff, and we hadn't heard back from them, unfortunately. So I'm not going to give him one. Let me make sure he hadn't paid for his invoice, though. And I'm also going to let y'all know, I was going to check these. I think I bought the last 4. I know y'all been seeing me sell these for a while. Let me see if they're still in here. And I went and looked up the MSRP on these. So the MSRP on these are yeah, they're all gone. I bought the last 4. $179.99. So this is $179.99. That's the MSRP. They're $139.99. This is an incredible compilation. The price is $139.99. 6 LP red vinyl. This is all those soundtracks. Some of them are very tough to find. Even an OG Breakfast Club we don't get too often. Weird Science, etc., etc. $139.99. Let me make sure this guy that I'm referring to hadn't paid yet. My last 3 messages, I told Ed, I said, I'm going to stay on a couple of these people because they bought a lot, and we're not going to give them the normal time period. We're going to give them like 24 hours. And because I feel like if you was on here buying $1,000 worth of stuff, you should have $1,000 in your checking account if you're new. Now, some people I know get paid on certain days, and I know when they're going to pay, and they wait a couple weeks or this week or that week. That's okay. But new people, I'm like, I got to make sure if you're buying and you're new, do you have money? I got to ask you that. But if you don't have money, then we might have a problem. Yeah, I haven't heard back from that guy. So, and then this guy here, I haven't heard back from him. That's not good. That's why usually if there's somebody new on here and in the first 30 minutes they spend $500, I'm like, we're going to go ahead and send you an invoice. And hopefully they have a credit card or a debit card, or they can borrow or call a friend or call a parent or an uncle and say, hey, I need $500 to pay for these records. And if they don't, then I'm like, well, no records for you. Pink Floyd over here, I'm like the record Nazi. No records for you. William Warner, $55. No suit for you. William, you get Pink Floyd for $55. Thank you on that. So make sure you have a credit card with a cleared balance. Make sure you have a checking account with money in it. Make sure you have something. Madonna. Madonna is sold, and this is sold to Travis Wade for $10. And Talking Heads is OG, and it is EX, and it's a $25 start. John Hughes is $139.99. Thank you for buying one, Brett. That one was supposed to be for a waiting list. I don't think I'm ever going to hear back from that guy. And there's 3 left, and I bought the last 3. I know y'all seen me sell these and sell these and sell these, but I can't get any more after that unless we get lucky. The next record is going to go up right now, and it is Led Zeppelin. And it's a 75 US PRC Richmond. And Led Zeppelin is a 1975 Houses of the Holy with the original inner sleeve. This album originally came out in 73. This is a 75 pressing, VG Plus. That's also a $25 start. That's also a $25 start. So there's our next couple auctions. I'm about to add a Japanese to it. Talking Heads. Next in here is NOS Illmatic. NOS is $33.99. Haven't had that in a while. NOS Illmatic. And Radiohead's OK Computer. That is a 2LP, $44.99. $44.99. Radiohead OK Computer, and then Jane's Addiction. Jane's Addiction is nothing shocking. Let me check some waiting list. I know one person went off a waiting list and one person maybe went on a waiting list for Jane's Addiction. So let me check for Jane here, and I'm going to go ahead and mark this guy off a waiting list. I probably will never hear back from him. And yeah, Hatchet Ed crates next week. We probably will give them till the end of the week, but yeah, just make sure. And like I said, some of y'all let me know. You're like, hey, you know, I'm going to get paid next week. Or y'all pay 2 invoices at a time. But if you're new and you're thinking about buying, especially tomorrow night for Metal Night, where you can buy a couple records and all of a sudden have a $800 invoice, just make sure you have money ready to send us. Now, Philip Holt, did you need one of these? I think Philip didn't need a Jane's Addiction anymore. Philip, I don't think you needed another Jane's Addiction. So let me know. He's on a waiting list, but I don't think he needed one. There is a waiting list for Tom Petty's greatest hits, though. And Tom Petty is $39.99, not $38. I might have wrote $38 down, but they're $39.99. Clifford Umstead was on a waiting list. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. He was on a waiting list for Tom Petty. $39.99. $39.99 for Tom Petty's greatest hits. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. $39. See if I can make that clear there. $39. Thank you, Clifford. And anybody else, I got 2 more for Tom Petty. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell Talking Heads to George Sheriff for $25. And then next thing I have is what? Chad. And then over here, this Mulligan Tari Clab Bisque. And then we will be live tomorrow between 5 and 5:30. The featured auctions will start around 7. Jane's Addiction is $33.99. Jane's Addiction is $33.99. And this is back in stock. Bullet Boys, 10-cent Billionaire. And Bullet Boys is on silver vinyl. The stream will start around 5 or 5:30. We will be live selling actual featured advertised metal records by 7. There is a waiting list, an old waiting list for this Bullet Boys. Rick Hall, Alan Jonathan, Shannon Lee, Melissa Bailey, Brad Waits, and Solarplex Studios. Yeah, you heard me right. Rick Hall, Alan Jonathan, Shannon Lee, Melissa Bailey, Brad Waits, and Solarplex Studios. That was from a long time ago. They're finally back in stock. 2, 4, I only got 5. There's only 5 here, so everybody gets one. I think the last name I read was Solarplex. So let me read off the first 5. That was Rick Hall, Alan Jonathan, Shannon Lee, Brad Waits, Melissa Bailey. Yes, so Solarplex is still on the waiting list. The next, if anybody else wants added, let me know, okay? If anybody else wants added, let me know. $34.99. I got 3 copies of Tin Machine. That is Tin Machine 2. And this is David Bowie, limited edition. And that is $36.99. $36.99. And that is on Tin Machine 2. That is a limited edition. That's on colored vinyl. And that's from Music on Vinyl. And those are $36.99. Todd Saw wants a Tom Petty Greatest Hits as well. Make sure that goes in for $39.99. Thank you. And now Led Zeppelin can be bought for the buy it now price of $25, which is a 1975 PRC Richmond reissue, original inner sleeve, a $25 buy it now. Not bad whatsoever. Let's go ahead and add up new auctions. The next thing I have is a Japanese pressing of Bruce Springsteen's Greetings from Asbury Park. And Bruce Springsteen is going to be just a $20 start. A 1978 Japanese pressing with insert and obi, near mint minus, and that is a $20 start. $20 start on that. Our next auction is really cool. It's Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits as a picture disc. It's a 1979 U.S. limited edition picture disc. There's promo markings on the back of the cover. Not for sale demonstration. And Waylon Jennings has no condition notes, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Waylon Jennings, $25 start on that. So Bruce is a $25 start. I'll take either one. Led Zeppelin sold to Andrew Hawkins for $25. And next, I've got 3 copies at a great price. Ryan Bingham, Mescalito. Ryan Bingham is $34.99. That's a 2 LP, 180 gram. Ryan Bingham. I've got 3 of those. Fugazi, 7 songs. Fugazi's $24.99. And the Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, which there was a waiting list, an expanded hits collection of Jackson 5, and these are $34.99. Jackson 5. Jerry Wallace was on a waiting list. Thank you, Jerry Wallace. So let's mark one off for Mr. Jerry Wallace. Thank you, Jerry. And I've got 2 extra. I want you back. And this is Michael Jackson, the Jackson 5, $34.99. Jerry was on a waiting list. And there was no more Madonnas tonight. No more Madonnas tonight, but I do have the Jackson 5. Bruce Springsteen, I'm looking for a $25 start. Waylon's at $27. Now it's at $30 with Chris Frazier. That is with promo markings. So I'm down to 3 John Hughes box sets, and that might be it with those, at least for that price. Like I said, the MSRP on these are closer to $180. $139.99 for Life Moves Pretty Fast. The John Hughes mixtapes. Ferris Bueller, Weird Science, Some Kind of Wonderful, Breakfast Club, Oingo Boingo, Pretty in Pink. Really cool here. I mean, the track listing, I hadn't even really tried to read some of this. Jesus and Mary Chain, OMD. I've just really sold it just saying it's John Hughes, but look at all this stuff. Lindsey Buckingham, Holiday Road from National Lampoon's Vacation, Emmylou Harris, Zap, The Blue Room, Yellow, Otis Redding's on here, Steve Earle, Killing Joke, Big Audio Dynamite, Dr. Calculus, Dr. Salculus, how do you say that one? Jesus and Mary Chain, Echo and the Bunny Men, Pete Shelley, Boston, Balaam and the Angel, The Vapors. Some of this stuff you can't get like new copies of, like, you know, Lindsey Buckingham, Holiday Road. I don't think that's available many other ways. Okay, so 3 of those. Nas, $33.99. That's always on page 1 of my new vinyl, my distributor's new vinyl bestsellers. Nas is always up there. All those other rap albums, I need to order more of them, but I said I'll order a couple Nas because I always see it, always see it. It's like up there with like Dark Side of the Moon and Rumors and all those other ones. Radiohead, OK Computer, $44.99. Jane's Addictions, $33.99. 1 Tom Petty Greatest Hits left for $39. Nobody on, I figured some of the David Bowie fans would step up for this. Where's the Vladarcheks and Rebecca Howitt? David Bowie 10 Machine, $36.99. Ryan Bingham, just $34, great price. Fugazi's $24. And the Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, $34.99. Bruce Springsteen's a no bid. I'm going to go ahead and say $25 on that. No bid, just $25. I would have typically started it higher. And now I have not heard back from John Durden. Chris has the Waylon Jennings for $30. It's a final call to Chris Frazier. For how much? $30. Everybody's went really quiet all of a sudden in the chat. I think some people are starting to fall asleep. Some people's probably trying to put their kids to bed. Some people's probably putting on a new cup of coffee. Some people might be fixing a sandwich. Some people might be out walking their dog for the last time tonight. Either way, they just missed an incredible batch of new vinyl, and there's one more. Levi said, any Elvis tonight? There's all the comments all of a sudden. I was about to say, what the heck happened? Everybody's still out there with me. Now Waylon Jennings 31. Now Waylon Jennings 33. Alonzo says BB Wait. Now what is BB Wait? BB Wait, BB Wait, BB Wait. BB Wait. I'm not for sure what that is. And then Rebecca, there we go. I summoned them. Rebecca got a David Bowie 10 Machine. Robert Vladarchik on David Bowie 10 Machine. And Facebook is frozen. I need purple juice. And there's a lot of comments. Evidently, those hadn't popped up. So Waylon Jennings, 31-33. And we have a Seth Franzoni on a Ryan Bingham. Thank you. The last couple of claims was 10 Machine and Ryan Bingham. Todd says, I missed his request for Jackson 5. That never did come through. I may have missed some other stuff. Todd, you claimed Tom Petty, and your claim for Jackson 5 never did come in. So, yeah, y'all might I might have missed some stuff. Todd Saw gets a Jackson 5. Alonzo wants a Bullet Boys waiting list. That's Alonzo. That's for Bullet Boys 10 Cent Billionaire. 10 Cent Billionaire. Greg Herman wants a Jackson 5. I didn't see that either.
Greg Herman, do you want a Jackson 5? Yeah, he does too. Yeah, those never did hit my feed. Sounds like Facebook got hung up. So if you claimed something in here recently, I didn't see it. I was wondering what was going on. Tin Machine is $36.99. It's a sausage fest. Joshua Cross says it's a sausage fest. We're sold out of Jackson 5. Alonzo on the Bullet Boys. And if somebody tried to bid or buy Bruce, I didn't see the bid. So it's a $25 buy it now. And Waylon is a final call. Waylon Jennings, Brett Thies, tied. No, he's out. Chris still has it for 33. So Fugazi, Ryan Bingham, Tin Machine, Tom Petty, James Addiction, Radiohead, Nas, and John Hughes is still available. $139.99. You didn't get any bread with your soup? You want bread? $3. $3. But everybody else got free bread. No soup for you. You want a John Hughes box set? $500. Okay. Now, next thing we have. Waylon Jennings. Waylon Jennings is sold for $33 to Chris Frazier. We got one more crate of brand new sealed stuff. Blondie. I do. They're up front. I got Dio and give me a second. I can run up there and grab them because I got to go up there in a minute anyway to get a V8. But I was actually about to show Blondie one more time. I got one Debbie Harry Blondie figure left for $24.99. And here's the only two no bids. Blondie Japanese, Eat to the Beat, 35. And Bruce, Greetings from Asbury Park, 25. We're ready for new auctions and another new crate. And that next new auction is going to be back-to-back audiophile pressings. Excuse me. We got James Taylor Gorilla, a Nautilus Super Disc. It's a half-speed master, really nice vinyl. EX edition, $25 start. Way down here, that has Mexico on it. James Taylor, $25 start on that. A Nautilus Super Disc. And then the Outlaws is another super disc. And this is a half-speed master sealed. This has never been opened. Still has the catalog insert behind the shrink wrap. How cool is that? Sealed Outlaws, that's $35. James Taylor's $25. Couple audiophile choices there for you. Couple audiophile choices there for you. All right, let me do one thing over here on my phone because I think there might be another pre-order coming up. And let me open this. There's people still keep commenting on the... I meant to turn the comments off the vintage flip. Okay, here we go. So we got two copies. This is MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, Foreigner head games. New and sealed MoFi head games from Foreigner. These are $44.99. Really, really nice. I went and stocked some more MoFi stuff. Some of the single discs that I sell a lot of. Here's one right here, $44.99. What is the price of Fugazi? Does it have the song Waiting Room? It's Fugazi. They call it, I think, 7 songs. Yes, and Waiting Room's the first track. Those are $24.99. Fugazi's $24.99. It's the red album with the guy looks like he's hanging upside down almost. Next is one of our best-selling music on vinyl titles, and that is White Zombie, and that is Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. That's one of our best-selling. And speaking of best-selling music on vinyl titles, Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is $38.99. That is also available. So there's one bid on James Taylor for $25, going once, going twice to Michael Nath. No bid on the Outlaws, looking for a $35 start. We have El Pisca is in on the Fugazi. There's one left for $24.99 if anybody wants it. Josh Brown on White Zombie. And here is another MoFi title coming up. Mobile Fidelity Sound Labs, Cyndi Lauper. And this one is $34.99, $36.99, excuse me. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. time after time. She's so unusual. $36.99. That's MoFi. I've got one copy, White Line Main Attraction. We have two other white lines from previous. Here is Main Attraction, $38.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's In Step, another Analog Productions, $46.99. Very, very nice. Cut from the original Analog Masters, sealed, single LP, 33 1/3. That is $46.99. My camera still needs to be tilted a little, it looks like. Okay, I haven't had this in a while, but I thought I'd restock it because it was such a big seller. And we sold out, and I don't know if I ever reordered them from the original pre-order. This is the Titanic soundtrack. The score music from James Horner. And it does have the Celine Dion track, My Heart Will Go On. It does have that you see in all the trailers and all the videos where they're on the bow or stern of the ship, whichever. $46.99. It's 2 LP. It has an 8-page book with pictures and liner notes by James Cameron, and a movie poster, and a replica of the New York Times cover where the Titanic sunk, like a reproduction of a New York Times newspaper. And that is $46.99. That is Titanic. It's a 2 LP, $46.99. Next is What Foreigner? You saw a new sealed copy of MoFi. This is Head Games for $44.99. And the next thing I have is Foreigner Double Vision from MoFi. It's also $44.99. Cyndi Lauper was $34.99. $34.99. Cyndi Lauper, $36.99. I'm going to go ahead and sell James Taylor to Michael Nath for just $25 minimum bid. Thank you, Mr. Nath. And then over here is the Outlaws, which is sealed, $35. Dang it, that's right. I accidentally said that. I just ruined that movie for some people. Okay, since I've went ahead and said it, I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know. The ship sinks at the end of the movie. Is there anybody watching right now that has never seen Titanic? I would be shocked. They'll probably see somebody say they haven't seen it just to say that they haven't. Has anybody not seen Titanic? I would be shocked. I've seen Titanic. I would be shocked. Okay, so let's go back to the top, and next is Janet said sold, and that was on Cyndi Lauper. That is sold to Janet Gray. MT Matt wants Foreigner Double Vision, and then over here is Guy Shard on Titanic. Guy Shard, that leaves 4 extra copies if anybody else wants one. MT Mac got a Double Vision, and we have over here, and we have White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, that's $38.99. $38.99 on White Zombie. $38.99. So let me make sure I didn't miss any comments there and all that. We sold a Cyndi Lauper, we sold a Titanic. I actually sold the ship here live. I'm auctioning the remains that's at the bottom of the ocean. I'm about to sell them live here at auction. You can go claim them. MT Mac got Double Vision. Unfortunately, I have a James Taylor. What, it sinks. The MoFis are single disc. Yes, they're single disc. Michael Naff said no. That means you hadn't seen it. Travis has never seen it. I haven't, and Chad sees dead. Tyler Coleman, you haven't seen it. Glad to see you on, Tyler. You got to go watch it right now. It's only about 3.5 hours, and it's long. It's a long movie. I've never seen Titanic. Wow. And then here we go. Yeah, I'm about to auction. You can go claim actually don't. The last time someone tried, we know what happened the last time someone tried to go down there. Okay, we have Michael Jackson. This is a 1983 picture disc of Thriller. This has the original plastic that it came back in. That's vintage plastic there from 1983. There is the picture disc, Thriller. It has Eddie Van Halen on it. It has Paul McCartney on it. It's Thriller. It also is loaded with great songs like Billie Jean and Beat It, and This Girl Is Mine, and Human Nature, and Pretty Young Thing. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. I actually just rewatched it about a year ago. I remember watching it. We had that double VHS. I'm sure a lot of people had that at some point, the double VHS. And I watched it on Netflix Netflix either had some bad timing or some inappropriate timing. As soon as that thing imploded in the ocean, Netflix had Titanic on there like the next day. I don't know if that was like poor timing on their part or they did that on purpose. But that's one reason I think I rewatched it about a year ago, was when that disaster happened. And I was like, man, I don't know if I've ever sat down and watched it thoroughly with like subtitles. When I watch a movie, I've got like a notepad and I've got subtitles and I'm pausing and I'm looking stuff up on Wikipedia and I'm making notes. You know, I'm not actually doing all that. But when I watch a movie, I'm very thorough. I at least got subtitles on, and I'm definitely on Wikipedia looking stuff up. I'm like, wait a minute. Is this true? Is this exaggerated? Blah, blah, blah. So our next auction is James Brown, and this is a 1963 US OG mono. But I watch everything with subtitles. I want to know what they're saying. I want to know what they're talking about. I gotta want to double check the history. 63 US original mono James Brown Apollo Theater. This is in VG condition. I repeat, a 63 mono James Brown. That's a $15 start. Ooh, let's go back over here. So the first thing that I had was we showed Foreigner. We got White Zombie for $38.99. And here's a restock of Blind Melon self-titled. And Blind Melon is a $38.99. $38.99. Blind Melon, $38.99 for Blind Melon. This has the hit song on it, No Rain. Let's see if there was a waiting list for Blind Melon. And there's no waiting list for Blind Melon, so all these are available for $38.99. And then we got 2 copies of Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella Night Songs is $38.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. And I got Frank Sinatra Collected, which I haven't had in a while, and we've sold so many. And here it is. And this is on blue vinyl, $49.99. Frank Sinatra Collected. Blue vinyl, limited numbered, blue vinyl, $49.99. And this is like the best of Frank. It's blue vinyl, and we have sold, I don't know, when this originally came out, we had like 60-something pre-orders. And that was on gold, and then we sold it again on blue. This is blue, $49.99. Okay, so the next thing we have here was, let me jump up and make sure I didn't miss any claims or other questions. Let's see here. James Brown's at $15. I've never taken a date to see Schindler's List. No. I still hadn't seen that movie either. What is the difference between this and a regular one? This is on a picture disc, not vinyl. This is like a picture disc. It's not actually pressed on vinyl. There's no difference. It's the same tracks in the same order. Instead of vinyl, it's on a picture disc. And there's that. And I watch you on subtitles to see what words you're actually saying. Anybody else listening and watching me on subtitles? My accent getting in the way. So that's a $25 start. There's no bid yet. And there's a 1 bid on James Brown now too. Next is Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, which I think there's a waiting list for. And this is $44.99. This is Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, just the 2 of us. Bill Withers is $49.99. Bill Withers. And this is a MoFi Greatest Hits, $44.99. It's new and sealed. And then over here is another another Analog Productions, Leonard Skinnard. Leonard Skinnard is $46.99, second helping. That is $46.99. Leonard Skinnard, second helping, $46.99. That's Analog Productions, original analog mastering. Obituary, Slowly We Rot. Obituary is $38.99. And then over here is another Star Wars that's really cool. This is Star Wars Stories. So it's all the kind of off movies like Mandalorian, Rogue One, Solo. This is a compilation. John Williams doing some of the music. It's on hyperspace colored vinyl, and those are $49.99. Those are $49.99. Star Wars Stories, $49.99. That's a 2 LP, and those are numbered and colored vinyl to 1,000. And the last 2, somebody just asked for it. Here it is. Foreigner, self-titled, $44.99. Foreigner, self-titled. Now, we got way off topic there. We got way off topic on that crate. I feel like another read-through is imminent. We got to talking about Titanic. We got to talking about picture disc. We got to talking about something else. But these are all still available. It's new and sealed. And folks, we're about to fill up our 8th full crate tonight. That's usually what I have filled up at the end of the show. And we have been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. We've still got about another 3 hours left. We still got vinyl to show. We still got a lot of stuff to show. So let's go back to the top and update what's going on. The last thing we had here, MJ at $25 with Todd Saw. MJ, $25. Another bid from Pat Frat for $25. And then James Brown, 20. James Brown, 20. And then we had James Brown, 25. And we have first MT Matt. First, Guy Shard says he'll take a Star Wars. MT Matt on Foreigner. And we're good to go. Sinatra is $49.99. So, Pat Frat, you're out on MJ. Todd still has it for $25. And now James Brown, which is a 63 OG mono, first press in mono in VG, 25. Let's read through this crate. This is from my audiophile distributor, so that's why there's a lot of music on vinyl. That's why there's a lot of music on vinyl, MoFi, and Analog Productions. Seth Franzoni says he'll take one of those Star Wars stories. And if y'all missed it earlier, we had John Williams conducts John Williams. That is sold out. We have a waiting list for that. Here we go. What's left? Foreigner Head Games, new and sealed MoFi, gatefold, single LP, $44.99. New and sealed, Devil Music Volume 1, La Sexta Risto, White Zombie, Rob Zombie, $38.99. Cinderella Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Cyndi Lauper, one left, She's So Unusual, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Time After Time, $36.99. White Line, I still got Main Attraction, Pride, and that other one. They're $38.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, I can't believe no one grabbed this. Crossfire, there he is. $46.99. Analog Productions, Analog Mastering. MJ's now at 30. Michael Nass out on James Brand. Samuel has it for 25. Here is what started the whole discussion. Titanic. This is a 2 LP with 8-page book, a movie poster, and a replica of the New York Times cover. It's a gatefold 2 LP. Not only does it have the score music, it does have Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On. I sold one. There's 4 left. One copy left of Double Vision by Foreigner. That's $44.99. White Zombie Astro Creep 2000. That's $38.99. Blind Melon's $38.99. Self-titled with No Rain. Cinderella again, Night Songs. Frank Sinatra. This is $49.99. Limited edition of 10,000 on blue marble vinyl. Sinatra is $49.99. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. Use Me. Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone. Lean On Me. Grandma's Hands. $44.99. Another one. Sweet Home Alabama. Leonard Skinner, Second Helping. The Battle of Curtis Lowe. Don't Ask Me No Questions. Analog Productions. Analog Mastering. $46.99. Obituary. Slowly We Rot. $38.99. And then Foreigner. It Feels Like the Very First Time. You're As Cold as Ice. MoFi, self-titled, $44.99. Now, Todd, you get MJ for $30. Now, Samuel, you bid against yourself on James Brown. If somebody else bid, we got lagged on Facebook and I didn't see it. So if somebody bid or somebody else has made a claim, the last thing I see is Chris Bryant says, which Pride? White Line Pride, I've got 3 different ones. Main Attraction, we have, I don't know, I've had 3 different ones tonight. Okay, so here's the agenda for the rest of the night since it's 11 o'clock. We are, is there a Nothing Fancy MoFi? You mean Analog Productions? Yes. All of Leonard Skinner's albums, the original albums, are available except Street Survivors. Analog Productions has not done Street Survivors. But they have, well, if they have, it's never been in stock. but I can get pronounced. I can get them all, yes. All right, what I was saying is we've got just a couple of tagged auctions left, but we got plenty of Japanese. So we're going to probably show at least the very first crate of new vinyl again. And there will be new metal crates. Yes, there's a truckload of new metal stuff on the way for tomorrow. This is James Brown at the Apollo Theater, a 63 mono, okay? I will check on some status quo. Put down empty map for an Analog Productions, nothing fancy. I've never seen an Analog Productions Street Survivor. So Leonard Skinner's got pronounced. They've got second helping. Give me back my bullets. Nothing fancy. Street Survivors. And then that's when the band broke up after the plane crash. I think that's their 5 albums. And I think Analog Productions have only done the first 4. I've never seen AP Street Survivors. That's a good one because Street Survivors was a great album. That came out and then tragedy hit. Okay. This is sold to Samuel Kopich for $25. And when I come back, I'm going to go grab a V8 and those toys. And we're going to get right in. And somebody said discount. Yes. What we're probably going to do between now and CD time is new vinyl recap and discount bin. New vinyl recap and discount bin. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crates of new vinyl, but I hadn't condensed them yet. I think I can condense them down into 3, maybe 4. Probably 4 crates of new vinyl left from the night. We started with 10. We've sold 6 packed crates of new vinyl. Pretty amazing. So let me go get a drink. We're going to do new recap, vintage discount, back and forth until it's time for CDs. It's been an eventful night. I forgot to ask, where's everybody watching from? I forgot to ask. That way y'all could be chit-chatting. Where's everybody watching from? Where is everybody watching from? I'm going to mute my mic again. All right. Thank you. That was a quick one. Thank you, Vladerchecks, and I think Mike Massey. I don't know who sent the most recent batch of Promojanets. Tanner was like, why do you get to pick the flavors? I was like, well, I don't pick anything. They just send them. And Tanner was like, I like strawberry banana, and I think everybody else does. You're the only one who likes Promojanet and black cherry. And I'm like, well, you know, I am kind of the talent of the show. And he's like, you just think you're something, don't you? You just think you're all that in a bag of chips. Tanner's trying to lobby for strawberry banana. And I was like, well, Tanner, you know, life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. Strawberry banana. I don't like those, but, you know what they say. You know what they say. So I promised I would do a new vinyl recap and then discount bin. And we'd go back and forth, okay? Let's see what's going on. He thinks we can't hear him. Oh, could y'all hear me chewing up there? I hope not. I'm sorry if you could. I was scarfing down some trail mix. We got, did y'all hear me chewing all that? That was probably terrible sounding. We got Denver, Arizona, California, New York, British Columbia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Graceland, my bed, 150 miles west of you, inside the Louvre Museum in Paris. Wow, are you actually inside the Louvre Museum in Paris? And I'm going to work on getting you some status quo. And Guy, I got your message about that link you sent me. I'm going to look into that and give you my opinion, okay? Ohio, South Carolina, Nashville, Chicago. Chad, is there a way to have registered users appear in bold to distinguish away from new buyers? No, not really. No, I just have to keep up with it in my head. It's really just up to me and my memory. RVA, Seattle, strawberry. Laura don't like strawberry banana either. Volume discount. I'll probably not consider it. And then we have Tanner's beating heart of Coletco. He really is. So is Laura. Because that's the only two people we're talking about right now. And then Baltimore and Alabama. Okay, welcome everybody. So let's go ahead and put up Love DiCapo discounts. I give discounts all the time. Vintage discount, we do 50%. I do discounts all the time. We do 30% off, 50% off, 100% off. We have a 1966 USOG. This is a Frankenstein mono jacket with a stereo disc. I think that's pretty common for this release though, but I don't want to say that for sure. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Love is going to go up for just a $15 start. Love DiCapo. And somebody wrote a wonderful name, Williams. That's a great name. This is in VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Love DiCapo. There's the original inner sleeve and there's the jacket. One thing about discounts for new vinyl, just so you know, Todd, new vinyl that you've bought most of tonight, the volume, the margins on those are very slim. And anybody that's run a record store will tell you, new vinyl, is the slimmest margin. So it's like you start discounting that. That's why I'm very firm about new vinyl being no more, no less. It's always sticker price. That's one reason if we started getting discounts across the board right there, it would really hurt our margins on that. So new vinyl, I have it. It's sticker price. Sometimes it's on sale. Vintage stuff is always on sale. Vintage stuff is always on sale. If it doesn't sell, then it's on sale. It's going to be best offer at some point. We mark stuff down until it sells. That's my philosophy. So I've always said $8 in limited shipping is also a great deal. We take a major loss on shipping. Every order is a loss on shipping. Sometimes even if it's just one LP, box, labor, materials, it's costing more than $8. First thing we have here is 9-inch nails with teeth. 9-inch nails is $46.99. This was Halo 19, which originally came out in 2005. This is $46.99. 9-inch nails with teeth, $46.99. That's a 2LP, $46.99. 9-inch nails with teeth. That's a 2LP. We have one left. I got one copy of Wet Leg left, and Wet Leg is $29.99. Loves at $15 and Loves at $15. Holbrook, you're out. Phil Freeman was first. Our next auction is an Obi-less Asia. We've already sold one tonight. Here's another one, and this one is a $25 start. It was the heat of the moment. Near mint minus and pristine. Insert. Oh, it does have an Obi. Never mind. We'll start this one at $35. It just needs to be put back on the jacket. Asia's a $35 start. There it is. Next, I have 2 copies left. These are out for this week. I'm lucky to have them. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire soundtrack. It's a 2LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Brad, I forgot to go get those figures. I looked over here and saw Blondie. Let me go get those figures right quick for Brett Thies. It's right up here. Could y'all hear me snapping? That's why I was doing that. I was curious if my mic's still in range. Okay, here we are. What do we have here? Love 15, Love 15. And then we have Love 20, Love 25. Here is the My Chemical Romance. This is red and black Corona vinyl. 3 cheers. I keep wanting to say 3 crosses. 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge. Wow, I moved my hand on that and it changed the color of the shrink wrap. Did y'all see that? That's kind of smeared looking. That's weird. That helped it a lot. Okay, $44.99. 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge with Micro Touch shrink wrap. $44.99. And we have several of those, and that's their 2004 album that just came back into print there. Love 25, Love 25, and that's with Holbrook now. And then Asia. Asia is a $35 start. We have 9-inch nails. This is $33.99. $33.99, 9-inch nails. And Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. That's $39.99, a 2LP. And that one's John Williams. That one's the original with Hedwig's theme, of course. Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. That's $33.99. And then Johnny Cash, American Recordings, Volume 3, Solitary Man, $33.99. Yeah, I just smeared V8. I hadn't touched anything. I just had trail mix, and I guess it's smeared with V8 purple juice or the fine touch of Chad Williams, whichever you want to see there. So I was very glad to see those Harry Potters available because when I saw that they were available for Record Store Day, I was like, dang. Because sometimes Record Store Day, we'll never get it, or they'll repress it 2 years later. Well, here just 2 months later, and here they are where we can get them. Harry Potter. So let me know, Kelly, if you want Sorcerer's Stone or if you want Goblet of Fire. Your pick there. Your pick there on those. And Love, the last bid was $25 and Phil Freeman's out. And Asia's a buy it now for $35. We've already sold one, and we've already sold a copy of Alpha. So this one's available for $35. And Robert says, pass on Harry Potter, have one coming. Yeah, I was about to say, I think Robert bought one earlier, didn't you, Robert? I think Robert bought one earlier. Maybe? Kelly? Robert and Kelly's claims are canceling each other. Ed Riviera gets Asia for 35. Okay, thank you on that. And now Love is sold to Holbrook for 25. Now, over here are the other figures. Very similar to Blondie. We have Bon Scott. We got Twisted Sister. We got Motorhead. We got Lemmy for Motorhead. We got Ghost, Papa Emeritus III. And we got King Diamond. And those are $24.99. King Diamond, Ghost, Motorhead, D. Snyder, and Bon Scott. Okay. Did you buy one earlier, Robert? Did you buy one earlier, Robert? I'm not for sure if you claimed one or earlier or not. Okay. Either way, we're good. And let me move. Let's see here. What do I need to do here? Let me move. All right, so that was like a half crate. I'm going to do this one, then we're going to do a buy it now best offer. I'm going to move this one right here behind me. I'm hoping I can condense all this down into 4. I think if we sell a few more things, we can. So the Harry Potters are still available. Here's something I've sold a lot of. Here is something I've sold a lot of, and that is Pearl Jam Unplugged. A red vinyl, $39.99. That's a 2 LP unofficial. Pearl Jam Unplugged, red vinyl, that's $39.99. And then here's another, Tom Petty Live, Spectrum Philadelphia, $38.99, the 1980 broadcast. Our next auction is going to be Culture Club, and this is Kissing to Be Clever. And Culture Club is a Japanese press with Obi, Kissing to Be Clever, and this is a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert, and it's a $25 start. Tom Petty's Live, $38.99. I've got one copy left of Creator Renewal. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl, gatefold, $34.99 for that. The Beatles Revolver, new stereo mix by Giles Martin and Sam O'Kell, $36.99 for Revolver. Very, very cool. And then here's the other Johnny Cash, American Recordings 2, Unchained. And if you need any other volume, if you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let me know. I can order it or back order it for you. Breaking Benjamin, Ember. Last copy of that for $29.99. And then Gorillaz, Human. Gorillaz is a 2 LP, and that is $49.99. Gorillaz, Human. Also, Creator, another one. This is Live at Dynamo, 1998. Creator is $29.99 for Creator. And then Rarities, that's Red Marble Vinyl, limited edition 400, $29.99 on that. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, that's a 2 LP, $36.99. And Gorillaz, again, this time Song Machine, it's $33.99. Culture Club is a $25 start. No bid yet. Final call. I'm going to add another Japanese pressing to it, and that is a Japanese Billy Joe Turnstiles. For some reason, I don't feel like we've had this one as much as we've had some of his others. But here is Turnstiles. This is up for bid. This is another really nice Japanese pressing, and I'm going to put this one up also just for a $25 start. So there's Billy Joe and there's Culture Club, $25 start on those. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, which is a Greatest Hits from Ozzy. We sold one earlier. There's one left for $38.99. Gorillaz, The Fall is $33. Soundgarden is $33.99. Bad Motorfinger. And here is the new album from Volbeat. We've sold almost 60 copies. Volbeat, God of Angels Trust. It's on mystery colored vinyl. It's a new album from Volbeat, and that comes out this Friday, $46.99. $46.99. Is there anybody out there? There hadn't been a comment in 4 minutes. Sounds like it's time for me to wrap up, go home, and get some sleep. Anybody still out there? If not, we'll go ahead and just call this a night. Thanks for tuning in. See y'all tomorrow. Everybody's going completely silent. Hadn't been a comment in like 4 minutes. I'm going to go over here and check the view counts on each platform. I'm going to say, all right, that's it. See y'all. No CDs, no discount crates, nothing. We're all done. We're finished. See y'all tomorrow night. Thank you, John Griffin, for sending 3 comments for 3 dots. I appreciate that. Michael Ruttman sent 3 dots. Thank you for sending 3 dots. We have a bet on Culture Club for 25. There we go. Culture Club's at 25. I have not uncovered. There is about 20,000 LPs blocking that box, Dale. It's going to be at least a month or sometime maybe after this dollar sale. This dollar sale is going to clean up a lot of space for us. All right, we have here, find more 45s. Not yet. Not looking good for New Orleans type stuff. All the hardcore stuff gone. I've got to have to get really creative now on what kind of 45s are left and what we have here. Tyler's watching the Titanic. Awesome. All right, so the last thing was 3 dots, 3 dots. Culture Club 25, I just logged on. No more vol stuff yet. 45s are scarce at this point. As far as, well, that's not true. We got thousands, but trying to figure out how to auction them. Edwin sent 3 dots. Angela Lewis said here. Phil Freeman said 3 dots. Josh said, don't you dare stop the feed. 109 on YouTube. Never give up, never surrender. David Hoy has 3. I'm here too, watching Titanic and saving our money for Thursday. That's what it looks like. Now, if somebody doesn't win the auctions that they hope they're going to win on Thursday, probably Friday when I'm doing new vinyl, it will be flying out of the shelves. Everybody's like, all right, well, I've got $500 extra I didn't think I was going to spend, or I thought I was going to spend. And Culture Club is $25. Kissing to be clever. And this is sold to Brett Thies for $25. Now, let's do some vintage. Everybody might be burned out on new vinyl. We've literally been showing new vinyl for almost 5 hours, I bet. We've been probably showing new and pre-owned new stuff for almost 5 hours. So that's sold to Brett. And Billy Joel's just a $25 buy now. So let's get into some discount bins. And we just filled up, well, maybe a few more. We're about to fill up our 8th crate. So after we get into some discount bins, it sounds like we're definitely going to sell more. So here's kind of my time schedule. I'm probably at midnight, maybe 12:30, going to get into some CDs. I've been starting them at 11. We still got to go through at least one discount bin. And honestly, I got to find where the next CDs are at. The Manson is an unofficial. The Manson's an unofficial. I do have a signed Marilyn Manson album I might try to auction again tomorrow. I do have a JSA authenticated Manson autographed album. Will someone tag me when the show starts tomorrow? Looks like the ad for tomorrow has a lot of comments. What is all the comments saying? Please tag me. I need the Manson. Jonathan, there's Nathan Haney. There's been 3 people already say they want to buy the Marilyn Manson. Dollar sale is this Friday and Saturday. Please come to Collectco. Dollar records, dollar CDs, dollar everything. Let's go through at least 1 or 2 vintage discount bins. I may show this other crate of new vinyl as well. I should have stopped the show right there. We didn't even sell anything out of that last bin. And here we are. And Billy Joel's a buy it now for $25. Turnstiles, not bad whatsoever at $25.25. Let's find the best vintage discount bin I can come up with, and let's do it BINBO. I love doing stuff BINBO. So let's do that. Let's find one, and let's do it. Maybe this one right here. This might even be new stuff that I've never gone through before. I think it actually might be, and that sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and just start taking offers on them and get some of these sold. Yeah, I don't know if I've been through this one, because I have a feeling this album in the front would have sold. So I'm going to move it to the back, which is going to make it the first record. And let's go through all this BINBO. Okay. What album do I have that signed? It's a black and white cover with a picture of him on it. I forgot what that one's called. It's a black and white cover with a picture of him on the front. We had it without a disc, and then I found another copy with a disc we had tagged for auction, and I'm going to take that disc and put it inside the empty jacket, because I think a couple people have passed on it because it was missing the disc. I always thought everybody wanted the autographed jacket for just the jacket, but I have found out that people want autographed albums with the record in them. And I'm like, wow, you mean you're actually going to be handling this? It's like a $1,000 signed album. Okay, here we go. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Next thing we have, Chad, any news on Gin Blossoms? Was that supposed to come out this week? Is that something that was supposed to come out this week? If you give me a second, I'll log in over here and I will check the status of it. If you give me a second, I can log in and check. Is that something new for this week? Let's go through some vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Let me get logged in over here. See, there's some stuff that got pushed back for this week that was 2 months ago that no one even asked about, like Motorhead. Then it all of a sudden showed up this week. Gin Blossoms. Gin Blossoms. That's the black vinyl. Let me see what Hiram has said over here. May 23rd. Okay, May 23rd. They don't even have anything here. Let me figure out where I ordered it from. All right, back order. By the way, Paranoid is definitely shipping next week. They're in my cart. 85 copies of Paranoid. 25 copies of the Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. 25 copies of Load. 14 copies of Faces, Ooh La La, the Skid Row reissue. I've got 10 box sets on the way from Metallica. So that's some of the big releases that's coming out next week. Paranoid Hi-Fi, I'm getting 85 copies, confirmed. They've got them loaded in my cart. They're definitely shipping to me, 85 copies. Gin Blossoms. Let me figure out where I have those ordered at. Two things have happened. It's been pushed back, or I didn't get any. And I hope it's not the second one. Let's see, I'm in the C's. I've got thousands of titles back ordered. Gin Blossoms. It says I've got 25 copies and it's due out discontinued. There's a D for discontinued. It was due out April 20th, 25. And now it says D for discontinued. I don't know what that really, I mean, I know what that means, but I may have to ask about that one, okay? Pet Shop Boys should be here tomorrow. Pet Shop Boys should be here tomorrow. Okay, ELO, these are buy it now best offer. ELO, El Dorado, a symphony for the Electric Light Orchestra. ELO has the original on her sleeve, $19.99. 19, I had the, yeah, it says discontinued. It sounds like that's true. It sounds like they canceled it. The colored vinyl. Now, right now in stock is black vinyl. You can order that other version that's been in print for a long time. But yeah, it looks like it's discontinued. Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot. O&J is $9.99. The Kink Chronicles. That's a 2 LP. The Kink Chronicles, $34.99 on that. Doc Watson, Memories. Doc Watson's a Gatefold 2 LP. That is $24.99 for Doc Watson. And Savoy Brown, Getting to the Point. Everything in here, I think these have not been shown before, and I'm going to go ahead and take offers on them and try to get some sold. $19.99. No, STP, that's another good one. STP is ordered. Where's my back order list on that? It looks like they were due out. I don't think they've pushed it back, but the distributor that would ship them, it should have been within this stuff here. So it's definitely not going to be this week. It's definitely not going to be this week. I was going to see if he had me updated. Sometimes they update my cart. That's a little bit different website. They kind of do everything like spreadsheet, and I get about an update every 2 days of what is in my cart. But they're really good to deal with. I don't really see, I don't know. Yeah, I hadn't had any details yet. This is buy it now best offer. ELO, Jason, I'll do that for $15. And these are new arrivals, never shown, best offer. Chad Davis says he'll take Olivia Newton-John. That's so to Chad Davis. Thank you, Chad. That's so to you. Over here, we have I Remember Tommy, Frank Sinatra, $14.99 on Frank Sinatra. John Denver Spirit. John Denver is $9.99. And Zappa in New York. That's a 2 LP. Frank Zappa is $39.99. Jason gets ELO. And guess what? That has officially filled up our 8th full crate tonight. So I think by the time this crate's over, and maybe by the time we do one more, we might can get to 9 crates tonight. That would be amazing. 8 full crates of vinyl. Wow. Wow. And if I probably could have got through some of that other new vinyl earlier tonight, that probably would have happened. Probably could have got to 9 or 10, which would have been an incredible night. Yeah, it doesn't sound like we're getting them till next week. Yeah, because there's no way that distributor can get them to me before Friday. I got to get a message to you, the Bee Gees. I have never seen this before. $14.99, some kind of UK compilation. $14.99 on Bee Gees. Bonnie Tyler, Faster Than the Speed of Night. Bonnie Tyler has the hit song Total Eclipse of the Heart. Bonnie is $9.99. And Porcupine Tree, The Incident. Porcupine Tree is a 2009 European press. $49.99 for Porcupine Tree. Pete Townsend, White City, a novel. Pete Townsend's $14.99. And Manic Pop Thrill, that Petrol Emotion. Petrol Emotion's a UK copy from '86. That is $19.99. Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain, $14.99 for Mr. Billy. Boz Scaggs, Other Road. Boz is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind. Linda is $9.99. I'm going to take this sold items in here. And I might go ahead right now in the vintage stuff and start trying to flash a few cassettes. Let me try to flash a few cassettes right quick. I have a whole pile over here in these trays. I was actually going to stack them up and photograph them. And I was like, well, we'll wait. These are all singles, but they're from really big bands. So I'm going to make these just $5 or $4.99. They're singles, but they're really good ones. Really big bands. And they're going to be $5 or $4.99 each. $4.99 sounds better to me. So let me do some of these first. These are all $5 a piece. They're singles. Some of them have more than one song, but they're still singles. And these are all $5. We got Warrant, Heaven and In the Sticks. Warrant, $5. Tesla, Love Song, $5. Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart, $5. Vixen, Edge of a Broken Heart. The Cure, Love Song. We have Faster Pussycat, House of Pain. Also Cinderella, Don't Know What You've Got Till It's Gone. And LA Guns, It's Over Now. $5 a piece on those. Wow. Back up here to the top. Porcupine Tree is $49.99. Yes, everything in here is new arrivals, best offer. Porcupine is $49.99. And over here, does Bonnie have Holding Out for a Hero? I know Bonnie has Total Eclipse of the Heart, Holding Out for a Hero. Not on this one. If it's under that title, no. And did I miss guitars? No, I hadn't done those either. How about we do those two right quick? Michael Ruttman wants The Cure. All these singles are $4. These here are $4.99. Michael Ruttman on The Cure. Michael Ruttman on Cinderella. Tony Mercado next on The Cure. And Corey next on Cinderella. So we still got Warrant, Tesla, Billy Ray Cyrus, Vixen, Faster Pussycat, and LA Guns. Next is Steve Smith and Vital Information. That is $19.99. Raphael, you get Porcupine Tree for $40. Thank you, Raphael. That's so to you. And Brett Thies, you were third on The Cure. We also have Pete Seeger, Circles and Seasons. Pete Seeger's $9.99. And Black Rose, John David Souther, a white label promo, $19.99. Good question on those. And you know what else I have? I have Michael Scott Funkos back in. And there was a waiting list. This is Pop Television, The Office series, number 869. Michael Scott holding the World's Best Boss mug. And Michael Scott is $14.99. Michael Scott on $14.99. Michael Scott. And there was a waiting list for that. Let's look up that. Jennifer Schrader and Ron Burns. And I've got 2 extras. I've got 4 total Michael Scotts. 2 are pre-sold. So they're $14.99. If anybody wants these, they're right over here. Michael Scott, Pop, number 869, The Office. If anybody wants one, let me know. Because these 2 are already sold to the people I mentioned. And then there's Michael. One of them's upside down. There we go. Michael Scott. I want to sit down and rewatch. I watched that series all the way through once, and it was a great experience. I'd like to watch it again. I've got a long list of stuff to rewatch. All right, those are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next is Brett Thies on the Cure. Chad, while we're talking old new releases, did you hear anything about the Toadies Rubberneck? They seem to be pushing back a month. Toadies, let's see here. Toadies Rubberneck. I am logged into the world's biggest vinyl distributor. I can look up anything right now. Toadies Rubberneck, there's only one version, and it says it was released September 25th, 2020. There's no other version available to order. That's that version that's been out for years. It's back ordered. And then my other distributor, probably the second biggest in the country, they have only one version available, and that's the one from 2020. So Toadies are basically, the 2020 version is back ordered. There's no other version available. That's what it's showing. Tony says, I'd like a copy of Foreigner Head Games. You talking about the sealed new MoFi? I can get to that right now so we don't forget. New sealed MoFi Foreigner Head Games. That's right back here. The gatefold jacket, you got it. And this is sold, to Tony Kepler. All right, now the next thing, anybody else on these singles? That's surprising. I figured Warrant, Tesla, some bands like that, Faster Pussycat. Next is a white label promo. A white label promo, John David Souther. That is this right here. It is a white label promo. So for an album to be called a promo, it doesn't matter what the jacket says. The jacket could be marked promo. By definition, for an album to be a promo, it has to have a label that is marked promotion copy, not for sale. Sometimes they completely changed the color of the label and made them white to make it easy to distinguish them. So this is a white label promo. This was not sold in stores. This was pressed with this label. So when they were pressing this in 1976 at the factory, somebody put that label on there. These were taken and sent to radio stations. They were given away for promotion, whatever they needed promo copies for. Typically, they were sent to radio stations, management, people like that. They were not made for retail purposes. That is what we call a white label promo. Now, if you have a lot of times there are releases that are marked promos on a jacket, like you'll hear me say gold stamp promo. However, there are some releases that are stamped, gold stamped, or they'll say there'll be a sticker. There'll be a sticker. But by definition, you can't call that a promo unless the label's marked promo. Rule number 2 of that. There are some releases with promo stickers, gold stamp promos, like this one. See, it's gold stamp too. But if this was sealed, I couldn't call it a promo copy. I wouldn't know if it's actually a promo copy because it's sealed and you can't see the label. So unless people have really documented and done the research on what was gold stamped and what was. But sometimes there's gold stamps, but there's no labels that's marked promo. That's why you'll hear me auction. Laura will have a record and she'll say gold stamp promo, no WLP. And that means there is no pressing of that that's ever been discovered that's marked a promo other than maybe the jacket. And yes, that's another good point. Those are usually the first ones they pressed. This is sold to Patrick Lear for $15. Back to the buy it now bin. We have David Johansen. That is $9.99. Gold stamp promo. Now, this one's a gold stamp promo on the back, and it's a white label promo. David is $9.99. We have Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance. You'll hear me say gold stamp promo a lot, but that doesn't actually mean it's a promo. Look, this is a gold stamp promo too. It is. Promotion use only. For promotion use only, not for sale. Spyro Gyra. This is a great album too. Morning Dance, original sleeve. Now look at this one. This one is not a promo label. I don't know if there is a promo copy of this. You'd have to check Discogs. But this label has no promotional markings on it. So technically, this is not a promo copy, even though it has a stamp that says for promotion only, not for sale. You really don't know. Chris Ridlings gets David for $7. George Sherry gets Spyro Gyra. Thank you. Moving right along. Brewer and Shipley. Brewer and Shipley is $14.99. This is called ST11261. I've never seen that one before. That is $14.99. Brewer and Shipley. Lost Gongo Band, Signs of Life, $14.99. EMI Capital, $14.99. $14.99. Purple capital label on that one. If anybody ever has any other questions, this is the best time of night to ask me questions that relate to record collecting. I can help you out. This is a gold stamp promo of Bobby Bear, and the name of the album is Bear. And it's a white label promo. $9.99. I'm in a Kiss group, and I recently seen a guy post a Kiss album that's sealed that was being advertised as a promo, and the current comment count was like at 100 and something comments. Everybody having basically a debate whether the record is actually a promo. And it comes down to this, from my opinion. If you can't see the label, you can't call it a promo. I read all through all those comments, and I looked it up. I looked at the photos. I looked at how it was sealed. It was a sealed copy of Rock and Roll Over. I've looked at it. I looked on Discogs. I mean, I did a lot of research on it myself because it was offered to us to sell at some point. And I was like, I really can't tell. You really don't know if it's a promo. You can't tell. You can't say it's a promo if it's sealed, in my opinion. There's just no way to tell. You got to be able to see the label. So really, there is no sealed promo copies unless there is like documentation that all stickers are white labels, but still somebody could add a sticker label later. You get what I'm saying? So you really can't call anything sealed a promo much. I don't know of any examples that you can really call something that has a jacket that looks like a stock copy a promo when it's sealed. So it's really hard to call anything sealed a promo. Country Joe McDonald Paris Sessions. Country Joe McDonald is $19.99. This is called Paris Sessions. Vanguard label, $19.99. Does white label mean closer to the source? They're typically just the first ones pressed. I don't know if that's true for everything, but typically they're the first ones pressed. I don't think that's like chiseled in stone, but typically, if it's a white label, those are the first ones they've pressed. I've heard that for Doors albums, Zeppelin. That's why like promo copies are very desirable for Zeppelin, Doors, Pink Floyd. It typically means that. Dead wax stamps and pressing plants. Okay, I can show you that. But first, here's Matthew Southern Comfort later that same year. This is a Decca pressing. Matthew Southern Comfort is $19.99. And we have Linda Ronstadt, Prisoners in Disguise. Linda Ronstadt's $9.99. And we have Lines and Ghost. Lines and Ghost is a 1987. That's alternate rock. $19.99. Lines and Ghost, original inner sleeve. $19.99. Back over here, this is Lines and Ghost. I was going to see if I can find one with some good dead wax where I could show. I'm trying to find a record I really familiar with the dead wax. Give me 1 second. We got Merle Haggard, his 30th album. Some labels I'm really good at showing. I can tell you a lot about the dead wax and information. Merle Haggard is VG Plus $9.99. This is Jerry Jeff, Ry Cooter Showtime. Ry Cooters are $19.99. That one's called Showtime. Ry Cooter is $19.99. Merle Haggard again, The Roots of My Raising. This is $14.99. Merle Haggard, and this is really cool. The Royal Guardsman, Return of the Red Baron. It's in shrink with the hop sticker. $19.99. The Royal Guardsman, $19.99. Todd, let's see here. What about albums of 12-inch singles with promo stamps outside of the cover? If they're marked on the outside of the cover, they're still not promos unless you can see the label. If they're sealed, you got to be able to see the label. Unless it's like a 12-inch single and you can see the label, like those 12-inch single sleeves that are cut out, then you could have a sealed gold stamp promo and see the label. That could be a prime example. But you can see the label there. You don't have to have X-ray vision. Please look at for my purchase request. I would like Bonnie Tyler, and if you can find the store Secret Dreams for Forbidden Fire, Okay, so Bonnie Tyler is sold to Todd Saul. I completely missed that. Sorry, Todd. I completely missed that. Bonnie Tyler and Secret Dreams Forbidden Fire. I'll be on the lookout for that. Canadian Ragweed or Reckless Kelly. I never did see that question, Dennis. Let me look those up in just a second. And then Patrick Lear, I sold him John David Souther, right? Cross Canadian Ragweed and Reckless Kelly. I'll check on those right quick on those, okay? We have Bobby Sings. Bobby Rydell is in shrink wrap, $9.99. That's on the orange cameo label. And we have Silver Condor. This is a gold stamp promo. Now, let's see if this is a white label promo. This is not a promo label, and it's a gold stamp promo. So what I'm saying, let's say this album was still sealed, and somebody would say it's a promo. And I was like, well, by definition, it's not, even though it's the jacket. A gold stamp promo does not consider it a promo unless the label's marked promo. That's a promo. Now, there are some, like, Beatles albums. There are some Beatle albums from the 80s that are gold stamp promos that don't have promo labels, but those are still pretty desirable because how often, for some reason, is a Beatles album going to be marked for promotion purposes? Not often, even in the 80s, especially in the 80s. Why would a Beatles album need to be marked for a promo? Music from the original motion picture soundtrack, Anima Olympics. And this is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. They're really starting to catch my eye. Y'all can see how many gold stamp promos we get. And like I said, that's a very common stamp. Extremely common. That's on so many albums. But, you know, so are promo copies, but some are much more desirable than others. Conway Twitty is $9.99. How much was Merle Haggard? Tracks on Merle Haggard. Well, there's two in here. One is The Roots of My Raising. It was $14.99. And the other one was his 30th album. It was VG Plus $9.99. We have Jerry Lee Lewis, Killer Country. It's $9.99. And The Hollies, Buddy Holly. The Hollies. And this is $14.99. This is The Hollies covering Buddy Holly. $14.99. That's a foreign press. Looks like UK. Here's Al Stewart, the early years. Al Stewart is $19.99. And then Roger McGuinn and Band. This is $9.99. So let me show you dead wax here. This is how you really determine where something was pressed. All these numbers in the dead wax is basically like the DNA of a record. PBL 33541. 1D. WLY. That's the initials of he's a master. He's a engineer. Wally. I think it's Wally something. Mastered by Capitol, and then I was looking for a pressing plant. But basically, all these letters, you can put these in on Discogs, and it will tell you exactly what pressing you have. And sometimes there's denotations on where it was pressed. And for that purpose, you can have little symbols, and there's a pretty good chart. Probably if you Google it, I was just looking it up. Somebody sent me a sealed copy of a butcher cover, a paste over, and they was wanting to know more information about it. And there's just a quick Google search. You can find this chart right here, which this chart here is very important if you're looking up a lot of records. This right here. So all these stamps is like Laura and Paul and John. They've got all this stuff memorized because they use it every day. There's Monarch. There's Capital, Scranton, that IAM. There's Capital, Los Angeles. CTH, Best Way, Hub Serval. All these informational plants here. Plastics out of Memphis. Abbey Record, Newark. That's what all those symbols, right there, some very common ones. The parentheses is Capital, Jacksonville, Illinois. That's all, those are usually symbols you can see in the dead wax. That's something to Google and save in your phone, and that will help you look up stuff a lot faster. And these are very important. JW, LW, LY. And if you do it as often as we do, here's one you'll see. These here, SRC, that's specialty. I mean, these plants, Capitol, Winchester, that symbol there, these places made millions and millions of records. So there's a lot of stamps like that. But yeah, I just searched pressing plant marks, Google Images, and I have this saved on my phone, I'm sure, somewhere. Laura and Paul and John, they use it every day. I've seen them printed out on their desk. I mean, by this point, they have them memorized. They can say, yeah, that's this, that's that. I know what monarch. I look for monarchs because that's the Zeppelin pressings and certain beetles. That's a really good pressing plant, monarch. That's a good symbol there. And then these are on the back of Capitol jackets. On the back of Capitol jackets, there's this one here. Here it is, yesterday and today. So this is really important. If you have a butcher cover, these numbers on the back, and it's not just butchers, it's any kind of Capitol. It'll tell you where it was pressed. Scranton, Jacksonville, there's a number on the back of the cover. And this is a really good key to help you know what kind of butcher cover you have. Also, it will tell you what kind of glue was used to paste over the jacket, because that matters a lot if you can peel it. West Coast used a more acidic glue, and East Coast used a water-based glue, and that helps you peel it better if you get an East Coast pressing that was not using that more potent glue. You can steam those butcher covers and peel them, which a lot of people like to do. So they'll pay more for one with a water-based glue. Let's see what I've missed here. First thing we have is Josh Brown offered 7 on Hag. And was that for Roots of My Raisin or the 30th album? Let me know, Josh Brown. The next thing, so technically you can call it a gold stamp promo, just not a white label promo if you're listing for sale. Right. You can say it's a gold stamp promo, but you can't say it's a promo copy unless you can see the label. That's absolutely right, Curtis. And then I Sold My Heart Day Done's white label promo. That was a rare record. Raleigh Traugott, that is. Wally Traugott, yeah, that's some good mastering. And then next thing is Beatles pressings. Yes, Wally's good. That's a good mark. It looks like a WLY, just like RL for Bob Ludwig. You will see people's initials in dead wax. I'm sure there's a chart for that somewhere too. I've never looked for that, but there's RL for Bob Ludwig. There's WLY. All those other guys, they put their initials in there. How much was Silver Condor, Trouble at Home? Silver Condor, Trouble at Home. This was $19.99. Chris Riddings, $19.99. And then over here, 7 on Hag, 30th. This is sold to Josh Brown for $7. Okay. And then that one's still available if anybody wants it. The chart, I just Googled pressing plant information. What did I Google? I Googled, I think, pressing plant markings for vinyl. And you go to Google Images, they're everywhere. I wonder if there's one for people's mastering initials. Yeah, look at all this. You can get into some weeds here. You can really get into what are we in now? Decibel. There's no telling. This is for if you really want to get into the weeds. Is a George Piros LS. No, that's a major difference. George Piros, there is a really good copy of George Piros Led Zeppelin 1, but an RL Led Zeppelin 2 SS Monarch, that's huge money compared to just a George Piros. That's a big difference. It's Big Mama on Bobby Sims. Chad said he would do 7 for the other Merle Haggard. That's sold to Chad Davis for 7. That's the fun stuff. I know. That's where you can really spend hours researching and looking up what you have. It is amazing. Vinyl collecting, they did a good job back in the day. They knew what they put all this information. Now we can go back years later and figure out where it was made, who mastered it. A lot of information right there. It's just, and now it's caused debates and arguments, and there's also a lot of like, what's good and what's bad. So it's Big Mom on Bobby Sims. Yes, I got to answer that. Bobby Sims. I don't even feel like I went through that crate. Did you mean Bobby Sings? Or was there a Bobby Sims in here? Was there a Bobby Sims in here? I probably need to read through those again. Was there a Bobby Sims? Or did you mean Bobby's? Is Big Mama on Bobby Sims? This was Bobby Sings by Bobby Rydell. Is that what you meant? Ooh. Vinyl Archaeology. That's true. Porky Prime Cut. Bobby Sings. Yeah. Let's check here. This is in Cameo. It's in shrink wrap, which is unusual for a record this old to be in shrink wrap. Toys. An Angel is Missing. I Cried for You. Where's My Love? The Great Pretender. Please Don't Be Mad. Saints Go Marching in Chemistry. Valere. Hey Good Looking. Stop Fooling Around and I Do It Again. Wow, look at that. It has a sample not to be sold stamp on the label. Now, that's still not a promo, in my opinion. I still wouldn't call this a promo copy. It has a sample not to be sold. I just now noticed that. It's on side A. Sample not to be sold, but I still wouldn't call that a promo copy. However, there may not be a promo copy of this in existence, so that might be the best thing you can get. So that's what I tell Laura when she's doing auctions. She'll say, no white label promo. So like the other night, we had a gold stamp promo, let's say, of a Cure album. And we put it up for auction, and I said, this is a gold stamp promo, but there is no white label promo that was made in the United States. And it doesn't even have to be a white label. It could just be a promo marked label. Like some of those Kiss records, they're on Casablanca, but they're not white, but they do say for promotion copy, not for sale. That's a promo. It doesn't have to be a white label. It just has to say promo. And that's why we distinguish like, hey, this is a gold stamp promo, but there is no promo marked label. No white label, no promo marked. The only thing out there are gold stamp promos. I think the same thing for Dio records. I think the entire Dio catalog, there's not promo copies. Like Holy Diver, I think we had one night and we actually had said it's a gold stamp and there's no promo copies. I could be wrong. It may have not been Dio, but I think it was like Dio. Like all those Dios I've ever seen are gold stamp promo, gold stamp promo. There's no like promo labels. So that makes the gold stamp a lot better. Okay. There's that. Yeah, CDs have dead wax information too, which is very helpful. A lot of different mastering when it comes to CDs. All right, I'm going to read these titles again. What time is it? Speaking of CDs, it is 6 hours and 13 minutes into the show. We've got 8 hours before the Facebook feed ends. Let me read through these. Let me try to grab another crate where maybe I'm not talking as much, but I think I've had some fun doing all that. I hope y'all have too. Let me grab 4 or 5 more cassettes. This time they're going to be standard editions for $6.99, and I'm going to grab some stuff I think y'all are going to like this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and let's make these all $6.99, and this is $6.99. And we have Led Zeppelin 4, that's a no-brainer. Nazareth Hair of the Dog, that's a no-brainer. Queen's Greatest Hits, Samantha Fox Touch Me, and the Pretty in Pink soundtrack. The jewel cases are a little worn, but those are all $6.99 each. Some chest riggers say promo not for sale. That's true, they're just stamped. And you'll see a lot of back jackets stamped. Nice generator check. I was not plugged in. Generator is getting plugged in. We was on 21%. Generator is now plugged in. Thank you. Generator is now plugged in. All righty. Thank you on that. Here's what's left in this bin. If you need a price, let me know. The Kink Chronicles, or if you already know the price and you wanted to make an offer, go right ahead. Doc Watson Memories, Savoy Brown Getting to the Point, Frank Sinatra I Remember Tommy, John Denver Spirit. We have Zappa in New York, the Bee Gees, I've Got to Get a Message to You, Pete Townsend White City, Manic Pop Thrill, That Petrol Emotion, Billy Joe Nylon Curtain, Boz Scaggs Other Roads, Linda Ronstadt Hasten Down the Wind, Steve Smith Vital Information, Pete Seeger Circles and Seasons, Brewer and Shipley, Lost Congo Band Signs of Life, Country Joe McDonald, Bobby Bear, which was a white label promo. We have Matthew Southern Comfort later that same year, Linda Ronstadt Lines and Ghost, Ry Cooter, The Royal Guardsmen In Shrinking Hype, Return of the Red Baron, the Animal Olympics soundtrack, Jerry Lee Lewis, Killer Country, the Hollies covering Buddy Holly, Al Stewart, Early Years, Roger McGuinn and Band, Silver Condor is still available, and Conway Twitty, I'm Not Loving You Yet. Michael Reed wants Led Zeppelin, Queen, and Pretty in Pink. You got it. So he got Led Zeppelin, he got Queen, and he got Pretty in Pink for all $6.99 each. And I still have Nazareth and Samantha Fox, if anybody wants those, $6.99 each. Ace of Base. I may have a stray copy around here somewhere. Yeah, I may have a stray copy around here somewhere. Also, early Zeppelin cassettes had info printed on a sticker, and later they printed on the info of the ride of the plastic. Interesting. I will say I have a lot of knowledge on what cassettes, as far as value of them, which ones I probably should check and which ones I can go ahead and let go. But as far as like mastering and probably down in the weeds on cassettes, I probably don't know as much as I should. But I always know what to look for and which ones to look up. Hip-hop, rap, hair metal, metal, stuff like that. The Royal Guardsman, Michael, is $19.99. Savoy Brown, somebody asked, but before that, somebody made an offer. And we're going to go ahead and let it go. And that was to the first person who made an offer, to Ron Burns for $14. And then Jerry Lee Lewis, that was for Killer Country. Let's sell that to Chad Davis for $7. And the Animal Olympics soundtrack with the Graham Goldman 10cc hop sticker is $19.99. And Johnny Silva, let's mark him down for an Ace of Base. Ace of Base. And I'm going to try my best to track that down for you. Ace of Base. How about right here? Ace of Base. You got it. This is sold to Johnny Silva, and Michael Rudolph wants a copy of the Royal Guardsman. Nice there. Shrinking Hop. Don't get me started on hop stickers. I'm a collector of hop stickers. I'm always looking for something with a hop sticker that I've never seen before. Let's grab 5 more cassettes before I change out crates. The next 5 cassettes. Let's see here. Let's do, let me grab the next best 5, I think, in this batch. Let's grab these 2. Her vinyl's been popular, so let's grab her. This sounds interesting. I'm not for sure what it is, though. Is it a comp? Oh, yeah, that's good. And let's grab this right here. And these are all going to be $6.99. $6.99. Billy Idol, self-titled. MTV, High Priority. Aretha, The Bangles, Stevie Nicks, Cyndi Lauper, Whitney Houston, Grace Jones, Bananarama, Madonna, True Blue, Foreigner, The Very Best and Beyond, The Very Best of Foreigner and Beyond, and Alice Cooper Freakout Song, which is a full album. I've never seen it before. It almost looks like a bootleg. Is it? It says licensed from Teller House Video. I'm not for sure on that. Very interesting. Never seen it before. $6.99. And then we have Ace of Base, and we have William Meadows on Conway. And that's sort of William Meadows. Quiz. What is the Chad Williams' favorite Survivor song that gets his blood pumping? Nice trivia question there, Ernest. Hint. It's my high school alma mater. What was the next comment? BG's. I've got to get a message to you. Elsa, Road to Alaska, My Life Has Been a Song, Jumbo, I Am the World, Railroad 1 Million Years, I'll Kiss Your Memory, It Doesn't That Matter Much to Me, Paper Mache, Cabbages and Kings. Michael Ruttman got Alice Cooper for $6.99. Useless Eaters got Billy Idol for $6.99. We got Foreigner, Madonna, and MTV. Kiss has Blue Casablanca. What's the difference between the others? Blue Casablanca is the first label for their earliest albums, and then it changed over to the other one, the kind of tan one, and that would be some of their first albums. Blue would be the earliest pressings, and then the other one, so like, if you have a tan label Dress to Kill, which I'm sure exists, it's not going to be a first pressing. So your first step to check if it's an OG pressing would have to be a blue label for like Self-Titled and Hotter Than Hell and Dress to Kill. And I don't know when that cutoff was. There's a cutoff point somewhere where Casablanca changed their labels. And at that point, those tan labels can be first presses too. I'm sure somebody knows the cutoff year. There's a cutoff year for Kiss for the blue Casablanca. And then they went to another one. And then Bob over on YouTube wants MTV. Bob, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. I need to get you registered. The first-time buyer form is the link in the description of this video. And just confirm you are a first-time buyer. And the Kinks is called Kinks Chronicles. The Kinks is a 2 LP. It's a compilation, $34.99. Sunday afternoons on here. Victoria, Mr. Pleasant, King Kong. It's called Chronicles. $34.99. Let's find another crate. The gerbil. Rising up. Back on the street. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun, I think it's time for a half-off crate. Let's sell everything in there. That will fill up our 9th full crate tonight. And that way we can go strictly to cassettes and miscellaneous. Or I should say cassettes and CDs for the rest of the night. I think that's what everybody's in the mood for. Cassettes and CDs are right now far outselling vinyl. And I think everybody be okay with that. And how about I go through a great half-off crate with like just no-brainer stuff. Just like completely full of like, my God, I can't believe Chad's doing that stuff at half off. So let's grab this one. I have no idea what's in here. I have no idea what I've grabbed. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't even know who I am at this point. And we're going to do this crate at half off, okay? Here we go. Keelan Lee is Bob. Okay, Keelan Lee. Well, welcome back. I heard Eye of the Tiger on the way home from the casino. The casino? Ernest, did you win or lose? Let me guess. You won. All right. Blue Label Up Until Destroyer. First Casablanca level desert scene was Rock and Roll Over. There you have it. Yeah, I was trying to think the latest album I've seen with a blue, and I've never seen a blue Casablanca with Rock and Roll Over. So yeah, that means those first what Kiss albums then. Self-titled, Hotter Than Hell, Dressed to Kill. That's just those 3 then, right? Those 3 are on blue. Because Rock and Roll Over was 70. I feel like I'm missing one. Because Rock and Roll Over was 76. Dressed to Kill was like, did they have an album out in 75? Yeah. Well, no, after that was Destroyer and Love Gun. I think that's it. I think there's just 3 Kiss albums on blue. Okay. Oh, time for a stretch. See how much information stored in my head? But I always double check it because I do not ever want to put something up for auction. That's why I have Laura and Paul do all that research, because you do not want to put something up for Destroyer. Was Destroyer? I'm getting my Kiss albums out of order. I'm going to have to go to Wikipedia. I'm getting all my Kiss albums out of order. I feel like I could just recite them in order, but I can't. Oh, I forgot about live albums too. Albums. Self-titled, Hotter Than Hell, Dressed to Kill, Destroyer. Oh, Destroyer came between Dressed to Kill and Rock and Roll Over. Love Gun, Dynasty, Unmasked, Elder, Creatures, Lick It Up, Animalize, Asylum, Crazy Nights, Sunshine. Okay. Yeah, so I got out of order there. Love Gun came between Rock and Roll Over, or excuse me, Destroyer came between Dressed to Kill and Rock and Roll Over. So yeah, Destroyer's blue. Okay, there you have it. Yeah, I know. I gotta be careful because if I mess up on something, I don't want it to be on Kiss, because if the right people's watching, I'll be immediately corrected. You don't want to mess up Kiss stuff, okay? You do not want to mess up Kiss stuff with Kiss fans watching. That's like, to them, they're going to be very mad at me. Okay, here we go. Half off, no more, no less. The Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. VG Plus, $6.50. Oh Black Water, VG Plus, $6.50. Also, we have Donna Summer Bad Girls. Donna Summer VG Plus, $6.50. I love watching and talking to Kiss collectors. The knowledge of some of these people I've met is insane. It's really incredible. I learn stuff every time I read comments and go to these videos. Some of these guys, you might as well give them a PhD in Kiss collectibles. I wish I could transplant some of that in my head so I could regurgitate it as easy as they can. Van Morrison Wavelength. Van Morrison is $7.50. Easy there, Todd. You'll start World War III. United We Stand, Brotherhood of Man, VG Condition, $5. And we have Night Ranger. There it is. Sister Christian, Motorin. There's a note from Laura. VG, $6.50. Mix Amy on Donna. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Probably the last crate of vinyl of the night, except for maybe one quick recap of some vintage OG, of new vinyl, and then we're going to do CDs and cassettes. I'm also going to try to mix in more cassettes right now. Next was DB for Doobie Brothers, and that's sold to Jeff's Bird Songs. Chad Davis, second on Donna Summer. Juanita on Night Ranger. And William Evans put BE. Is that for Van Morrison or Brotherhood of Man or neither? Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is Powerlight. VG Plus, $6.50. That was for Night Ranger. So, William, you're second. Short Eyes. What is this? It's a soundtrack by Curtis Mayfield. VG Plus, $6.50. Is that Michael J. Fox? I don't know this movie. 77? No, he looks too old. Who is this? VG Plus, $6.50. I guess not. That wouldn't be right. Sister Sledge, We Are Family. VG, $5. VG, $5. Ernest was created in 1976. You were. July 4th, 1976. We have Patrick Lear on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Thank you. And we have The Mothers of Invention. This is a Golden Archive series. VG Plus, $7.50. The Mothers of Invention, $7.50. The Allman Brothers and Light and Rogues. EX Condition, $12.50. And Friends, a white label promo. Now, here's a good example. Here is a white label promo. It's promo, and it had a promo sticker on the back. $6.50 on that. Up at the top, we sold Earth, Wind, and Fire. We're going through a half off. And we have, what year was United? United We Stand. That is from the 60s, early 70s. VG, I think it's like a 69 record. That Durham label tells me anywhere from, I'm going to guess 67. Between 67 and 69. That's going to be my best guess. It's not marked anywhere, but that's a ballpark. Chris Reddings on Mothers of Invention. And then we got Useless Eaters was second on Mothers of Invention, and then Michael Reed. We're doing a half-off bin. And as y'all can see up front, the front part of this crate has some new sealed stuff that's going to be half off. God Bless Tiny Tim. Tiptoe Through the Tulips. A $5 VG, $5. And we have United We Stand. It is $5, Edwin. VG Condition, $5. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG, $7.50. VG, $7.50. And yes, Classic Live Yes. Yes Songs. Yes Songs is now just $7.50. However, the cover and the book has some water damage. Water damage on the jacket. A triple LP, only $7.50. Keelan Lee wants Tiptoe Through the Tulips with Tiny Tim. Preston was second, then Phantom Canuck. The best of Tim Weisberg. And that is sealed. It's never been opened, $5. Todd Saw on Yes. That's sold to Todd Saw. We have Hoyt Axton, a rusty old Halo, sealed for $5. Hoyt Axton, a rusty old Halo, sealed $5. Yes is already sold. Next thing we have is Wishbone Ash, just testing. Wishbone Ash is $6.50. It does have some cover damage, $6.50. And Rico Kasich, This Side of Paradise. Rico Kasich, you may know him from a band called The Cars. This is $7.50. Jeff Birdsong's third on yes. Here we go. If someone offers more on this crate, Chad will say no. They are no more, no less. That is very true. This crate's no more, no less. Even if Ernest Rogers says, there's no way, Chad, there's no way I can pay you $7.50 for that Rico Kasich. Please let me give you $30 for it. I'm going to say, no, Ernest. No. This album is $7.50. It's definitely no less, and you definitely can't pay me any more. Josh is like, fair deal. I'll take it, Chad. And that's so did Josh Brown. Jeff's Birdsong was second. Jason and the Scorcher, $7.50. Same thing. If you try to offer me $100 for that right now, I'm going to say no. It's not happening. It's only $7.50. Jason and the Scorchers. What do I have here? Fashionable Lover. This is a actual Japanese artist, and it's from Japan. It's City Pop, $7.50. Wide Boy Awake. That is sealed for $5. Preston Rose on J for Jason and the Scorchers. That's so to Preston Rose. Next is Minget. Whoa, in the half off bin, now just $17.50. I'd be better off shooting myself in the foot. Let me step right over here and just kick a wall as hard as I can without any shoes on. Oh my gosh. An acoustic sound series pressing. Half off. Somewhere Charles Mingus just rolled over in his grave. Wow. Let me go over here and drop this crate of vinyl on my foot. First thing we have is Chris Knapp on FL. And FL was for the Japanese Fashionable Lover. The Useless Eaters got Charles Mingus. Then Chris Knapp. Then Chris Riddings. Then Adam Bernardi. Useless says pass. Chris Knapp, it's your lucky day. Not only are you going to get this, but I'm going to walk over here and kick the wall as hard as I can barefoot. Okay? So thank you. That's so to you. Chris was second. Adam was second. Rod Burns was next. This part of the crate could get pretty crazy. Joe Lovano with Hank Jones, Blue Note, sealed for $12.50. Joe Lovano, $12.50. Another sealed Blue Note. Wow. Next, Freddie Hubbard. Wow. Blue Spirits. Now just $15. Now just $15. Freddie Hubbard, Blue Spirits. How much? What did I say? 150? No, 15. Wow. 1 cassette, 2 cassette, 3 cassette, 4 cassette, 5. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I'm really, 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 really sorry what just happened. What a way to kill a vibe, Chad. Okay. Somebody said I cut out after Freddie Hubbard. So y'all didn't hear me say a lot of stuff. I said a lot of stuff y'all didn't hear. All right, let me go back a couple. Adam Bernardi got Joe Lovano. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. Ron Burns, you were second on Joe Lovano. Chris Knapp was first on Freddie Hubbard. Chris Knapp first on Freddie Hubbard. Greg Late next on Freddie Hubbard. Ron Burns next on Freddie Hubbard. And then my mic went out. Mike. Oops, Mike. And then I was showing cassettes blindly and they were claiming them. Michael Ruttman got Bon Jovi for $6.99. Oh no, Mike. And then Michael Ruttman got Billy Idol for $6.99. Mike, your mic is off. Mike out at 5 cassettes, like clockwork, went out after Hubbard. Laughing emojis, generator check, uh-oh, no sound. Clay Moore got AC/DC, no audio. Mike, here comes the fish shake. Only one mic, no backup. Did I get Freddie Hubbard? You're ranting and we can't hear it. I can hear you, yay. Hope he has a charged one. Oh no, that's not good. Last thing we heard, no wordies, party pooper. Lock it in. That was funny. Mike out. Sorry seems to be the hardest word. No cassettes were heard. Long for Hubbard. I heard 5 cassettes, no sound. Last thing you chop out. Happens a lot. So we got Ted Nugent and Nazareth, hair of the dog, left for $6.99. Back to the half off bin. We have Van Morrison, a period of transition, $17.50. Van Morrison. Good Night Tonight. That's the 12-inch single from Paul McCartney and Wings, $7.50. Wings. Good Night Tonight. Survivor. Premonition. No condition note, $7.50 on Survivor, and Oreo Speedwagon. I love Oreos. VG Condition, $5 on REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon. Todd Saw wants Nugent for $6.99 and Nazareth for $6.99. I do have another copy of Hair of the Dog on cassette if anybody else wants one. Those are all $6.99. Next thing we have is Tracy Snonger on Paul Simon. And now Oreo. We have Oreo. And this is a Melissa Bailey. We love Oreo, especially when you dip them in milk. Very, very good stuff here. Let's keep going with some half-off stuff. First is the one that just accidentally got exposed. Do what? Billie Holiday on Acoustic Sound Series for $18.50. Do what? Half-off Acoustic Sounds, Billie Holiday. Do what? $18.50. Unbelievable. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's Acoustic Sound Series. First thing we have is Richard Bradshaw and Survivor. Back to the half-off stuff. We have Andrew Hill, Point of Departure. Sealed, $12.50. Andrew Hill, there's only one. Sealed, the Mesthetics and James Brandon Lewis. Sealed for $15. What am I doing? And we have 2 copies of that. What is going on? And we have Kristen McBride, Edgar Meyer. That's a 2 LP blue vinyl, $18.50. Wow. $18.50. Richard Bradshaw on Survivor. We already pulled that. Patrick Lear on Billie Holiday. So to Patrick Lear. David Hoy second. Chris Riddings third. Let's do another one. And this is Joe Lovano and Dave Douglas. This is Sound Prints, Other Worlds. That's a 2002 Record Store Day. That's $10. That's $10. Oreos are poison. I love poison. Next thing we have is Point of Departure. That's so to Greg Layton. Adam Bernardi wants McBride. Kristen McBride. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. Wow, we're selling a lot of stuff tonight. How about Roland Kirk? Recorded live. Here comes the whistle, man. Of course, these are just absolute insane prices. This is in mono. It's an orange vinyl. It's a remaster. $11.50. I got 2. $11.50. What a price. How about Ahmad Jamal? Emerald City Nights, live at the Penthouse, 66 to 68. This is sealed. A Record Store Day, numbered for $25. Sealed. Record Store Day. Numbered. Ahmad Jamal. $25. Adam Bernardi wants the Mesthetics. Mesthetics, sold to Adam Bernardi. No auctions tonight. We've sold them all except for Japanese, but it's a little too late for auctions. We've surpassed the auction timeline. Adam Bernardi on Roland Kirk, sold. Greg Layton on Roland Kirk, sold. Chris Knapp next on Roland Kirk. Survivor's already sold. Buck Buchanan on Joe Lovano. That's sold to Buck Buchanan. Thank you on that. Adam Bernardi wants a Ahmad Jamal. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Ahmad Jamal. Next thing is Josh Groban. First time on vinyl, a Barnes & Noble exclusive. Oh my gosh. Half off of $150. Let me really go shoot myself in the foot. The last one sold on Discogs for $197.50. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Jim B just cashed in, folks. Jim B's going to put this on Discogs for $200 best offer, and he is going to pay his water bill next month. Jim B is rubbing his hands together right now. He's like, I knew Chad would slip up eventually. I knew Chad would slip up eventually. That is sold, but first, before I put that in the crate, Buck Buchanan. Buck Buchanan for Joe. He says, I mean Joe Lovano, Other Worlds. What did I say there? What did you comment? Joe Lovano, Outer. Yes, I got you for the right one. Thank you, Buck Buchanan. Thank you on that. And Jim B, congratulations. He just funded his next car payment. Thank you, Jim B. Thank you, Jim B. And you can say thank you, Chad. That was a $3,000 record he just got for $75. John Herbert and Yorma Calcoen, The River Flows, Volume 2, sealed for $10. This is an insane crate here. What am I doing? Chico Hamilton, The Master, sealed for $15. A Record Store Day purple vinyl. I mean, what is going on right now? Andrew Hill, Dance with Death, a Blue Note tone poet. This is absolutely insane. That's $20. And then here is Bobby Hutcherson, San Francisco, with Harold Land. That's sealed for $15. I mean, what just happened right there? That was all a blur. I'm dizzy. My hair is all messed up. I'm sweating. My knees are trembling. My palms are sweaty. This is insane. After this, I look forward to eating some spaghetti. Holy moly. Wow. I got ink pens all over the floor. Sticky notes are all over the walls. Wow. Next thing we have is Chris Knapp on Chico Hamilton. Great pickup. Adam Bernardi second. Adam Bernardi on Andrew Hill. Great pickup. Greg Layton next on Dance. Adam first on Hutcherson. What a clean out that was. That's a fast way to sell records at stupid prices. And you just watched an episode of how to sell records really fast at stupid prices. Let's read through that again. Maybe we can sell some more. First thing I have here is Van Morrison Wavelength. VG Plus, $7.50. Short Eyes soundtrack, Curtis Mayfield. VG Plus, $6.50. Sister Sledge, We Are Family. VG, $5. Shrinking Hop. We have Allman Brothers, EX 1250. What Was Blue, $10. This record here, that's Yorma Calcoen and John Herbert. That is sealed for $10. $10. If you don't want it, it looks like Preston Rose does. There's that. And Chris Knapp on SE, and that's for the Short Eyes soundtrack. There's that. We have Friends. Friends is a white label promo, VG Plus $6.50. Lonnie Jolly wants Sister Sledge. We Are Family, $5. United We Stand, Brotherhood of Man. Edwin Blom never did say sold on this, so I'm assuming he didn't want it. VG, $5. Janet said she'll take this one for $10. That's sold to Janet. Next is Neil Young, and this is called American Stars and Bars. VG for $7.50. Folks, we might sell everything left in this bin. Todd Saw gets the Allman Brothers. Next is The Best of Tim Weisberg, and that's sealed and it's never been opened. And it's $5, an original press. Hoyt Axton is sealed and it's never been opened. That is $5. We got Wishbone Ash, Just Testing. There is some cover damage on the back. No condition notes on the vinyl. $6.50. Wide Boy Awake, that's also sealed for how much? $5. A Period of Transition, Van Morrison. No condition notes, $17.50. And the only two sealed records that were left was the Mesthetics. And these guys played in the what band? I forgot what band this they it's like Bad Brains or something. Sealed the Mastetics $15 and Ahmad Jamal is sealed for $25. Juanita Gagney, now do you want Van Morrison period of transition? Do you want Van Morrison wavelength? Or do you want both? Jamal came in multiple volumes for different years. Are both of yours, were the remaining ones volume 1? This is... It doesn't say a volume, so I'm assuming volume 1. Deluxe Limited Edition 2L mastered by Bernie Grunman. Remastered audio transfer from the original tape reels. Yeah, it just says live at the Penthouse. So I'm assuming volume 1. And Fugazi, thank you. What did I say? Bad Brains? Was that close? I guess not. Sort of. Juanita wants both. Okay. I'm going to try to drink some water right quick. The first hint of H2O I've had since the night started. I've had nothing but straight caffeine drinks. I feel better. The water was full, and now it's gone. Next, Juanita gets both Van Morrison. Can I interest anybody else on anything left in there? Ahmad Jamal was sealed. $25. The Mastetics, $15. A Wide Boy Wake, $5. Wishbone Ash, $6.50. Hoyt Axton, $5 sealed. Tim Wesberg, sealed $5. Adam Bernardi gets Wishbone Ash. Thank you. So Hoyt, Tim. Neil Young, VG, $7.50. Brotherhood of Man, $5. And Friends, $6.50. White label promo. Let me pull up. Edwin Blom might have wanted that. He never did say sold, I don't think. Obviously, he's not watching. Let me pull up Edwin Blom's comment database. No, he just said, what year United, how much? He never did say sold. So, I guess he didn't want it. Okay. Whew. Chuck Haley says, I'll take it. Now it's sold to Chuck Haley. Now Jeff Birdsongs wants Neil Young. Wow, we've almost sold everything in here. I knew this was going to be a good one. There's one Mastetic still left. We are in the middle of a half-off bin, no more, no less. The Mastetics and James Brandon Lewis is sealed for just $15. It was marked $29.99. All right, let me go grab a few more cassettes. So, don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for. Mm-hmm. Give it up. Stop. Dun, 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 dun. Waiting any longer. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, that's it. Boontar. Here's what we're going to do. We have about 1 hour and 10 minutes left in this show. We have sold the fire out of some vinyl tonight. 9 full crates. Amazing. That's a lot of vinyl. Hundreds of orders tonight. Hundreds of orders. That equivalates to hundreds of packages. Hundreds of orders tonight. And we have a quick recap right here behind me of a few. I'm going to go, I think in that, so we can have 1 hour for CDs exactly. I am going to show what's left right here. And I'm going to show all the unsold auctions, which somebody just asked about. We've had a great night for new stuff. I'd like to completely fill up this last 9th crate. Here's the only stuff over here to the side that hadn't sold. These are $6.99. The Very Best of Foreigner, Madonna True Blue, Samantha Fox Touch Me, and Nazareth Hair of the Dog. And then these were singles for $4.99. Warrant Heaven in the Sticks, Tesla Love Song, Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart, Vixen, Edge of a Broken Heart, Faster Pussycat House of Pain, and LA Guns. Those are all $5 each. And the only 3 unsold auctions is Billy Joel, Turnstiles, that's $25. The Outlaws was a sealed super disc for $35. A Japanese Bruce Springsteen for $25, and a Japanese Blondie for $35. And this is the first time tonight in a while we've had any leftover auctions. So let's try to sell those and keep that streak going. And then Naz is sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99, another Hair of the Dog. How do you ship with? Who do we ship with, or how? Who do we ship with? It depends on the weight of the package and the most feasible cost. So typically it's USPS media mail, but a lot of big packages go UPS and FedEx. So ShipStation, we use ShipStation and we put in your address and the weight and the dimensions of the box, and it gives us the cheapest and fastest option. So typically, you know, if it's $32 to ship your package UPS, $27 UPS, we'll obviously go with UPS. It'll probably get there to you faster, and it costs us $5 less. So we just ship with whoever. But typically, we use USPS media mail, especially if you've bought 1 or 2 items. But some of y'all that have bought CDs, cassettes, Funkos, and supplies, we can't ship media because it goes into general items. So we have to ship FedEx, UPS. We use everybody. We use what we think is the best, most affordable option for us, especially if the postage has far out surpassed $8. I think our average package we sent out is probably getting close to 20. I bet we have hundreds of orders that we net loss $10 or $15 an order on. So we have to pick whatever the best option is. Susie got Bruce Springsteen for $25. We got Blondie for $25. So Susie got Bruce for $25. Leslie got Blondie for $25. Adam got the Outlaws for $25. Can somebody make an offer on Billy Joe? I almost started this at $35. We put it up later, so I put it up for $25. But it's still available. We have 1 copy left of Beastie Boys Music. Amazing compilation. We sold 7 copies tonight. There's 1 left. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, Sabotage, 2 LP. It's about $10 below list, $34.99. U2. The Best of 1990 to 2000. Another compilation, another 2 LP compilation, another one about $10 below list, $34.99. Paul Oakley gets Billy Joel. All auctions tonight are sold. Next, Kiss, Creatures of the Night, a half-speed master, $34.99. Kiss, $34.99. Sinatra, the Ultimate Christmas Collection, 2 LP, $34.99. New, this is Bad Company's Burning Sky, a 2 LP analog production, 45 RPM, $59.99. Analog Productions, $59.99. White Line, Big Game. White Line's a music on vinyl press, $38.99. White Line Pride, a music on vinyl press, $38.99. And we had a restock come in of 7 Mary 3 American Standard, which is a music on vinyl pressing, $38.99, 7 Mary 3. And those I thought were done. They're definitely done on the limited numbered colored, but I still got them there. Defiance, Void Terra Firma. Defiance is a 1000 red and black marble for $38.99. The Doors, Analog Productions, 45 RPM, $59.99. Aussie Black Rain, that's $29.99. U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky, that's on red vinyl with book, $34. Temple the Dog is just $29.99. Great price on that. And we have Darius Rucker's #1 hits. Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. We have left over tonight 4 crates of new, 4.5 crates of new vinyl, and I'll probably spread them out. We'll have 5 crates of new vinyl for the flip video in the morning. 5 crates. At 6 a.m., that will automatically be loaded to Facebook. When we go live tomorrow to start Thursday Night Metal Night, I'm going to be starting at 5 o'clock, and we're going to go through all 5 of these crates again, and hopefully there's a ton of claims, and a lot of this stuff gets sold, and hopefully it will. At 9 o'clock, there's going to be a vintage discount video. It's going to be vintage and pre-owned, OG and pre-owned records, and it's going to be $6.99, $9, $14, and $19.99. And I've been posting a crate every day for about a week and a half now, and we've sold almost everything that's went in those crates. We have Johnny Silva on a 7 Mary 3, and Paul Brothers wants a Darius Rucker's #1 hits, and that should be on red vinyl. I think this was originally a Walmart exclusive. I think it's a Walmart exclusive, and it is red vinyl. Darius Rucker. Yeah, it's red vinyl. It is $29.99. These are red. This was truly. This is one of those deals like I can't order this through my other distributors. I got this from a label or from the label through a discount distributor. These were not supposed to be sold to like any other store. It's supposed to be a Walmart exclusive. But what happens, they sell their overstock, and we're able to get them. Same thing for U2. This is some kind of an exclusive here. I still hadn't figured out where, but we can't get these. And same thing for, there was something else in here, or maybe from earlier tonight. Well, these are just at great prices. They're just basically on sale. Okay. Let me find, I said we do the last hour with CDs, or as long as we can go till everybody stops buying. It is 6 hours and 57 minutes into the stream. So we're about to be here 7 hours. Give me that next minute or two to find the next best CDs I have. We're going to bring them over here and go through them. First thing, I'm going to take all the sold cassettes in here. Thanks everybody that purchased out of those. Appreciate that. Let me go find these right quick. I wonder if they can hear me. Can y'all hear me? I wonder if they can. They're probably like, what kind of destruction's he causing? Can y'all hear me? I have no idea if they can hear me or not. They're about to find out, though, if they can hear me. I'm about to find out if they can hear me. Can y'all hear me back there? Okay. All right, so I'm pulling off that metal rack, so I'm going to be walking back and forth a lot. So y'all remember the pictures I posted with the 10,000 billion cassette or CDs? I'll be talking to y'all next time, so you're not in silence. But that's where I'm pulling these from. I have a huge stack, and I think y'all are going to like these. And let me start showing them. I mean, I can see the spines, and it looks like really good stuff. So here we go. Let me get a little bit better station over here for them to stage them so I can bring them up, and then we can fly through them, okay? Let me put these right over here. Give me 1 second. We're about to have an hour of a CD blitz. Probably put them right here. Right, here is something that is not available on vinyl. It's out of print, and it always sells for big money. We sold a sealed copy about 2 weeks ago for almost $600. So you might want to pay close attention. It is Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, No Quarter, $6.99. Also, we have Blues Traveler, Save His Soul. Some of these are going to have stickers on the jewel cases, $6.99. Ray Charles, I've Got a Woman and Other Hits. We got Spencer Boren, Solitaire. Also, we have Embers, a 25th anniversary. Rancho Deluxe soundtrack. Also, we have George Wildchild Butler, $6.99. Peggy Young and the Survivors, Raw. This is Essential Blues Grooves, Volume 2. Big Mike Griffin. This is Harley in the Rain. Also, Red and the Red Hots, Getting Around. Dennis Jones. Righteous Brothers, A Night with Righteous Brothers Live. Mr. Blues Jones, Watch Me Work. And Blues Traveler, and I think that one is self-titled, $6.99. Surely somebody bought Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. Nobody bought Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. Mike Openshaw, though, wants Rancho Deluxe, $6.99. Some of these used to be, the guy we bought a lot of these from, he bought these, I think, from McKay's at some point. And some of them have stickers like that say check condition. But, man, I've looked at them and, like, this Rancho Deluxe, it's not a mark on it. I checked a few before I grabbed them off the stack to make sure. So, Mike, that's sold to you, $6.99. And you might want to be thinking about getting some new jewel cases because some of these have stickers. I don't know how easy you'll be able to get some of these off. Some of them might peel right off. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Usually those McKay stickers are pretty good. The artwork in this one's backwards, though. Something's backwards. There we go. I feel like this was a $15 CD here, at least. You might have to do some peeling, just FYI. Okay, and Ray Charles is $6.99 to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. Okay. So let's keep going through these. Lot of stuff still left. I'm going to have to... Oh, no, wait a minute. I got another stack already back here. Okay, good. I've already got more. I'm going to have to, every once in a while, go swap out, though. Blues Traveler, Travelers and Thieves. Blues Traveler 4. Blues Traveler 4. That's a big one there. Blues Traveler Straight On Till Morning. We have Billy Boy Arnold Going to Chicago. This is Atlanta Rhythm Section Extended Version. This is Sonny and Brownie's last album. Dwight Yoakam, Under the Covers. Dwight Yoakam, Under the Covers. Dwight Yoakam, The Platinum Collection. Wrinkles Classic and Rare Chess Instrumentals. Dave Bromberg, Use Me. Danny Dreyer, Big Fun Tonight. Richard Johnston, Foothill Stomp. Bill Lumpkin and Friends. Brad Paisley Play, and Vince Gill and Paul Franklin. Bakersfield Deluxe Edition. I'm going to do a couple more experiments here. Yeah, these stickers are peeling right off. See how easy this one comes off. That's like an old yard sale sticker. All right, there we have it. So next was Blues Traveler. Paul, let me know if you want 4 or Travelers and Thieves. Plus, there was 2 from the other stack as well. Greg Layton on Sonny. Sorry, and there's that one as well. There's 3 Blues Travelers. Sonny was... was that from a previous stack, Greg? Hold on a second. No, that's Sonny and Brownie's right here. This right here, Sonny and Brownie's last train. I might try to help you out while getting some of these off. I just don't want to do any damage, though. Yeah, some of them are peeling very well just right off. Just so you know. Yeah, that's not going to be any problem whatsoever. Okay, those are done. And then, Leslie, you're first on Dwight Yoakam. Leslie, let me know if you want the Platinum Collection or Under the Covers. You got dibs on both. Then Vicky. Sherry Darnell on Vince Gill. Sherry Darnell on Vince Gill. And next is Paul wants all Blues Travelers. Mike Oppenshaw on BP. Mike Oppenshaw on BP. And BP was for Brad Paisley. That's so to Mike Oppenshaw. And then next is these right here. CDs, I've said this before, for the vinyl people that might be checking out, some of y'all may not have a CD player. But let me explain something. Some of these, I think people are buying, they're not available on vinyl. And some of the stuff that we're selling is very, very expensive on vinyl. For example, there is no Dwight Yoakam Platinum Collection on vinyl. There is no Dwight Yoakam Undercovers on vinyl. Those do not exist on vinyl. So, pretty good ways to get stuff that's not available on vinyl until they release it on vinyl. Or if you do want it on vinyl, you could be spending a lot of money. Like these Blues Travelers, if you were to track all those down, OG copies, that's hundreds of dollars there. Probably a lot more. Leslie wants Platinum Collection. So did Todd. So Vicky also. So Dwight Yoakam Covers is still available. That's still available. Okay. Did you get Jimmy Page? I saw you peel the sticker, but didn't say my name. Clay Moore. Yeah, Clay Moore got the Jimmy Page Robert Plant. Clay Moore got Jimmy Page Robert Plant. Yes. Yes. All right, we got, here's something not available on vinyl. Brooks and Dunn, the Greatest Hits Collection. That's not available on vinyl. Shake, Rattle, and Roll soundtrack. We got Lonesome Travelers Blues, R.B. Stone. We have Vatsy Jackson, Stimulus Man. And we got Fenton Robinson, I Hear Some Blues Downstairs. So very quickly, I don't think I did I'm getting out of my routine of recapping. Let me just read what's left right here, and that way I can go grab another handful. Spencer Bourne, Embers, George Wildchild Butler, Peggy Young and the Survivors, Central Blues Grooves, Big Mike Griffin, Red and the Red Hots, Dennis Jones, the Righteous Brothers, Mr. Blues Jones, Billy Boy Arnold, Atlanta Rhythm Section Extended Versions, Wrinkles Classics and Rare Chess Instrumentals, Use Me, David Bromberg, Danny Dreyer, Big Fun Tonight, Richard Johnston, Foothill Stop, Bill Lurkin and Friends, Dwight Yoakam Under the Cover, Brooks and Dunn is sold to Leslie Holt, Greg Layton on Fenton Robinson, Paul next on Brooks and Dunn, and so was Todd Saw. All right, so there's those. And I'm going to have to go all the way to the back now, which isn't too far away. And I'm going to keep talking to y'all because I don't think my mic's going to cut out, but if it does, I apologize. I know where some boxes are, but I just can't get to them. They're really blocked. I actually opened a tub and it was full of old t-shirts and baseball jerseys. I don't know what's up with that, but that wasn't CDs. And underneath that was a whole box of Rolling Stones collectibles. Buttons, magazines, like Rolling Stones the band. And then the next tub, to move that, I would have to move 10,000 records, literally, and probably have to dig out half of the back room where I think there's more CDs. So over here, I know where some are that I can grab, and that's what I'm bringing up here in stacks. All right. At least I'm breaking them up here in stacks as much as I can. Okay. Ricky Lee Jones, $6.99. Paul Young, The Secret of Association. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, no artwork. Jason Aldean, no artwork. Hip link chain, this is sealed. Unopened hip link chain. Al Hibbler, Sings the Blues, Monday Everything. Big Joe Williams, Willie Love, and Luther Huff. Al Stewart Live, Time Passages Live. Jefferson Airplane, 24 Holton Fulton Street, Jefferson Airplane. Another Ricky Lee Jones. This is Johnny Winter, Live Bootleg Series Volume 4. Johnny Winter, Live Bootleg Series Volume 4. Homesick James and Stookie Pryor, The Big Bear Sessions. Remembering Little Walter. We got Russell D. Carl, Under the Big Sky, and we have the Barcades, The Real Thing. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Everything there. We're going to do posters soon. I know, coming soon. I think after one more good week of CDs here, I might try to figure out what's the next best thing to do, right? That is coming very soon. Mike Oppenshaw on the Johnny Winter Bootleg Series. So that little stack left Ricky Lee Jones, Paul Young, Jackson Brown, Jason Aldean, Hip Link Chain, Al Hibbler, Big Joe Williams, Al Stewart, Jefferson Airplane, Ricky Lee Jones, and then Johnny Winter here. Live Bootleg Series. That's sold to Mike Oppenshaw. Very nice disc. $6.99. Now, I have figured out where most of these came from. Do y'all remember the insane, incredible blues collection we got? I'm talking about, it was probably one of the best single collections we've ever acquired. It was all the blues. That's where these came from. Paul bought that insane blues collection, and this guy had roughly about 15,000 CDs. That's not an exaggeration. It's around 15,000 CDs. He had in his CDs, though, all genres, as you can see. You will be seeing a lot of blues. That's why I'm also trying to pull stuff from other places. There is a lot of blues, but there's also a lot of other stuff. Next thing we have here is another stack of CDs. We have Rod Piazza and the Mighty Flyers for the Chosen Who. We have Marvin Sees, A Woman Would Rather Be Licked. Wow. We got Nasty J and the Grinders, High Temperature. The Adventures of John Mayall. The Best of Mo Bandy. We have Bernie Higgins, Troop Rock. We have Steve Wariner, Two Teardrops. Jim B, I doubt there's... Don't Hold Your Breath. High Water. The QB Sisters, Texas Fiddler. Chaz Justice with Hungry Hungry. Here's a receipt where he bought all these CDs on October 24th, 2011. Chaz Justice. We have Essential Texas Blues Comp. We got Joan Baez, Any Day Now. Fat Possum Records, I Got the Dog in Me. And Mercy Me, The Devil Makes 7. $6.99. Sherry Darnell also wants that Jefferson Airplane from the last stack. This is sold as well to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. That is sold to you. And then Mike Oppenshaw on BH. So we had Rob Piazza, Marvin Sees, Nasty J, John Mayall, Mo Bandy, Bernie Higgins, right? Trop Rock, Bernie Higgins. That is sold to Mike Oppenshaw. Sherry Darnell on Steve Wariner. Let's also pull that Dwight Yoakam under the covers here. Dwight Yoakam is being sold to Leslie Holt. All right, let's go get another stack. Wow, we're going through these quickly. I'm going to leave those right there so y'all can still see the spines. And I might try to pull from a little bit different area. I do see like a box. It's got a lot of random stuff in it. I hope everybody can hear me because I am narrating what I see in this box. And whatever's in this box, I'm going to grab. Well, I'm going to attempt to grab. Why are these like this? That's strange. I know somewhere around here there's some other tubs, but in the meantime, let me grab these. And then let me grab... Let's see. These. I can't get that whole box out. I could. It would require an act of Congress, an act of God in the next 5 minutes. All right. I'll hopefully have this up here faster. So when we do, well, I don't know if we really got to do it last Thursday night. I don't know if we really got to do it as fast as we could. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Move these right over here. And here we go. I saw this artist, so I had to grab it. Van Morrison, still on top. Van Morrison's greatest hits. Led Zeppelin BBC sessions. Now, is this everything? I think this is part of a bigger box set. No, wait a minute. It's got 2 discs. Maybe they put it in one. I thought this was like a double pack. I mean, it is 2 CDs. That's not everything, but that's a lot of it. Wow. So, yeah, that's not all of them, but that's most of them. B.B. King Live. B.B. King Live. B.B. King Paying the Cost to the Boss. Paying the Cost to Be the Boss. The Definite Collection of Etta James. The Definite Collection of Etta James. And then this is the Muddy Waters Tribute Band with special guest, You're Gonna Miss Me. Teddy Pendergrass. Joy. The Complete Columbia Stanley Brothers. The Complete Columbia Stanley Brothers. That one's got some scuffing on it. Dingus Mudhorse Serenade. Tammy Wynette, American Music Legends. Allen's Holdsworth, IOU. I grabbed a bunch of these that's in these cardboard sleeves. Allen Holdsworth, IOU. Metal Fatigue. Oh, this might have been part of a box set. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. I think I know where an empty box for this is. Give me 1 second on the Allen Holdsworth. Give me 1 sec. We might have that complete collection before I start breaking them up here. Yeah, this is Allen Holdsworth. Okay, that's why they're all in these paper jackets. Give me 1 second on that. Here's more Allen Holdsworth. And let's show a couple of these. The Sopranos is sealed. Music from the HBO series. That should be good. Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Starchild, $6.99. That looks like that could be good. All right, so let's figure out what we got here. The first comment was Useless Eaters on Led Zeppelin. Greg Layton was next. Robin on Van Morrison. Clay next on Led Zeppelin. Susie next on Van Morrison. Leslie next on Led Zeppelin. Robert next on Led Zeppelin. Leslie Holt on Etta James. And then that left B.B. King, the Muddy Waters Tribute Band, Teddy Pendergrass, Stanley Brothers, Dingus, Tammy Wynette, So Does Sherry. And then there's Sopranos, Moody Blues, Starchild. And give me a second on Allen Holdsworth, because I may know where the rest of those are. And then we got Herb Albert, Classics Volume 1, Donovan's Greatest Hits, They Call Me Mellow Yellow, Sunshine Superman, Hurdy-Gurdy, Chuck Berry Blues, Bee Gees, ESP, and the Counting Crows, August and Everything After, Mr. Jones. Those are $6.99. Next thing we have is Guy Shard on the sealed Sopranos. That's the Guy Shard for $6.99. All right. And, well, the Allen Holdsworth put me behind, so let me go grab some more. I thought those were all different albums. They are, but they're from him, and I think I know where the empty box is before we sell that off. All right. Move this Diet Right Cola on. I actually need to take that home. Got a big, gigantic metal Diet Right Cola on. Diet Right. Haven't heard that in a while, probably. Oh man, I forgot about these boxes. They're heavy, but I think they're full of really good titles that's never been opened. This should keep us busy for a while. All right. So Robin was first on Donovan. I got enough. I brought up a whole box that I think is going to keep us going uninterrupted for a while. So Donovan is sold to Robin Glenn. Next was Mike Oppenshaw on Star Child. And then Sherry was next on The Sopranos. And then we have Angela on BG's ESP. Yeah, I brought a whole box up here that should keep us busy for a while. And I think y'all are going to like these. Some of this stuff's new and sealed. And this is from that same collection where we bought all that sealed new vinyl inventory. This guy had a lot of CDs too. So this could get pretty good. We're just now cracking into some of these. First is Jeannie Lewis and the Watson twins with Rabbit Fur Coat. And you see it has a price tag of $24. Jeannie Lewis is $6.99. Levittown, these are all $6.99. This is Letter Keels, The Bridge. Jessica, You Can't Resist. I've got the Flying Marsupials, Working Without a Net. I've got 2 of those. A Flock of Seagulls, The Light at the End of the World. A Flock of Seagulls, A Light at the End of the World. Fine Young Cannibals, The Ron, The Cook. She Drives Me Crazy. Fat Boy Slim, Halfway Between the Gutter and the Stars. Shelley Fairchild, Ride. Here is The Faint. Looks like it's self-titled. Jeff Healey Band, Held to Pay. And Charlie Hinsey, I'm going to Blow Your Mind. Let's move this stack of stuff I've already sold right back here while I bump into the camera. And these are all $6.99. First is Jeannie Lewis. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Fine Young Cannibals is sold for $6.99. And that was sold to Robin Glenn. And Michael Reed Wants Faint. That's sold to Michael Reed. All right. And then next is Robin Glenn on J.O.B. And I bet that was for, I don't know. But Fat Boy, maybe Jeff Healey Band. I was about to say maybe Jeff Healey. That sold to Robin Glenn and Susie was second. All right. So that left Levittown, Letter Kills, Jessica, Flying Marsupials, Flock of Seagulls, Fat Boy Slim, Shelley Fairchild, and Charlie Hinsey. All right. So now I can go right back over here to this box, this whole box I brought up. It's even got little dividers, and some of these look really clean. That's what I like to see. All right, so right here is Madonna Erotica. Madonna $6.99. Taj Mahal, Sacred Island. The Essential Taj Mahal. Momentum, Toby Mac. This is Heather Nova, Oyster. The Mamas and Papas. The Story of The Best of Mamas and Papas. Make a Difference Foundation. Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell. Kevin Mahogany. Madonna, Dick Tracy soundtrack. Also, we have Index Case. And here is I Am Legend, Lincoln Blood Mythologies. Next comment was Jeff Healey, Mike Oppenshaw on Flock of Seagulls. Thank you, Mike. That is so to you. Now, the first thing here is Donna Turner on Taj Mahal. Donna, there was 2 Taj Mahals. There was Essential Taj Mahal and Sacred Island. Let me know on that. And then first on Madonna is Robin. Madonna Robin, you can have Erotica or Dix Tracy or both. Paul's next. And then Mike Oppenshaw wants the Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell benefit. And we'll go ahead and tag that next. And then the Fat Boy Slim is So Do Paul Brothers. I'm getting quite the first stack over here of sold CDs all of a sudden, especially with Donna claiming both Taj Mahal. And next thing I have over here is these two here. Those are available. This is Toby Mac, Heather Nova, Mamas and Papas, Kevin Mahogany, Index Case, and I Am Legend. All right? There's those, and there's those. So she wants Erotica by Madonna. So, Paul, you can have the Dick Tracy concert, or Dick Tracy if you want that. I'm going to go ahead and take this on here. Let's put this right over here. Let's put this right over here, because that was our first big stack of sold CDs. And here we go, right into it. I'm liking this box. I'm starting to like this. I'm starting to like this. Let's grab some more. Looks like some good stuff coming up in the box. Melissa Etheridge, Greatest Hits, sealed, unopened. Also, we have Melissa Etheridge, Skin, Expanded Sound, A Biker's Life. The Very Best of the Everly Brothers, sealed. Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Review, sealed. Here's one that's used. Ryan Horn, Love and War. Eric Hutcherson, Sound Like This. Griffin House, Lost and Found. Griffin House, House of David, Volume 1. Looks like with a signed cover. Signed. Vanessa Hudgens. And Rock On, Humble Pie. That's nice. All right, so Paul, the Madonna Dick Tracy, still yours if you want it. Sherry Darnell wants the Mamas and Papas. That was right here, Creek Alley. Next is Melissa, Leslie Holt on Melissa Etheridge. And do you want the first one, the second one, or both? Robin Glenn on Hootie. Now, Robin, there's a sealed one and an open one. I have a feeling I know which one you want. We'll make sure, and then Paul, you're second. And that leaves A Biker's Life, The Very Best of Everly Brothers, Ryan Horn, Eric Hutcherson, Sound Like This, Griffin House, Vanessa, and Humble Pie, Rock On. So those are pending. Mike, I'm going to go ahead and give him Humble Pie. And let's go ahead and grab another handful out of here. And here they are. First is Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, which is their greatest hits. Tommy James and the Shondells, All Their Best. Tommy James and the Shondells Anthology. Nice. Michael Jackson, Escape, sealed. Jay Holiday, that is sealed. Inagata Davida. Okay, and then next is Robin does want the sealed one. Are you okay with the open one, Paul Oakley on Hootie and the Blowfish? Paul Oakley, let me know if you're okay with the open Hootie and the Blowfish. So let me put that right there. Technically, the next comment was Humble Pie with Mike. Paul Brothers does get the other Madonna, so that's so to him. Robin got the sealed Hootie and the Blowfish. And then Leslie said, this is Melissa Etheridge Greatest Hits and Melissa Etheridge Skin. And she says both, I'm sure. I'll make sure she confirms. And then over here is Robin Glenn on H.A. H.A. was for what? I bet that was for J.A., Jefferson Airplane. Robin Glenn. If not, let me know. Donna was first on MJ, sealed Michael Jackson. Jim B second. Michael Church next on JA. Paul says he will take the open Hootie for $6.99. And that stack left some great stuff. Gordon Lightfoot, Tommy James, Jay Holiday, Iron Butterfly. There's that and there's that. Anybody else? And then Leslie's pick on the two Melissa Etheridge. I'll put those over here in pending. Hootie and the Blowfish. Yeah, that was 19. That was, I think it's now 22 times platinum. Do y'all realize what that looks like? 19 million copies, mostly on CD. Think about that. How many warehouses that is full of Hootie CDs? Where are they? They got to be out there somewhere. Where's all the Hootie CDs? Here's what's coming up next. We have Notch, Raised by People, sealed. That was priced $40. Carrie Noble, Fearless. Carrie Noble, How Far You've Come. 9 Inch Nails, The Day the World Went Away, Halo 13. Carrie Noble. Next is Noise Addict, Grand Royal. We have Iron and Wine, The Shepherd's Dog. Insomniac, Pavor Nocturnus. Iced Earth, The Reckoning. Shelby Lynn, Just a Little Lovin'. Leonard Skinner, The Best Of. For Nanny Hirsch. Leonard Skinner Live. Leonard Skinner, The Best Of. That may be still sealed. And Leonard Skinner, The Last Rebel. Those are all $6.99. All right, so we sold all that, and then we're back down to the bottom, and Clay Moore wants 9 Inch Nails. All right, so Clay Moore gets 9 Inch Nails. That is sold to him. Next is Greg Layton on Iron and Wine. That's sold to Greg Layton. Both Melissa Etheridge are sold to Leslie Holt. Robin Glenn on Late. Vicky put LS. Robin was trying to comment LS for Leonard Skinner. So there's a Best Of and then a Live. And Robin, you got dibs. Now, if she passes on both Greatest Hits, which I'm assuming she might only want once, then Vicky, you can have the next one. And then Kenny Stanley put LE. I bet he also wanted Leonard Skinner. And then Chad put LSL. I bet that was for another Leonard Skinner. And Jim B gets Notch. That sounds like a good one. That's sold to Jim B for $6.99. He just paid his water bill. Robin just wants one. So nobody on Leonard Skinner Live. I'm going to give this one to Robin. I'm going to give this one to Vicky Allison. And if anybody wants Leonard Skinner Live that was next, you might want to speak up. And then I still got The Last Rebel as well. So there's 2 left, which could go to Kenny or Chad if they want them. Or anybody else. Carrie Noble, Grand Royal, Insomniac, Ice Earth is still available. The Reckoning. Kind of got that Iron Maiden artwork going to it. And then another Shelby Lynn. IE was for Iced Earth. Oh, okay. My bad. Kenny Stanley on Iced Earth. That went right over my head. I was like, why is nobody claiming Iced Earth? That always gets sold. Chad does want Leonard Skinner Live. So that's sold to Chad Davis. The only one left then is The Last Rebel. The Last Rebel. All right. Very nice. Okay. Moving right along. Let's grab a handful right here. Lola Cry, Don't Touch the Flame. Lola Cry, Don't Touch the Flame. Lola Cry, Crucify My Heart. Immortal, Battles in the North. Immortal. The Everly Brothers. 36 all-time favorites, a double pack. Sarah Evans, Restless. Kristen Hoffman, Divided Heart. The Hives is sealed. Tyrannosaurus Hives. Tarami Hirsch, To the Bone. Tarami or Tarami? Tarami Hirsch, A Broke Machine. Tarami Hirsch, All Girl Band. Peter Himmelman, From Strength to Strength. Missy Higgins on A Clear Night, that's sealed. And Sarah Evans, No Place That Far. Those are all sealed for $6.99. Sorry, I had to check my phone right quick. All right, Robin, you're first on Sarah Evans, and she puts SE twice. So we're going to give her that Sarah Evans and this Sarah Evans. Those are sold and sold. But before that, Chris Riddings on Immortal. Chris Riddings got Immortal. Michael Reed was next. Robin Glenn got Everly Brothers. And Robin Glenn got Sarah Evans and Sarah Evans. So that left Missy Higgins, Peter Himmelman, Tarami Hirsch or Tarami, The Hives, Kristen Hoffman, and then 2 from Lullacry. Moving right along. The next thing I have here is, let me grab a handful from right down here if I can. Man, these were packed in here good. I'm in like a U-Haul box. These were packed in here good. First is David Birch, Speak a Little Louder. Big Dumb Face, Duke Line Fights to Tear. That's sealed. Eric Bibb, Diamond Days. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes. Beyonce, Dangerously in Love, Beyonce. Better Than Azera, Deluxe. David Berkeley, Strange Light. Francesca Begay, Beck. David Berkeley, The Confluence. Pat Benatar, Best Shots, which is a greatest hits. And Pat Benatar, All Fired Up, another hits. A 2 LP double pack. All right, so the first thing there was Donna Turner on Beyonce. Next was Mike Oppenshaw on Tommy Bolin. Useless Eaters on Beck. Then Greg Layton, then Leslie Holt. And then we got Chris on wants the Pat double pack. Pat Box, the double pack, All Fired Up. And that means Robin Glenn, Best Shots is still available if you want it. There's another Best Shot still available. Big Dumb Face is Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit's Side Project. And Mike Oppenshaw says he wants it. Big Dumb Face. Featuring Wes Borland of Limp Bizkit Hop Sticker. That's so to Mike Oppenshaw. Thank you. And we'll see if Robin wants the other Pat Benatar greatest hits. All right, moving right along. Next handful I have here. Wow, we're about to get into some pretty good titles, it looks like. Next thing I have here is another Diane Birch, Speak a Little Louder. I also have Fear Factory, Mechanize. I don't know, is this official? It's in just a thin, it's in a second jewel case, but it's Fear Factory. We have The Bird and the Bee, Again and Again and Again, The Bird and the Bee. And then I have another one, another Bird and the Bee, Please Clap Your Hands. Everclear, somebody just asked for them tonight on vinyl. Sparkle and Fade, Everclear, and this is Sarah Evans, Stronger. Sarah Evans, Stronger. So next thing is Robin did want that other Pat Benatar, the Best Shots. So that is so to Robin Glenn, and then Kenny Stanley on Fear Factory. It has the original artwork and original disc, and then there is Sarah Evans, Everclear, The Bird and the Bee. And there's Nicholas. He's the one who asked for Everclear. And there's that sold to him. And Robin Glenn gets Sarah Evans. All these CDs you're seeing are $6.99. They will be shipped with your vinyl at no additional cost for shipping. Next thing I have here is Blue Oyster Cult Mirrors. Blue Oyster Cult is $6.99. BOC Mirrors. Another Blues Traveler 4. Blind Melon Soup. Some great titles here. Blind Alley. The Infinity Ends. The Black Keys Live EP. And it's got a promo stamp sealed. It was at $35 and somebody marked it down to $15. How about $6.99? How about Blackberry Smoke? These are brand new sealed. Wow. Sealed Blackberry Smokes for $6.99. This is Black Guava. That's also sealed. That was marked $30. The Bird and the Bee, Ray Guns Are Just Not for the Future. Another Bird and the Bee. And this is John Lee Hooker. The Best of Friends, John Lee Hooker. That was a really good little batch there of those. $6.99. And I have a kitchen full of packing peanuts. Yes, they start using those for CDs. Useless Eaters on BC. And I'm assuming that's for the, what was that for? Black Keys? Or Blue Oyster Cult? He corrected later and put BK. So it's for Black Keys, that's sold to Useless Eaters. And then Leslie, and then Robert Warner, and then Useless Eaters again, then Jim B. Mike Oppenshaw on BS, which was for Blackberry Smoke, which is still sealed. And then Jim B on one, which is still sealed. And then Donna on John Lee Hooker. And next is Black B, which is Blackberry. That's already sold. A Better Than a Zera. You did. There's a Better Than a Zera called Deluxe. It's still available for $6.99. So Useless Eaters, if your BK was for black, or if your BC comment was for Black Keys, then you got it. And here's still what's left. Blues to Cult Mirrors, Blues Travelers 4, Blind Melon Soup. I figured all three of those would sell. And then Blind Alley, Black Guapa, The Bird and the Bee, and The Bird and the Bee. One of those look pretty good. This one here, surprised Jim B hadn't claimed this one yet. It's got a crack in the, is that a tear? That's a tear in the shrink on that. Yes, key. Okay, moving on. Next thing we have is another handful of CDs. I'm liking this box. And you know where these boxes are stacked up? There's like 30 more of these boxes. It's pretty incredible. Let me move some of these out of the way. Right quick. All right, this is Sealed Boston, Don't Look Back. Sealed Boston. We got Boston self-titled. We got Boston self-titled. Boston Don't Look Back open. Boston Third Stage. Bon Jovi Crush. Bon Jovi New Jersey. Bon Jovi What About Now? I've never seen that one. Especially on vinyl. Carla Bonoff New World. Blue Oyster Cult Super Hits. The Very Best of Blue Oyster Cult. And A Very Best of Blue Oyster Cult. And those are both sealed. And there's now 4 Blue Oyster Cults. Next thing was Nicholas Wants Better Than a Zera. Azara, that was in that last stack I just had right here. This is also sold to Nicholas Hostler. And then Jim B wants the CD that I convinced him to buy. That's sold to Jim B. And then we got a Boston self-titled. Michael Church on a Boston self-titled. I'm going to give you that one right there. And then Bon Jovi New Jersey. That is sold to Corey Ross. Angela wants Bon Jovi What About Now? And Robin wants Blues to Cult Hits. I'm going to give you one of these sealed ones for $6.99. And Angela wants a Bon Jovi, that's already sold. So the only thing left there is the sealed Boston Don't Look Back, Boston self-titled, another Boston Don't Look Back, a Boston Third Stage. So you can right now purchase the first 3 original Boston albums, and then Bon Jovi Crush, Carla Bonoff, and then 2 BOC hit comps, Super Hits and The Very Best. And The Very Best, we still got another sealed copy. Let's grab another handful, and then I got to go take a stack to the back before they fall off. We got to take a stack to the back. Let's grab this little handful right here. I grabbed them blindly. Let's see what I grabbed. I grabbed Collar England, Live Wire Volume 2, Collar A Flower Grows in Stone, Cheryl B. Englehart, Shoes Off and Run, Emos, Live at the Temple Bar Theatre, Dublin, Enigma 2, The Cross of Changes, Enigma, Love, Sensuality, Devotion. Creed, Weather. That's not available on vinyl. Creed, Weather. One Last Breath, My Sacrifice. That's not available on vinyl. Randy Crawford, Every Kind of Mood. And we have the Cranberries, Wake Up and Smell the Coffee. The Cranberries. Next is Bon Jovi Crush from the last handful. That is sold to Rob and Glenn. Chad Davis wants a Boston Don't Look Back. I'm assuming you want that sealed copy. Why wouldn't you, right? That's sold to Chad Davis. And now, before I can actually tag any of these, we got to take this sold stack to the back, which is about 35 sold CDs, along with the other 35 we just sold. It took them about 6, almost 7 hours to put all the CDs in alphabetical order we sold last week. The first new comment was Guy Shard on Enigma, and he's got dibs on 2. He can have dibs on either one of those. And then Robbins on Creed. We can go ahead and tag that one right now. Sherry was second. Donna on RC for Randy Crawford. Angela next on Creed. Leslie next on Enigma. Sherry first on Cranberries, then Leslie Holt. So that left Emus, E-M-M-A-U-S, Cheryl Englehart, Kyler, and Kyler. And these 2 Enigmas are pending to Guy Shard. All right. And let's grab a new handful. And that next new handful is right now. I'm liking this box a lot. How much time do we have left? We got 13 minutes left. Guy wants all of the Enigmas. So did Guy Shard. Cowboy Junkies at the end of Paths Taken. Elvis Costello and the Attraction. All This Useless Beauty. We have The Cores, Dreams, the Ultimate Cores Collection. This is Contraband. Another Cranberries, a great one, To the Faithfully Departed. Also, the Chick Corea Electric Band, The Future is Now Sealed. Chick Corea, Conjurer 1, Extraordinary Ways, Sean Colvin City, and Phil Collins. But seriously, folks, Another Day in Paradise. Another Day in Paradise. Phil Collins, those are all $6.99. Next is Sherry wants to give the Cranberries to Leslie instead. So, Leslie, the Cranberries are going to go to you instead of Sherry Darnell. And then Robin put Cora. And I'm not for sure really what that is. And then Angela Lewis on Cowboy Junkies. And then Leslie on Cranberries. She wants Core, C-O-O-R-S. Thank you, Robin Glenn. So that stack left Elvis Costello, Contraband, Conjure 1, Chick Corea Electric Band, Sean Colvin, and Phil Collins. But seriously. Next handful. Right now. Without further ado, Phil Collins, Serious Hits Live. Collective Soul, self-titled. Collective Soul, Discipline Breakdown. That's not available on vinyl. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations. Another Collective Soul, Hence Allegations. Stardust, Natalie Cole. The Cores, in blue. Natalie Cole, Take a Look. Natalie Cole, Good to Be Back. And Conjure 1. Those are all available for $6.99. Over here is Jim B wants the Chick Corea Electric Band. I was about to say, that one was marked $24. That was a great price on that at $6.99. And then Angela Lewis on Contraband. I was wondering why that hadn't been claimed. That is like a super group, isn't it? Isn't that like a super group of all those hair metal bands? Some of those hair metal bands members. Collective Soul Discipline is also sold to Angela Lewis. So that stack there left Phil Collins, Collective Soul, Collective Soul, Collective Soul, Natalie Cole, The Cores, Natalie Cole, and Conjure 1. Moving right along. We have about 10 minutes left before the feed. I think we can finish this box. There's a lot of good titles still down in here. Let me grab what I can and see what we got coming up, okay? Next thing is Eric Clapton Pilgrim. Eric Clapton Pilgrim, Eric Clapton Journeyman, Eric Clapton and B.B. King, Riding with the King, Rock Record, Eric Clapton and Cream. Now it's sealed, but it doesn't have any artwork. I guess the disc is the artwork. Eric Clapton, it's a comp. Eric Clapton Unplugged, Eric Clapton 461 Ocean Boulevard, The Cream of Clapton, and Cock Robin After Here Through Midland. So these are all $6.99. We got Clapton, 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 and Cock Robin. The Claptons are Pilgrim, Journeyman, B.B. King and Eric Clapton, Riding with the King, Rock Report, Eric Clapton and Cream, Clapton Unplugged, 461 Ocean Boulevard, The Cream of Clapton, and Cock Robin. Those are all $6.99. Some nice Claptons there. Let's go ahead and move into another. Maybe somebody will say, I'll take all the Claptons, Chad. I'll take all the Claptons, Chad. Give me all the Claptons, Chad. That's what we need. I need somebody to say, I'll take all those Claptons, Chad. Give me all those Claptons, Chad. Please give me all those Claptons, Chad. Give me all those Claptons, Chad. Chad, give me those Claptons. I need those Claptons. Here is Epica. 2 meter Sessies. You Will Take a Look with Us. Sarah Evans' Greatest Hits. Sarah Evans' Greatest Hits. There you go, Angela. I mean, somebody, Robin. We have Immortalized, the String Quartet tribute to Evanescence. Immortalized, the string quartet tribute to Evanescence, sealed. A Rocky Erickson, that's pretty cool. That's called True Love Cast something. Nick Lowe, The Old Magic. The Low Anthem, What the Crow Brings. The Low Anthem. The Low Anthem. And Epic Hero, New Life. Robin Glenn on Sarah Evans. Robert Warner on Rocky Erickson. And these are all $6.99. Great box. Next is Epic Hero, A Brighter Mess. Enya, Shepherd Moon. The Very Best of Enya. Another Enya. We have Collar England, sealed. Another collar. This is Lords of Acid, Lover Boy, Lover Girl. That appears to be still sealed. The Very Best of Buddy Holly and the Crickets. And the Super Hits of the Hollies. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. Next is Guy Shard wants the tribute to Evanescence. That's so to Guy Shard. Mike Oppenshaw on Nick Lowe. Leslie Holt on the Evanescence tribute, so you're next. And Chris Ridling wants Lords of Acid. That's so to Chris Ridling's. Jim B was second. These low anthems were priced for $25 and $15. Those must be pretty good. Boontar was next on Lords of Acid. So that left Epica, Low Anthem, Low Anthem. Epic Hero, Epic Hero. Enya, Enya, Enya. Collar, Buddy Holly, and the Holly Super Hits. I'm running out of space. I'm going to put that stack back there for right now. And now we're down to 7 minutes on the Facebook feed before things end. I think I've got 2 more stacks and we might be able to get through them. I hope so. I hope so. Here's the next thing I have. Little Feet. That's a new record store day deal. Wow. That's pretty recent. Little Feet is sealed. $6.99. Little Village. That's always a popular album. These are all $6.99. Little Red Rocket. The Little Willies. The Little Willies. This is Christian Hoffman, sealed. Another Christian Hoffman. Euphorophonic. Sticks and Stones, Cheryl Ladd. Sinead Lohan. And Load. Legs and Arms. Jim B wants both low anthems. I had a feeling that was coming. Those were steals. Jim B just paid another water bill. He's almost made enough tonight to pay his car payment. That's so to Jim B. Robert Warner on Little Feet. That's so to Robert Warner. Greg Layton was second. Mike Ospaw was third. Chris Ridling's fourth. And Jim B sixth. So that left Little Village, Little Red Rocket, Little Willies, Kristen Hoffman, Europhonic, Cher Lloyd, not Cheryl Ladd, Cher Lloyd, Sinead Lohan, and Load. And I think that's Load, L-O-D-E. That's what it looks like. All right, here comes another handful. And these are all $6.99. I have first, LT Smooth, Freedom, Melissa Etheridge, Your Little Secret, Melissa Etheridge, soundtrack to 80 and the Cruisers, 2, 80 and the Cruisers 2, Another Collar, Epica, The Divine Conspiracy, Lizzie, My Wild West, Little America Fairgrounds, and Toby Lightman, and it's signed. Toby Lightman, and it's signed. And there's one more handful, and that will take us to the end of this box. Perfect timing. We finished a whole new box. And let's read off the rest of these. The Little Willies, The Living Sisters Love to Live, Lost Lonely Boys, Little Feet, Feets Don't Fail Me Now, The Lovely Lads, Discarded, Jude Cole, Start the Car, and The Essential, Leonard Cohen. Angela wants Eddie and the Cruisers too. Now, there's one thing I've left out of this box that definitely I need to check the price of. It's a box set. And I'm going to price it very fair. Right now, they're for sale. How much time do we have left? We got enough time. Right now, they're for sale in the United States for $75 and $90. And then overseas for $106. And based on what I see them selling for, I'm going to sell this, if anybody wants it right now, for $35. The last two sold for $45 and $50. $35. Somebody didn't mark 45, which sounds about right. This is the treasure box, the Cranberries. The first 4 albums remastered. $35 for the Cranberries. It's 4 CDs. 4 CDs. The treasure box. For the boys and girls, the Cranberries. If anybody wants that. Next was Michael Church on LF for Little Feat. Then Mike Oppenshaw. And then Leslie got Leonard Cohen. And then Chad Davis on BH. And BH. Chad, what was BH? BH, you might have to help me out there. And then, could I put back the 3 Sarah Evans and keep the greatest hits of Sarah Evans? I will let that slide. And Leslie got the Cranberries for $35. Then Chris Reddings and then Jim B. And then there was one other box set over here. I was trying to figure out if we had all the disc. And we actually may, and I think I know where the box. Jim, did you say there was 12? We have, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that's a 2 disc, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. By the way, if we get cut off, there's a minute and a half left. For everybody on Facebook, thank you. I'm just going to try to see if all this Allen Holdsworth is here. How many discs did we say was in here? And I was going to price these CD dividers, but Mike, you got lucky. No, wait a minute. 2, oh, that's something different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I thought Jim B said 11 or 12. Let's see here. We may have a bunch of these coming up. Thanks everybody on YouTube, or thanks everybody on Facebook, because the feed is about to end in 50 seconds. These kind of things aren't cheap whatsoever. Let's see here. There's 1, 2. If you order this stuff new, if there's Sarah Evans put back, I'll gladly take it. So all the Sarah Evans CDs that Robin put back, the studio albums, give those to Sherry Darnell instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Mike, there's 32 there. That's at least enough for the alphabet and maybe some bonus ones. 32 there. I'm going to say $14.99. I know these things, if they're vinyl, they're pretty expensive individually. Like a pack of 10 is like $20. A pack of 15. But that's enough for the whole alphabet. And it looks like they reused some of them. But that's up to you if you want them. So Sherry gets the Sarah Evans put back. I was going to see how many discs was in the Allen Holdsworth. Mike Oppenshaw said he'll take the dividers for $14.99. And we still got to put Buddy Holly. We still got to get Buddy Holly out for... Buddy Holly was for Chad Davis. Let's find what stack that was in. Buddy Holly. That was in one of these previous stacks. Let's see if I can find that. I know we still have it. Buddy Holly. And then Jim B wants Enya. Buddy Holly. What happened to it? It's back here the same way with this. All right. So Buddy Holly sold to Chad Davis. Who did I say? Mike Ospaw got the CD dividers for $14.99. Those are sold to Mike Ospaw. Buddy Holly is sold to Chad Davis for $6.99. And the very best of Enya, Orinoco Flow, is sold to Jim B for $6.99. And I'll work on this Allen Holdsworth box. I was hoping I knew how many discs. And I think I have the empty box somewhere. I could have swore I saw like an empty box laying back there. All right, we're good to go. Wow, so what an epic night. I'm sure Facebook's already over. 9 full crates of vinyl sold tonight and a couple huge stacks of CDs. So thanks everybody on that. I appreciate it. And we look forward to doing this again tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is Thursday Night Metal Night, which is pretty busy and hectic. That might take us all the way to the end. And if we have time for CDs tomorrow, we would be lucky. But hopefully we do. We will be lucky if we have time for CDs tomorrow. But if we do, I'll make it count. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm about to go grab a snack. I'm about to clean up. I'm about to do the videos. And I have about maybe three hours of new vinyl to order. So it will be here by Friday. Waiting list and back orders and new releases that I need to order more of. That way we can get it billed on that. Allen Holdsworth Limited Edition 12C box set, Man Who Changed Forever. That might be it. I think I got 10 studio albums here and then a 2-disc greatest hits that don't look like it fits. Unless some of these are double. 2, 4, 8, 10. I think I'm missing 2. But I don't know. We'll find out. I'll go back there where I got the rest and try to find them. As always, thank y'all. Sorry, we're going a little bit later than normal because I've been starting later. I started tonight at 5:42, and I'm supposed to be starting at 5. And if I can start tomorrow at 5, then we'll end tomorrow at 1. So, but it looks like everybody's still... I know we could go another hour selling CDs. I know we could. But we got to find a good cutoff point. But y'all are the best customers in the world. We've now been live streaming 8 hours, 3 minutes, and 55 seconds. We have sold hundreds of orders. The show is over. This is the end, as Jim Morrison says. Thank you. Good night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow around 5 o'clock. Good night.